I don't need to ask you guys any more questions. Thank you so much, Golden and Pavlos, for our time. As I mentioned at the start of the show, we have an amazing lineup of talent, and it wouldn't be a CSGO or esports event with some very talented casters. It's two of my favorite people that I've become very close friends with over the last, 5-6 years, and now they are some of the best casters in the world. It's Harry and Huge Byron. He likes to spin.
Oh, hi, Paula. Didn't see you there. Thank you very much for the fine introduction. We're happy to be here. We're in the bleachers right now, where this event will be going through in a few days. If you are in Sweden, if you're anywhere close, come by. We got some seats spare for you folks on Friday and Saturday. But right now, I'm Hugo, this is Harry, and we've got our first game of the day.
And this is Little Harry.
And this is Little Harry. Or bit more wide Harry, rather. Yeah, it's stretched out for your viewing pleasure.
Yeah, no, dude. This is a really sick game to open up, though, Hugo. Right? I think both of us are very excited to get to watch Fnatic. At least I certainly am. You know, I think at this point, Mezzy, he's showing he's willing to do literally anything. Like he will just full commit to whatever role you're going to give the guy, and he'll try to give it his best. I also really like the pieces that Fnatic were able to snatch up from the Copenhagen Flames. For me, Roy is someone I really wanted to see, you know, kind of move further afield, right? I think he can bring a lot to this team. I think he's a very, very capable entry player. And I mean, when you look at the roster that we have right here, you're not shy on players that are going to be willing to lead the charge and try to open up rounds. So I do think that for this Fnatic squad, it's going to be pretty pacey. It's going to be pretty in your face. It's going to be interesting to see if Heroic are ready for that.
Yeah, right. Obviously, we talk about honeymoon situation, or is it going to be rust for Fnatic, considering they've got not just new players, but a new in-game leader, a new core. So there's definitely some things that we need to see figured out. Inferno's a good map for it, though, is put by Golden. They're going quick. It will be a fast pace up towards the top of B, but a bit of a brawl, a bit of a massacre, and that's easy. Takes time to reload. KDM won't have the clock in his favor. 3-on-2. Fnatic wait for the flank. Mezzy very aware, but Forrest gets picked over the top, and now it's getting weird. Mezzy's got to hold the line. Solo Dolo, and he does them both in. Fnatic find the pistol, and Heroic come running right into the crosshairs.
Yeah, that is what just happened, Hugo. Very astute observation.
Thank you, Harry. You want to break that round down for me?
No, I think you did a bang-up job.
Oh, great, thanks.
No, dude, like, Mezzy, good start to this one,
yeah, that was a good start.
I don't know if you saw, he got the 2 that came up banana, right?
Yeah, technically, you're
This
not
is
wrong.
taken like a very sarcastic turn right from the get-go, Hugo.
Fantastic.
I didn't mean for it to propel us down this way. So we got a little force buy in for Heroic. They've got some util, right? Maybe you're going to attempt one of these little nade stacks early on. And it's a pretty heavy B-lean right away, right out of the gate. And it looks like Roy wants to test the waters now. Expect a good deal of this, right? This guy is, you know,
muscular,
he is fearless with his dedication to going out in search of those openers. And when you've got a guy like Forrest alongside you, you're only going to feel that much more confident. So it's this this early double opener for Fnatic, and things are already looking really good against this force buy.
Yeah, obviously for Forrest as well. You know, obviously we talk a lot about these Copenhagen Flames players that we've seen a lot of in recent times, even in those major playoffs. Just the other day in Antwerp. But for Forrest, I mean, this guy, he's a legend of the game. I don't need to introduce him, rather. And I think it's super exciting not only to see him back in the Fnatic org, which of course he played under in 1-6, but also alongside Crims, 2 Swedish legends still performing, maybe not their peak, but at a very high level, haven't had a steep drop-off like so many old legends have. And in a time where we're even seeing players like Snacks come in and look incredible in Dallas, I think it continues to build up not just a standard meta, but also the idea that, you know, legends never die. But every Gravedigger will. Fnatic get flashed back out. They have to leave Banana. They notice both Heroic players in the B-bomb site, and so Roy smokes his exit route, and Fnatic will be able to pick up this round freely.
Yeah, this one's just going to sail on past the Danes, right? But, you know, you kind of touched upon Heroic there lightly, and I think coming into this, I'm going to side with what and echo what Golden said over on the desk, which is this is kind of Heroic's event to lose, right? Like the expectation here is that they should be coming in and picking up the victory, and it kind of goes without saying. You know, these guys, they throughout the online era, and you know, when we were affected by COVID and the pandemic, Heroic were unreal. They were at the top of their game, and then we kind of have this thing where, like, in stage stage environments, sometimes they drop off a little, and you know, we haven't really like seen that same heroic at like 110% on the big stages just yet. I think even in Antwerp in the quarterfinals versus Na'Vi, that was actually them looking their most composed yet in my eyes.
Definitely.
It still wasn't quite enough, but it's certainly a sign of promise, right? That they kind of warmed up to the big stage.
I mean,
and to top that off, you know, coming into this, it's very much their tournament to lose, because this is one where those big dog teams that have always knocked them out on the stages at like the big tier 1 lands, they're not really here, right? Heroic are very much the big dog in this event.
For sure.
So, yeah, hoping that they can show us that.
Unequivocal favourites, right? Number 9 in the world, the top rated team of this event right now. So it shouldn't be up for debate too much, but we'll see how they perform. I think, obviously, as Pavlos said, Heroic very comfortable on this map. They have no problem playing Inferno. They beat Na'Vi on Inferno in the playoffs, but at the same time, I'm a little worried because you're letting Fnatic on the one map that they're going to feel a little bit more free on, especially for Mezzi as an in-game leader, a new in-game leader. This guy's done it all, man. It feels like he's never been on a stable roster, despite being such a dominant rifle player. And obviously, even in Cloud9, we saw that as much. Here in Fnatic, could never really find their groove. But hey, I trust him. I'm willing to bite the bullet and see what Mezzi can offer. I just wonder how much that's going to hold him back in his individual ability. We rarely see players who aren't in-game leaders take that role and keep their performance high. But yeah, as I said, coming into this game, is it honeymoon for Fnatic or is it ring rust? We're about to find out. A little B-pop into the one Galil.
And it is boosted here, right? You got boosts on boost inside of the B site. Cadian with his Galil gonna look to try and lock this one in. Now, I've seen a Galil play or two out of Heroic over here on B site Inferno, but this time it's torn away immediately. Crims and Nikados coming in with a kill apiece. And so a 3-on-3, they flushed it out. It's still good damage for Heroic, and there's a chance to make it even sweeter here. Smoke timing play for Tessez. Just concealing himself on the fade. Mezzi's going to find him and goes on to double up. Fnatic, this conversion should get found, no problem. And there it is.
They're looking crispy, Harry. I know we haven't seen a rifle round.
So hang on a moment, right? So you know, we came into this. No, I was going to say we came into this like giving Heroic a lot of kind of credit, saying this is their event to lose. One thing I'll say is like this Fnatic squad, you don't have any like hard set data for what to expect. You don't really know where they're at. You know, you don't really know like the progress they've made. You don't know how well they're getting along. It's a big question mark of a roster. But I will say on paper, it's a super exciting roster.
If they bomb out, it's not shocking.
No, but even outside of that, I'm looking at it from like the other perspective. I think there's a chance that they could surprise us with the damage they do here.
Absolutely. There is just a lot of power on this team, right? We doubt maybe the depth of their playbook, but obviously Mezzi playing alongside Alex for a long time, I'm sure has got plenty he's stolen from McMeekin to bring it into this game today. We'll see. Fnatic take Banana, standard start to rounds, don't need to play anything too special. Cadian's going to get flashed off. They find the orb, they know where he is. Roy's trapped in the corner. He has to give them a smoke just to get out. Doesn't want to be trapped by this AWP. Waiting for the spam to end, and then he can cross back into safety. Smoke spam goes the other way on long. 4 players here, but Refresh is gone. They dive through, they duck out. Crims lives to fight another round. Cadian fires off again, and Fnatic once more avoid the orb.
Yeah, they're going to go back to B now. Heroic are trying to get ahead of this, pulling players around. Stown and Cadian both moving in to defend this B bomb site. They've got 2 in the right place at the right time. There's 1 smoke for Fnatic, and they try to play contact, and they will come to regret that. Stown might have been blind, but he's able to light up 2 as they move in, and with Cadian still waiting around here, this B site feels off limits. So right now, Fnatic, they're trying to thread the needle. Nikados has opened up a lot of room over here towards long. And with Forrest moving in to join him, they've got to get past 1 man down in the pit.
Oh, he gets obliterated. That was such a quick shot for Shusha. Now they should know, Heroic, that it is an A play. Forrest was committed. 10 seconds. He can try and find a safe plant, but he's got to get past the library player as well. And he walks through Tessa's Tempest's angle, Heroic on the board. It all really comes down to that resmoke for Stown, right? Fnatic did everything they could have in terms of faking out which side of the map they were on, getting that pick on refresh, hearing the AWP on the trade attempt, going back to B, and Cadian was not out of position, but a little late. He was as early as he could have been, but then Stown drops a smoke, and that gives ample time for not only him to get set up, but Cadian to move around back to Coffins. That puts the fear in Fnatic. They go back to the A site, and Shush anchors strong. So nice round from Heroic, getting on the board early, and Cadian will keep it cool with another.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a real test for Mezzi, right? He's kind of just learned in that round there that Heroic, they really are famed for these very fast rotates, very keen to try and outread their opponents, right? And that decision to contact B came back to hurt them in a very big way. Roy with the opener. Cadian's on the receiving end. Expect a lot more of that out of this guy. Always a nuisance. And that AWP is juggled into Stown's hands, but that never feels like too much of a step down here, right? He's more than comfortable with the big green as he falls back into the B side of the map. Just going to be left here solo to anchor it with that AWP.
Perfectly fine. I've liked how much Cadian's been throwing himself into fights, right? Very quick on rotates between both sites right now. But obviously does let Heroic down for a moment. Crims holding, and they feed the beast one more man. But Crims will not let that trade be allowed. He backs all the way out. Refresh has to respect it. 50-50 angle at the end of apps is not interesting for him. So Heroic, with that AWP on B, still hold too strong. Tessus has a good bit of utility left up. If he can drop a molly, 20 seconds, 15 seconds, he can really hamstring this push. Fnatic have one smoke on Mezzi, but he might just lob it Moto, and they now can no longer put out this molly. It all comes down to Tessus. If he can get it in the right place, he can win the round.
Oh, and there it is, going in on the short side. Fnatic, awkward decision now. They're going to wait for it to fade, and this is costing them a lot of time here. Really playing this one in the final few seconds, and with those kills coming in, Heroic are good for the round. It's clean from these site players.
I can hear Cadian shouting through my headset, and I'm on the other side of the building. So that's a
and we're in a little soundproof room.
Yeah, exactly. We're in a box.
They tried to give us so many lines of protection. And you can still hear Cadian roaring.
I love the villains of Heroic. I love we haven't had villains in so long. In fact, funnily enough, the last villains we really had in CS, or at least some of the more notable ones, were the old Fnatic roster, right? The old full Swedish side. So I think it's really cool to have Heroic in their current form be those bad boys. Cadian loves tilting his opponents. Players aren't fans of it, are they? That much is made very clear by interviews, but at least from the spectator side, it is very entertaining, and we need more of it. So I'm buying in. Nice round for Heroic, right? That molly is not just the slowdown that forces Fnatic to just awkwardly rush at 10 seconds, but it's also a warning, right? When you drop the molly and there's 10 seconds left, you know Fnatic are coming. Your crossfire is more than ready to hit it. Forrest showing us the silent drop. Crims, what do you got? Have you learnt it? No, not yet.
Forrest is trying to explain it to him, like...
See, in Dignitas, right. They've got all the tricks.
Yeah. They very much did.
That's so sneaky. Even Forrest is pulling that out, just doesn't need it. Just knows it for the sake of it.
Hang on, I just noticed something. Maybe I'm going crazy. I swear, the...
Oh, hello. What?
Hello. Forrest with a Glock. Forrest with a Glock.
He's silent and deadly.
Mykonos with a Glock.
No. Baby, no. What did you notice, Harry?
I swear, the agent skins are custom, and they have little Pinnacle on. That's cool as hell.
That's cool.
That's cool as hell.
Pinnacle do go hard. They also have the logo at the top of mid on Inferno. I'm sure you've seen that.
Show me the agent skins. I want to see them. Make that happen. Look at that.
There we go.
Look at that.
A bit of branding. Huh?
Dude, that's kind of slick, isn't it? That's pretty slick right there.
I'm just going to need one of those jackets, Pinnacle. Bring it by my booth.
But the CTs, do they have any anywhere? Because it's a lot harder to put it on their armor, right? Like
maybe there's something on their arm. I can't see.
There is something on their arm.
I'm leaning in.
Zoom
close.
Hey,
enhance.
Alexa, zoom and enhance.
Sorry, my phone's going off for some reason. All right, bit of a tacky for Heroic.
There we go. Sorry, the Alexa's a...
Don't spin, Cadian.
No, Cadian, dude, come on, stop. Oh, it's the...
it's relog.
It's relog, okay.
Very nice.
That's cool, man. That's cool. And look at this. We got dynamic on-the-fly camera angles.
We're back in, though. Deep mid smoke, GT smoke for Heroic. I like how they go on a 3-round winning streak and then they take the pause, you know, getting ahead of it before it's a problem, making sure they stay in front of Fnatic. Good grenades, though, goes either way. Roy gets obliterated in Banana. He was barely in. Not even past his smoke. They just lob it down the bottom. This is a lot of real estate for Heroic, right? They may have lost some health due to that early utility, but they can hold on to the deep Banana position. Flashback in, Stown is going to have to be pushed off by the molly. Oh, are you really going to double sandbags with the AWP? Cadian just wants one. If he gets one and dies, Stown's set up perfectly. Cadian can even tuck and cover after a shot.
He's going to trap him in, though. They're stuck fighting this. The flash is good. Stown was anti, but isn't able to get away with it. And it's Forrest, double opener, rolling back the years. And he's even looking to go for more.
Three bullets.
Forrest, three bullets. Don't go for this. Come on now. 3 in the round. Forrest is lighting them up.
Psychopath.
It's just Shush and Refresh left standing, and they are relegated to a save already as Forrest has torn them apart.
Sign him right now. Send him the contract. Mezzi's on the lurk, and Refresh cannot save today. Fnatic, off the back of Heroic's pause, they come in and break the streak, break the curse. Get another T-side round in their pocket. I can't believe he pushes the smoke with 3 bullets. That is balls right there for Fnatic, but pretty assured that they'd already won the round. Forrest will die on the way out, but it gets the info, and now Fnatic, if they want to risk their money, that of which is not established, they can hunt this kill. But yeah, this is the right call. Tuck in and chill out. It's 4-3, Fnatic in control right now.
It does feel cool seeing Forrest donning a Fnatic jersey as well.
This was worst case scenario for the setup, right? Cadian full blinded, Stown anti-flash, doesn't get a kill, and then he hunts, he'll rotate. I mean, it could not have gone worse for Heroic. It's not how that's supposed to look, but they can do it again. All right, classic Refresh move right down middle. And he's dead.
Yeah, right into the AWP. Hey, man. Oh, Cadian was meant to find the equalizer there. Crims is one step ahead, ready for it. And I mean, now, you know, you're in this 5-on-4. You know that you've kind of put Heroic under a bit of pressure. I like this decision to go back into B. Stown's here with a bit of dropped util, right? He's going to be able to slow this one down. However, he doesn't want to throw that smoke in too early. He decides to jiggle this. There's the spot, and so now he's got the info. Smoke goes in. Fnatic, they're going to come through it. They're running him down right now. Down, dead after the first. And now a smoke into CT. It's very loose, and Heroic were not ready for it. Bomb now planted. That kill onto Roy. It looked devastating. I kind of love seeing that from the other POV. And that might entice Heroic back in for a retake here.
Certainly could. 2 smokes, you can cut off Banana. Going to throw one in to try and work CT spawn. But coming through, Crims is on the other side. He's looking for a little gap, a little tasty meat hole as Heroic rather try and find their way back into the bomb site. Yep, there's meat in that hole. Tessa's looking to fill their meat with holes as he comes in from Coffin side. Forrest in the back of the site. All missed shots recovers well. They tap it, but they ain't going to get this defuse anytime soon. Exits galore, but none of the glory. It's Fnatic with the round. Off the back of Nikado's opening pick down mid. They convert another B post plant situation.
Yeah, this is, mate, honestly, like, this is one of the reasons why I think this Fnatic squad could actually be very, very scary. I think you have so many players who have an innate ability to create space and to get openers. You know, like, Nikados can certainly do it with the AWP, right? We've seen that. It's tried and tested. Roy was very much the entry man of the Copenhagen Falmez. You know, we've got Mezzi and Crimson here who, in their various stints on Fnatic with various rosters, have both done the same thing. Yeah. And Forrest is also, you know, reasonably keen to, you know, back in like Dig, it was very much Freiburg who ran in like an absolute lunatic, like just held W, would run into the guns. And Forrest would kind of be like this trade player instead around Freiburg. But you know, he was still very much accustomed to like creating space.
Oh,
they just went about it in like a different way.
He took more than 50% of their opening fights.
So,
absolutely.
you know, you've got like a lot of guys who are willing to just throw themselves into a round and try to get you these openers in head-to-head fights. And I think that's going to be a real test for Heroic, who are coming into this. You know, they're a squad that are used to like a certain level of respect, a certain level of like tactical, you know, play behind everything.
I also think that has great value, you know, the entry players and the power that you're talking about, because Heroic is such a, especially on the CT side, you already talked about the rotates and the gambles they make, but they're such a tightly knit team, right? Not just in having the synergy, staying together for years, but also in the rounds. They love buddy systems, they love trading really, really effectively. I mean, this is a team that makes ZywOo, one of the best players in the world, play like trash. Like, ZywOo always drops off when he plays Heroic for some reason. That's just one consistency. So if you're able to make one of the best AWPers in the world look, you know, average, that's a testament to your ability as a team and as a roster, and you know, as players with a lot of synergy that we know Heroic have. There's a reason they've been on such a rise the past couple of years. A core lasting over 2 years now at this point. And yeah, 15 months for the whole full roster. So that's a long time in Counter-Strike. You don't see it very often. And through thick and thin have Heroic been. Shush looking for exits. He dies on the way out. Fnatic finds 6 and flawless. They're starting to build up money, Harry. And this is where it can get very hard for Heroic to break the bank back.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we kind of said, like, for Heroic, this is an event where none of the other, like, real big boys that have always gotten in the way are here. This is very much their event to win. But I think for Fnatic as well, you know, we kind of said, like, they're a dark horse. But when you actually look at, like, the organization as a whole, this is part of something a lot bigger. You know, this is, like, the rebuilding phase of trying to bring Fnatic back to the legendary org that it once was. You know, they very much dropped off hard over the last few years. And so I think they still want to have a good outing here, right? Like, even though you can say, like, yeah, man, they could just bomb out and no one would really judge them that harshly. I think if you're Fnatic, you know, you still have the majority of, like, the team you want to have at this event. So you're kind of expecting some return on that early on. Let's see. There's a little duel taking place over here at Banana. Forrest has been real good at getting these openers, but this time he's naded down low, he's spammed early, and that might force a little more respect out of the guy here. You might have him taper off now, and instead this kind of, you know, this responsibility to go and seek the opener might fall to someone else. Stout's playing behind this smoke now. That spam's going to give it all away. No one's spamming back from Fnatic. They're keeping it very quiet right now.
They're going to sit in the smoke again. They were doing this the other round just to wait for the fade and trying to catch a player at car. More smokes gifted by Cadian. Good timing. But Fnatic are here a little faster than Heroic already for. Completely caught. Moving back into the bomb site. Cadian's gone in an instant. Messi's even got an orb. Uh-oh, this is going to get scary in a post-spawn. Double orb. Heroic really should be thinking about saves, but smoke spams could get them back in the round, they hope. Don't know if that's going to happen, though. Locked out by utility.
It's a done deal, and you're not even getting out with all 4 players, man. You're committed to the save, and Stown gets shot by Crims going up and over. And so, you know, just having a duck out of this one, man. Fnatic, you know, once again, able to depend on Forrest to create this space at Banana. It's kind of wild how just he's getting away with it time and time again.
I mean, that timing was beautiful, right? Just coming up through the fading smoke, like in Stown's head, he's got a few more seconds before they're worried. Cadian's only just on the angle. He's probably not even looking at his crosshair, probably still looking at the minimap at the time when he gets peeked. And yeah, Fnatic just catch him by surprise yet again. 1 on Crims, he'll live. They saved the double orb. Not ideal, but not the end of the world at the same time. They can wait for maybe some aggression for Heroic. They've already shown mid pushes that Banana takes. I think even if Fnatic win this game and get a massive upset to open, I'm not going to doubt them in this tournament. I am excited by the prospect of a honeymoon roster, but at the same time, I think they are going to be limited in their map pool, right? I think they are. When we hit BO3s, it's going to be a lot harder for Fnatic to, you know, steal series away against teams like Heroic. That being said, there's still a lot of teams in this tournament where I would even put Fnatic as favourites up against, right? Teams like Finest, who have come in, obviously been grinding a lot, Swedish core, looking really, really good, but, you know, when you go man-to-man, experience to experience, there's no question that Fnatic have the upper hand there and many of their players. So yeah, I wonder how things are going to shape out, but already a very good start for Fnatic. 7-3 on the T side of Inferno, and Heroic need answers fast.
Yeah, they really do. And, I mean, you know, you kind of feel like, you know, what do you even try here? You very much attempted, you know, the whole aggression. We had, like, rounds where Refresh pushed down mid with support out Acadian. You've Acadian trying to take AWP fights down Banana, trying to pick mid. A lot of this has not worked to give these openers to Heroic, and oftentimes it's afforded Fnatic an early man advantage. Oh. This time it's a real pace change up and towards the A site. Sjuush, blindsided by it. Cadian misses a smoke timing shot, and they will reclaim a kill over towards Long. Now that's going to leave them in an even odds bout, a 4v4. This is actually one of the better chances they've had in a round, and so they've got to give this a go. But the fact that you're looking at this 4-on-4 and you're saying, like, yeah, this is the best spot they've been in, I mean, that kind of speaks volumes as to how this game has gone so far, and it's quickly going to get made worse. Nikados in the apartments is getting hounded down by Stown.
It's
done. Won't give this fight away, and yeah, man, a lot of time's being wasted here. You know, Heroic are out of there with the bulk of this this retake, and even though Stown's going to win that head-to-head, he's just looking to get out with the AWP.
Oh, desperate. I mean, that round looked pretty done already just from Stown's position, being stuck in T-spawn in that 4-on-4 when the bomb was going down. So far away, Heroic needed the opening kill to entice them, and they've not really had them. I'm loving the calling right now for Mezzy. It's very basic, but it's working so well. They're just catching Heroic off guard on really good timings, very poppy plays. You know, right there, one flash over Boiler, boom, they catch a player on short. And you know what Inferno's like? You get that pill, that pick, that kill, you just push off of it. You play off the back of it, presuming you don't get smoked or mollied out, and you take a lot of space very quickly. So Fnatic do a great job of just getting an opener and bouncing off of it.
And I mean, oh, hello. Hang on a moment. I'll hold that thought. Cadian's pushing down mid with the AWP, going to get out of there, doesn't want to stick around too long and risk giving up that opener again. But yeah, you know, it's kind of like Mezzy all over. I've said, you know, we've said this about him for the longest time, and that's it feels like no matter what role you give this guy, what responsibility he undertakes, even if he hasn't done it before, he'll just get it nailed down. Like, he'll do it to the best of his ability. And oftentimes, it is kind of about, he'll just perfect the very basics of a role first, like make sure he's got it properly nailed down, and then he like adds on the little bells and whistles to accompany it, right? But I do like that approach. You know, he's not like one of these guys, say like you're an AWP, you know, you hit all the flashy shots, but you can't hit the ones you have to hit. He's very much like just a rock of any team, no matter what role he has to undertake. No, definitely one of my favorite players that Britain's ever produced.
Absolutely. Oh, blind shot. That's more like it. Okay, this is a bread and butter round now for Heroic. 5-on-4, and you can see everyone recedes immediately. Maybe some re-aggro here for Refresh, but Cadian's given up the long side and he's going to be freed up to rotate. Meanwhile, Fnatic are in middle with the bulk. They smoke off what was an AWP and they fight Refresh on all fronts, but he comes out with a double and the bomb's at his feet. Refresh doesn't even need to play it. He knows with 20 seconds, Fnatic, they are hard-pressed to get into this bomb site. Not just the double pit setup, but Cadian coming back in with Tesses supporting. Fnatic might just have to save, and that is the right call. Even though they've got the money, they try and hang out for some fights to keep the damage on, but Heroic come out with a flawless round, and you can see the value of just winning that opening duel, right? Pushing everyone back into safer positions, but also just limiting Fnatic. They had nothing left to show. Contact out middle with no utility, and Heroic break back. Timeout for Fnatic after they go on a very long streak of 5 rounds. That double AWP is still here for Heroic.
Yeah, and I think it all starts with that, you know, full blinded opening AWP shot from Stown. And then, you know, Heroic was so ready for the reactions. They it feels like, you know, they've kind of started to piece this one together as the game's gone on. As we mentioned coming into this, there isn't really anything to go off of or to expect out of this Fnatic squad. And so I think it was always going to take KD in a little while to like get used to how they're playing. But it feels like they're going a bit more, you know, just like guns out, ready for fights, not looking to get caught switching util or repositioning. That was like a big problem early on. It felt like Forrest kept hitting these timings up banana, or he would catch players, you know, with util pulled, trying to like jiggle peek from CT for information. It's a lot more like Heroic are now just willing to meet them in these 1v1s and be like properly ready for it. For this round, they fall back into something a little more passive here, right? Set up on this kind of short side boost over at the A-bomb site. They've thrown up Shush.
That's on Rops, by the way. Just remember. Shush is playing Rops. Molly forces respect, but only a little bit. Stan's got a gap, a pocket of air. Lungs full of tar at this point, but got to make do with what you've got. Fnatic will flash their way back into B. Again, Stown is left solo. Unless he has a smoke drop down on the ground, this could be problematic. He needs to hit this first kill, or they're going to try and run him down here. There's the flash, blinded off. Stown has no smoke. He's just going to have to call for Tessus to keep himself in position, so he shall. Good grenade. But won't know the value of it till later. 40 seconds and the double AWP is here. Cadian's going to re-aggress. And if they kill him, Stown's still a nasty surprise. Fnatic don't know who wields this AWP, not yet. Util's coming over, it's going to be an exec.
Cadian tries to play ahead of this smoke. He wants to take a shot and then duck on out of there. Oh, landed off the angle, and Crims with an opener in the meantime over on the A side of the map. That's going to slow down this one rotate. However, the AWPs are still here. Stown around the pillar, trying to slow this down, is bested by Roy. Now boosting up, boosting over. Tess says there's the opportunity, and he will deliver the goods, doubles up, and leaves it all on Nikados, who runs out of time here. 3 players still alive for Heroic. They're not able to hunt him down, but that's all well and good. The round's on the board. Little bit of money grandfathered forward into this one for the Heroic gang. They'll take that as they now chain a couple together of their own, and that's in spite of the opener being found for Fnatic. Oftentimes that was, you know, the recipe to success. Lovely opener from Crims at that, right? Very ready for the boost up onto the rock spot. But really, it's boosts on boosts in this round. It's this one from Tesses that helps seal the deal.
I like the Fnatic after they threw the exec. They gave them the room to actually make a play there while Heroic were getting a little bit panicked. There was enough time to do so, but even that CT boost for Heroic is actually perfect. It wasn't required in the sense that there wasn't a smoke down, it was fading, but Fnatic re-naded the spawn to stop someone from pushing. Heroic completely avoid that by going over the top and stopping the bomb, and 2 players with it. Now back to the solo AWP. A couple of casualties in the previous round, but Heroic are trying to pull back the half. You know, Fnatic have won the half. They're in no bad spot, but seeing as they're this far ahead, they've got all this money built from these flawless rounds. They'd like a little bit more. Flash back into top B. AWP is going to be forced off the angle with a fire. Ooh, Cadian going to dodge more utility. Deep nades could do damage. The util's been sick for Heroic this game, and it continues to be. Roy put on 35. Forrest churned up a little bit. Down stays on the corner, but Fnatic, they've got only 2 Molotovs left. Do they want to use it? One for the corner. Stown can fight here, he can commit. Shush has killed the lurk up on the A-bomb site. Crims was moving through apps, and that's as Fnatic left banana. So things are awkward now. Forrest dead from B. It's all falling apart at the seams.
Refresh, getting cheeky with this push. Not going to commit any further. Will they check Boiler? That is the big question right now for Fnatic. Oh, they give it a look in. Roy's going to deal with him. Now there's maybe a way in. Down in the pit, it's Shush who's going to have to put on a bit of a show here. Tess says, running the long smoke, pushing out through Library and peeling the attention away from Shush. He is in the spot to win the round. And so Heroic, they run away with that one. They put a 6th on the board, and they are well and truly closing this game up towards the end of the first half.
I mean, clues in the name. That was such a heroic play for Tessus to go through that smoke there. He knew that Shush had so many eyes on him, and not even on him, because he drops a one-way on the bike and then plays mini pit. So while Fnatic are getting obsessed with that smoke, just shooting it, hoping that there's a player inside of it that they can pick, they're not even looking at him. Tessa just runs through, knows he can go 1-for-1 there. Shush set up to win the round, and Heroic's defense on A has been stellar. The way that Fnatic have managed to win this half has been off of B pops, right? Catching that AWP with really good flashbangs, right? While HEs have been the name of the game for Heroic, the flashes for Fnatic have been round winning in so many previous rounds. So last time here, last chance, and even now limited a bit by the money. Heroic are more than happy with the recovery. But yeah, even with this half of Fnatic, I still think Heroic are going to be solid on that second half and still going to be playing for this comeback. Right, this is the map they took off of Na'Vi in those playoffs back in Antwerp. They let it go here for a reason, even though Fnatic were always going to be comfortable on a map like Inferno. Ooh, Messi spray through the smoke. Roy wins it. 3-on-3, some duels at B early went the way of Heroic, and they will continue to do up in middle. Cadian smokes out as the molly fades, and oh, down. That could have been double, that could have been the round, but Roy will trade, and now he's on for a 1v3.
Yeah, not going to be easy, though. Not with Tessa as already having moved on round, and he won't commit to the B play. Roy's trying to get tricky with this one. Rooting his way back in through middle. Now looking for the A hit. Cadian is still here. And I think at this point, Roy assumes he's been successful in the fake. Cadian still being there is a real problem. And so it's Heroic with 7 to close out that first half of play. Fnatic, you know, they put that big, 5-round streak together right in the middle there. That was where things were really looking up for them. But it's quickly cancelled out as Heroic kind of grind their way back in towards the end of the half.
Yeah, and all led by, Cadian. Really, really good opening kills on that CT side. He was the one player who started strong for Heroic out of the gate, and he kept it going. Some nice reads, some nice rotates on that CT half. Nothing too shabby. Although 8 rounds is going to be more than enough for Fnatic to close. We'll see what Heroic are going to bring to the table right now on their T side. Messi with a kit double flash. Cadian's got his grenades. Even gets a bit of a tag on the cross. P250 is so lethal in these pistol rounds. They saw Forrest there. They saw him on the jump. Cadian's got to be aware. They're going to try and chase him down in the bedroom. Forrest didn't know that his position had been rumbled, and he grumbles as he dies first. Tesses finds 2 as he plays gun game into this A site. And now with the bomb going down, this round should be Heroics.
Yeah, wow, dude. Tessez is not playing around today. That was beautiful. You know, even having the bait out on the short side, I don't remember who it was that kind of, S-tagged it with the jump out and just B-hopping around to draw the attention away. But it was really nice. It let Tessez double up, and that's essentially, secured the round on the back of it. We're already up past Cadian over here in the apartments and on the short side, but none of it will really come to matter. Tessez is still putting up numbers, his 3rd kill in the round. The ace is going to get denied, and Messi is just running for the hills trying to get out of there. So Heroic, it is a nearly flawless pistol. How on earth did Refresh just die to the bomb? He was like pretty far away. He was in Arch.
Was it the bomb? Did he not get shot earlier? I thought he got shot.
Oh, maybe he did.
Maybe I'm crazy. I wasn't really I wasn't really too worried about Heroic's casualties in the pistol anyway. Round's a round, mate. Doesn't matter how you slice it. 8-8. And this is how the comebacks begin, Harry. Yeah, Refresh died to the bomb, you're right.
I knew it.
I should have trusted him.
I didn't see anyone get a kill. I was like, okay. Hugo knows more. Roy naded. Doesn't love that.
And also, why are you questioning the bomb radius? We've seen a man die in banana to an A-pod on this map.
But he had one health.
It was a backside plant and he had 1 health. But that's crazy, mate. Considering you can live on the B side of Nuke, you can just sit on the bomb and it doesn't kill you. Every map's different. Obviously, Inferno pretty small. Like a small dust.
No, that's the opposite.
Well, dust is big Inferno.
Yeah, dust
is
a big Inferno.
So Inferno's a small dust.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Okay.
Roy waiting in this smoke. They might have naded him down low earlier. But who's laughing now? Is it Roy? Is he grinning? Is he winning? Because his teammates are not. Forrest dead in the apartments. Roy.
Oh, it's perfect, but
no.
it's a disaster.
Good timing, bad execution. Nikados tries to do it all, but it's only good for one, and it's left to Mezzi. 1v2 now, and his Deagle is so clean, man, but Stown there to trade it, there to put a stop to that. There was a real chance. That 1v3 falls to a 1v1 on the back of like 2 quick jiggle peaks with the Deag. And luckily enough, Stown was there to keep everything in line.
He killed two. He killed two, Harry. He got another.
No, he just saw
He got one, and then he got another.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That adds up.
That's crazy. Good round for Heroic, but boy, that was an eco for Fnatic, and it got very, very close. Some well-placed Deags in the bomb site, but now an eco, and only 2 HEs behind it. Not much to play with, all 4 for Fnatic. 4 on the B-bomb site at the same time. Heroic will head right there, but they have no problem walking into stacks. They just did it successfully. Oh, that's a lovely couple of nades down B. Well timed. Ollie, at the sandbags, and Crims in the corner dead. They're going to try and jump shot Roy for disrespect, but he wins his pistol fight and gets a bit of revenge. Still, Heroic can waltz into this B-bomb site, whether it's padded or not. Fnatic shouldn't have a way of stopping this round from getting out of control.
Who has the Deagle? Nico doth have the Deagle.
Nico doozy.
It's a Nico doozy. Back of the B site. On with just a Deag and a big dreams. Here he is with the first. Nico does getting run down, but he's in with a double. There's still more where that came from. Heroic are going to try and go back. Try to evade capture from this Deag. He's now armed with an AK, now that much more dangerous. 30 seconds left on this one. There wasn't meant to be a hope in hell, but Nikados battle-hardened and bruised on this rotate around. Shush is here to try and put a stop to it, and the Deagle will have its reign of terror brought to an end. It's a damn good try. It certainly put the fear in Heroic, but they respond to it well in that situation there, right? Just ducking out with time left, going back into an A play, and safeguarding that round, not letting it get out of hand. 2 very good ecos for Fnatic, right? It doesn't, you can't always credit the rounds that are lost, but they make them damn close. They make them damn scary. So Heroic's economy is set to just be destroyed in this one rifle round, and that can level the game out 10-10 very quickly. So Fnatic come in with the buy. Nikados on the orb. Already talked about Cadian's impact in the first half with his. Nikados has to be the same. It's up in the apartments. Forrest on Rob's going to stop the first and drop off to leave Nikados to take next contact. He's got a smoke deep right now. When that phased, Refresh has to cross through the apartments. With Forrest backing up, Nikados also concerned about short. The long smokes come in, Crims has lost info, and Heroic are going to use that mist to back out and wait. Maybe Stown gets given a B pick. Fnatic right now not making that mistake. Cadian armed with the utility to set his team up, but no flashes right now. Minutes on the clock. Still 3 strong. And Nikados is re-aggressing. Oh, it's good timing on this. They've just left the angle. Just shot in the back, and there might even be more where that came from. Flashed out into the middle. Nikados, good for it. And it's only Refresh left now. 1v5 out through the apartments. He's got 30 seconds. Nikados is hunting him. Look at this. The orb's moving in. Not ready for it. And that is vintage Nikados getting stuck in every step of the way to put that round on the board for Fnatic.
He's got to be one of the best unverified Twitter players in the game right now. I think he must be. There's probably not many up there right now.
Pretty sure. Hang on a moment here.
No, don't fall for the Don's bait, Harry. He's not verified.
I thought it was bait.
It is bait. It's Nikados. Of course he's not verified. Come on, get it together. You guys have that in common, at least.
Why are you acting like you're verified?
Hey, if I don't apply for it, then of course I don't get it, you know? I can't lose if I don't try, Harry. Stay winning.
Inspiring
Stay
words.
unverified. Everyone's got it nowadays. It's almost better to not.
Can't lose if you never try.
Exactly.
Put that up in some like Calibri font.
Next to the
Ocean
live, laugh,
picture
love.
in the background,
Yeah.
you know, like it's like a sunset over the ocean.
I'll put it next to my Harry makes a house a
Failure
home.
does not come to those who never try.
Exactly. How inspiring. Great shots by Nikadoz. Now, Fnatic, like I said, that was all it took. One round off the back of those impactful eco rounds, right? They lose them both, but they get 4 and 3 kills in those rounds. So they set Heroic up for an eco. This should be a freebie, just 2 flashes, one to get Banana and one to get the bomb site. But already Panic has called for more rotation. Messi's asking for some support, flashes over the top of the box, and he's going to peek out with them. They run Spawn, but he stops them in their tracks. 3 kills. Roy helps out rather with a double, and Messi does make it 3 after all. 10 rounds to Fnatic. They find it flawless, as they always should have, and now Heroic come back in with the big guns.
You know, one of the questions for us was Messi going to fall off individually, what with undertaking the IGL responsibilities? I think he's looked kind of pretty damn stable thus far.
I again want to say, not only are we on first map, but I think on Inferno, it's a lot more free. You are going to be leaving your players on the T sides especially. On CT, I don't think it's going to have as much impact. Yeah, you've got to deal with some rotations, but the good thing that you have for Fnatic is 5 very experienced, firstly, very experienced players, and so they're going to be able to take the reins themselves a little bit. On those T sides, Mezzi's going to be working his angle and Banana with Roy entering, and he's going to leave Crims up in the apartments to do his own thing. You know, there's going to be little bubbles of and pockets of players that are doing their own thing. I think when you move to a map maybe like a Nuke T side, or you know, you're trying to put together like a slow mid round on Dust, it's going to be a little more difficult to maybe find your footing individually. But yeah, I agree. He's doing well so far. But I don't think this is the true test.
No. Yeah, that's fine. Well, here he is. Man of the hour, Mezzi. Ooh, out of ammo now, having to fight it with a P2, but he don't want to give it up. He don't want to give it up so freely. Well, eventually concede. Stounds grabbed himself an A1S, and now is the smoke for CT available as well. He is getting wrapped through middle. He's going to turn around to try and deal with this. Oh, Nikadoz one step ahead, though. And that AWP rallies off another multi-kill round from the man. And Fnatic are now back in the lead, Hugo.
Yeah, this is impressive, safe to say, right? Heroic have only had a couple of gun rounds in this half, and really, Fnatic have been the better roster all the way through. I'm just kind of coping deep down that Heroic are going to pick it up at some point, but you haven't got forever. You haven't got all day. This is only a BO1 to open up Group A, folks. Our next game going to be big, taking on Mibr, also in the same group. 4 teams to go through the playoffs. Double elim playoff bracket. It's a very cool format here at Pinnacle. Something a bit different. But obviously you want to go through flawless to get that top seed going into the playoffs. Makes it double elim for you. Nikadoz does him again at the top of Banana, taking down Stown, and no response. Heroic mollied out. 3 players here for Fnatic, lobbing in their util and already bailing a rotate. Mezzi's going to move back to that A site. He is needed.
Crims could nail the timing here, right? Well, they are considering the long push. Eventually, these guys on short are just going to have to hard dedicate. And with Cadian missing that shot, that is the bomb now dropped in middle. And Heroic are getting pincered from both sides. It's Forrest and Crims in tandem, picking them apart. Tess says that is a thing of beauty. Doubles up on the transfer. However, he's still left in a 1v3. The odds are still stacked against him here. Ollie over at long, but it falls too far, and Crims is there to hold down the angle and lay that one to rest very, very quickly. Fnatic 12-10, building upon this lead, starting to run away with this one. This new look squad that was meant to reignite our faith in Fnatic. Maybe about to take this opening BO1 versus the Heroic guys, a group who, you know, it felt like this was their tournament to win. They might be the first team to cop an L here to this this newly emblazoned Fnatic squad.
How interesting would that be, right? Again, not just the fact that Fnatic would come in firing on all cylinders, but Heroic, the favourites to win the entire thing, the highest rated team in the tournament, just coming off of a major playoff run. I say run, I guess, you know, going out in quarters, but up against back-to-back majors, they lose to the grand finalists, to the second place team. It was G2, they lost to the semis in Stockholm. They lose to Na'Vi in the quarters. Firstly, I'll say this about, like, you can laugh at the Heroic stage meme. They performed in that game. They put up a damn good show. They got a 30-round loss map. They won their map cleanly of Inferno. And yeah, okay, third map a little more dominant, but they took Na'Vi to 3 and they put up a 30-round game. I think that's, you know, a lot better for Heroic, and I think they can be happy with that. But they shouldn't be happy with losing this opener in an event that they're poised to win. Fnatic, they're looking very free right now individually.
This is also like the environment that Heroic normally do their best work in. You know, it's kind of lower pressure. Like, yeah, you're on LAN, you love that part of it, but, you know, you don't have all these people in the stands. Like, you don't have all these onlookers. None of that. You know, this is where oftentimes it's very, very clean, and right now it's not. Refresh, going to deal with the pit player in Forrest. However, the rest of his team are falling like flies, and there's Roy with the closer. Fnatic up onto 13. They deal with that eco without even really breaking a sweat. The little apps pop does not get the mileage that Heroic were hoping for. And now Cadian feeling the pressure. He's going to have to cook something up here. Maybe a time to bring in old mate Exist, right?
Yeah.
Exist v Forrest. Both in kind of different positions, but hell, maybe he's got some choice words for the gang. No, they're just going to play on. They're going to roll with the punches here, hoping that, you know, just playing with the momentum, they can build the round back up now and put a stop to this.
Oh dear, that might force a smoke out of Stound as it spread last second. He seems to be fine for now. Nikados again looks for the opener. Right back down Banana, a little bit more audacious this time, but still not peeking deep, not feeding what could be a T-side orb. It's not. Heroic is rifled for now. You talk about Exist, but I think even Keita deserves a noteworthy mention. Obviously a very experienced coach, not just from Fnatic fame, but prior was in Complexity in that Blame F roster. So I think he's going to be somewhat the glue of Fnatic here with this new team, helping Mezzi find his footing in a new role. I think all these things are very good for Fnatic. There's the pick attempt, and it's denied. Stown will find Nikados with a missed shot onto the Logs player, and the long gap opened up. Tessus has the knife in the back right now. Messi doesn't know. He's going to go through the smoke. Stown doesn't need to fight this, knowing there is a player coming in through CT spawn, and that will confirm the round. Right then and there, Forrest is left alone to save his gun, and Heroic finally break in on the T side.
Yeah, I don't think Heroic feel like this game is out of their hands just yet, right? I think that's kind of demonstrated by how they haven't really like called out attack pause despite losing these last few rounds. They're very, very keen to the moment they had guns, you know, they kind of had like an idea as to what they wanted to do, and we're seeing the results of that now. They keep 4 alive here. It's a super clean round by the standards of Heroic in this game so far, right? 4 alive. It's a nice bit of a cash injection here for this T side. Fnatic is still buying up in the following though, right? And it's going to take you a long while to break through this money. And that's even with, you know, AWPs coming out into play, even with these rounds getting costly if they do end up, you know, starting to rack up a bit of a body count on the side of Heroic. It's going to be hard. It's going to be a real grind to get back into this game. So all the more credit if they're able to do it.
Sigma grind set required for Heroic. But they've been through it before. Fnatic can't afford to get ahead of themselves here with a very slight lead on the CT side. An AWP for Cadian.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like the real grind set is to let your opponent get to 16 grand, because then you have like, you know, then your haters on like a higher level, which will only spur you on to
rob and blind.
Outperform them.
Give them 15 only to steal it away in overtime. I like how you're thinking. Oh, boost up. Oh, he's ready for it down. He found the pocket in front of the molly, in front of the smoke behind the molly. Nice little spot. Will get traded, and Cadian follows up. Roy pushed down Banana, but on the fade, it's Cadian with a pick. And again, Heroic are gifted another opener. This is lovely. Look at the lurk timing for Tesses. Now, his team don't need to commit here. They should just wait for him to get the space up through the motor smoke. He can just walk right through. Man like Tesses, he's going to walk right through. And no one's even considering this play. Nikadoz, the barrel, gives him away. Too hung for his own good, but he still hits the shot. That's sickening. Forrest is dead from the apartments. Nikadoz, he's smoked out. They're coming from above, below, inside, outside, everywhere at the same time. Nikadoz needs to be fast, but he can't follow up. He's gone. Crims is alone, and Heroic seem to have found a 12th after all.
Yeah, it looked promising there for a moment. Like Fnatic were going to recover that. You know, they lost a man early. They lost Messi getting boosted. Then it was traded like immediately by Roy. He tries to commit to that aggression down. Banana is caught by a bit of an unfortunate like smoke fade timing. And then you thought like Nikadoz after hitting that timing, maybe there was a chance, but too good to be true for Fnatic. Oh. And Crims is even located right at the very end there. So the gap is starting to get closed again. Heroic activating late in this second half of play, much akin to how that first half went down. And this time they're looking to stick the landing. And I think at this point as well, you know, they're starting to realize that what with the relative inexperience of someone like Messi and how many fights are being taken early on, what that does mean is that there will be gaps, you know, to facilitate like a three-man B lean early on. There's going to be a gap somewhere at A, and it feels like Tesses is really coming into his own at, you know, finding and exploiting those little gaps in the defense of Fnatic.
How the hell does Sneaky Doz get that kill as well?
Yeah, that one's kind of wild. You know, like, you know that in the back of his head, what with him being the guy watching mid, he knows there is a world where that timing could have been hit. But I do think, like, to be ready for it, as he was, to be ready for it so quickly, so concisely. Imagine how that feels if you're Tesses. You're like laughing to yourself, man, I've got the best timing. I can see his AWP barrel. He's so dead. And then he just wide swings you out of nowhere.
So, yeah, just shocking. Oh, that flash actually saves Nikadoz's life. Cadian was posted, and Nikadoz is poised for a pick. Finds down this time. And okay, it's often been either 1-for-1s at the early start of the round, or Heroic go 5-on-4. Now it's Fnatic with the lead. Heroic, they just want to explode. They want to pop right here, right now. That molly is going to segregate them, cut them into two. One's in the bomb site. Messi didn't know, he couldn't stop it. Trying to pick that player out of the apartments. Cadian's even stopped the aggression down Banana from the T-spawn. Oh. What a nerd. Oh. Crims is here, though, to get his revenge.
As if, man, Cadian is going to be kicking himself, rotating through alt middle. Crims was there already. They're going to fall to Tesses and Shush. 2 versus 2, tucked in the pit. Fnatic grouping on the long side. Nikadoz with this AWP. Crims fighting alongside him. Oh, bam, it's close. It's so nearly connected. Does he want to attempt it again?
Gotta go. What a
swing. Crims now dead, and Nikadoz just going to get away. Just going to elude capture. But it's not the saving of the AWP that's important, it's the equalizer for Heroic. They get that round past the Fnatic squad that had the opener, had the 5-on-4, had everything they needed to make that round happen. And yet it's Heroic, still left standing at the end of things.
I love Heroic's system is so nice because everyone has faith, everyone believes. Right? It's not just, it's kind of like outsiders in them all buying into James' system and like, wow, this is crazy, but at least everyone's on board. Like, it's clear these young players trust Cadian with every call he makes, but not just that. When a player goes, I have room, give me space, give me time, everyone buys in for Heroic. Like there, Messi knew a player dropped out apps, but he wanted to double up. He wanted the apartments player to overface before the player on the site actually did, but that apartments player just tucked in, let you know the guy who already got out run down Messi with a 1-for-1, and Fnatic, 5-on-4 meant nothing. They just get wrecked on the A site. Heroic have got 14, they've broken through, just saving a little bit of this and that AWP double kept for Fnatic. And this is kind of what I was worried about, but also expecting a little bit at the end of the first half. A great T side for Fnatic, but you're not going to catch Heroic, you know, losing faith in the comeback on such a home map that is Inferno, one that has been really solid for them as of late. So cutting down these saving players. Crims can afford to die, especially if it means getting an AK, but Heroic will send the MAC-10s to hunt. So even if Crims gets a kill here, he will die, he will be traded, and Nikodos just needs to save. Careful, buddy, they're all around you. But it will be fine. 14 rounds for Heroic, and Fnatic with their one chance to keep this game going. I think, you know, a lot of people want Fnatic to win because it would be cool, and a lot of people don't like Heroic. Fair enough. But at the same time, to give us the best bracket and the best run, I think it'd be nice to see not only Heroic win that first game, but Fnatic to actually show that, yeah, we're here to play. We're here to win our next game. We're here to take some heads off in this tournament. Maybe it won't be the #1 team at the event, but even if they go 16-13 they lose, this is a damn good try for Fnatic. Put up a great first game here. Let's see if they can close it. As we know, that can be the hardest bit in Counter-Strike. Just to finish the job.
Yeah, looking like they want to go back into one of these B plays. Gonna leave Refresh over in the apartments just to still have a bit of claim towards that A bomb site if things do go awry here over at Banana. They've got the real estate they want here in a kind of like default setup. They can go to B, they can lean back into the A play thanks to Refresh still being there. And so right now Heroic feel like they have a lot of options here. This is going to have to come down to like a stalwart defense out of Fnatic. And actually it feels like they've got the read here. They're starting to pull Roy over. He'll decide against it for a moment, and maybe that's to his credit, as Cadian's now gone back to Banana with the bomb. This looks like it's just a fake from him, right? He's lobbed a bit of util over the top and now rejoins the team in top middle. One smoke left to play with. They've not left themselves with a lot here. The lack of utility could really come back to punish Heroic. They're going to have to go through this smoke on the long side. That gives Nikodos open angles to deal with this push. And with Moto smoke, they've got to go now. They've got to go while this AWP is cut out of the round. Refresh dispatches of him, but is that going to be enough? Realistically, it shouldn't. However, Refresh never knowing when to stop. Cadian moves in, gets the plant, is going to get spammed, still alive, up and over, 1v2. Cadian, this would be wild. However, Crims in with the reply. Was he mid-air when he got that? That was the jump shot, right?
USP, mid-air, headshot. And that was Cadian prime for a clutch. You don't give Cadian a 1-second plant and think he's not going to give it his all. That was very scary. What a save for Refresh with a double out of apartments, picking Nikodos off of the long side and finding the pit player. It poised Cadian for a round, but Fnatic, they just run at him. They don't give any room.
I've got to say, there was just like one moment in this round that like I feel like could have made such a difference, and that's that Cadian went back to B to lob one singular flash into the B site to like fade the B play.
Kept Roy there.
And don't get me wrong, it did keep a player there, it nailed that part of it. But it also meant they had like no flashing, no util for the actual A hit. And I don't know if that was like a, hang on a moment, look at this, fast round.
Disrespect.
Fast round, Nikodos not ready for it as they try to pick up the pace even more. It will get brought to a bit of a grueling stop here. Crims over at long does not want to let them in, and look at Forrest.
No way.
So many targets, so many chances. In with two, can't quite make it a third, but he's done his job in the round, hasn't he? And so Fnatic just 1 kill away from putting 15 on the board.
Just Tessez, and Roy has crept into the cubby as well. Just snuck his way in. That double long setup. Fnatic, Heroic were reading a triple B. It wasn't the right call. And Tess says he's got 2 players to get through on just this one angle. Crims is going to find it, and Fnatic find match point in the opening BO1 debut new roster against top 8 of the major. And right now they're poised 5 kills away from locking out Heroic from this first game. What an opener this has been. I love that Heroic go for the disrespect round, right? Trying to find that long gap. But Fnatic meet them right there. They go, oh, you want to hold W? Watch us hold W. And Forrest just comes through apps. He trigger disciplines 3 players. And it almost looks like he's thrown the round, but saves it with a double kill. And Fnatic push up on short. They re-aggro long. They set up in the cubby. Just keeping Heroic contained in that round in middle. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. And now Heroic, they're calling timeouts. They're feeling the burn, Harry.
This is a championship level team, a team that coming into this are meant to be the kind of iron giant, you know, the one that you're not meant to be able to get past. They're meant to be like the final boss of this event.
Goliath, but when he steps on David, it just kills him immediately. And
on the other side, it's the Fnatic that was meant to relaunch our faith in the Fnatic organization, in their CSGO division, and they might be about to win this opening BO1 versus the favorites to win the whole damn event.
I got faith.
It's one hell of an opener, isn't it? 15-14, round 30 coming up now, and Nikado's going to attempt this opening pick down through middle. No one there. They're all in alt mid right now. Cadian's even starting to scope up on top.
Yeah, Nikado's had a pretty quiet first half, but this CT side, he has just been at the beck and call of Heroic's opening kills. He has been providing a lot of 5-on-4s, often traded, have Heroic found themselves, but even so, he's been very good at that. Crims is taking all the risks in the smoke. They're going to run right into him, and they don't even know. Everyone's blind.
God.
He lets him by, and he stabs him in the back, but one more man made it through, and he still kills Cadian before Stown gets his revenge.
That is wild. And now they know about Stown over on the long side. Someone's keeping an eye on this. They're waiting for him. He's going to try and cut off the rotations. Roy, oh, not ready for it. And a 3-on-3 as Roy's given that one away. 50 seconds now. It all comes down to this ace site hold. Nikados fighting alongside Forrest. They need to put up a stand or else this one is run back again in overtime.
It's a really good call, just a full group here to get Stown back with his team. They'd love to go B off killing Roy, but they're so deep, they're so set up, they're just going to trade these frags out on short.
Now here they go, Moto Smoke goes in, Flash to accompany it. Now they hit the go button. Missed shot for Nikados. Forrest dead after one.
Oh,
this orb now, the only thing standing. Messi's moved in on the long side. It's a 1v1 to close. Refresh versus Nikados. Not giving away the fight, not yet. And Nikados is going to close. Fnatic 16-14. They run away with the opening game. And for Heroic, it's devastation, the full 30 rounds, but they can't complete the comeback. It is denied. And it's Nikados' AWP, almost poetic in nature, quiet in the first half, comes alive in the second, and is the man to close out this opening game.
Dane on Dane action, and a bit of Sweden, a bit of UK in there as well. Fnatic, they steal the series, they take a BO1, and we go back to the desk to break this madness down.
Thank you so much, Harry and Hugo, for that fantastic cast over that very exciting matchup. 16-14 in favour of Fnatic. Now, I picked Fnatic to win, so did Golden, but I mean, me personally, I was doing it just to try to write a little storyline, potentially the beginning of a fairy tale run here at the Pinnacle Cup Championship. And you know what? Pavlos, Fnatic have achieved the dreams for me and Golden.
It's crazy that the day begins like this. It's crazy that the tournament begins like this, right? As Harry mentioned, right? These are supposed to be like the Goliaths of the tournament, the final boss. And they've already been taken down on day one, map one, and it's Fnatic to do it, the brand new roster of this tournament.
Golden, in the pre-match for Fnatic versus Heroic, we mentioned that we should expect more synergy from Heroic, but that one of their consistent flaws is sometimes we don't see that synergy come together at the right moments. Is that what we saw here?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest problem for them was probably that they got disturbed doing what they like, and Fnatic just playing without pressure. You see it in like their default. They're disrupting what Heroic wants to do, and it makes them very uncomfortable. And probably they came in today knowing that they are a better team, but that doesn't matter when Forrest gets behind two people and kills one or two, and then, you know, it just it keeps disrupting their default.
Samuelson, the manager of Fnatic CSGO, is walking by the desk, pumping his arms in glee. Now, we have the highlight package on screen, and we're going to have a couple clips from it, one of which that Golden just referenced, which I think was a huge swing point in the match, which was Forrest's trigger discipline, and then 2K with a lot of damage on a third from Boiler in round number 29. Crim's smoke play on long on round 30 as well, integral to winning that final round. There were some moments there that were so unpredictable, and for me personally, takeaway from that is good to see that Forrest is using that experience in these very significant moments.
Yeah, for sure. And
there we go. It's on
yeah.
screen now, Golden. And the Crims play too.
A bit lucky, but we take those. You know, if I'm being Fnatic, I would be super happy about this win.
So what Hugo said during the matchup is that when you come into the squad, you kind of expect a lot of players to pop off individually and kind of have their own little game, so a few bubbles of sort of play. And that's what we saw, really. I think at moments that was Forrest, at moments that was Nikodos doing his own thing. So yeah, I think we saw that come to fruition, and because those individuals kind of had their moments of brilliance, it all came together in a good package and they were able to finish it off.
Yeah, and also I want to add to that is that Fnatic, how they played their T side was very simple. They won the pistol, they won the anti-eco, and they kept going. And even though Heroic managed to take 7 rounds in a row, it didn't stop them to come back on CT again. And that shows also a really good signs for the team going forward, that they made the comeback. They had a good start, they fell down and made a comeback again, and that's what you want from a new team. You don't want to win too easily, because then you have a false, how you say it, like you think of yourself too good and then you overestimate yourself. Yeah, really good for the team.
As we've already established, we've got this new Fnatic lineup with the introduction of Roy and Nikodos. And they have Forrest, a legend, standing in. Lucky for us, Tech Girl is down on the floor for an interview with the legend himself.
Thank you so much, Paula. I am here with Forrest, the stand-in. First game of the Pinnacle Cup Championship. You beat the favorites, arguably. Let's just clarify, how long have you had a chance to play with this lineup?
Yesterday. They called me 2 days ago, 10 p.m. Can you come down to help us out? And sure. And yeah, yesterday was the only time I've met these guys, played with them. They drilled me pretty hard with all the tactics and everything I need to know beforehand. So I've been learning a lot. It's been difficult, but I think we did a solid job today.
Do you think it helps that Heroic could not prep because they had no clue what they were facing up against? Obviously, most people only found out yesterday that you were coming into the lineup, so not an opportunity to really prep against the Fnatic team?
That is definitely a big advantage, I would say. Counter-Strike today is knowing your opponent very well. They are a new team, and that is a good advantage for us, and we're going to ride that momentum as well going through this tournament. So, but I think we still need to do the things we keep on doing and working on the stuff they want to do. So I think it's gonna be interesting, to say the least.
What do you think, though? You've been around for a long time. You got a chance to play with this lineup. What are you thinking now?
I think they found a good mixture of players, for sure. They have the old guard Crims holding down the fort, and then you have the new guys in Roy and Nikodos and Messi. So I think they built a solid foundation to work on. So I'm happy for them.
Final question, because I do have to have a little bit of fun with you. Do you think maybe if this game was a little bit later in the day, it would have gone differently? You know, Heroic, they're young, they struggle to wake up. The older guys, you and Crims, able to wake up in the morning. Do you think maybe that played a role?
Could be, for sure. I do wake up at like 6, 7 a.m. every day, so that definitely is a big plus for me. So if it was a late game, I could be out in trouble, that's for sure.
It's because you're getting older, you wake up earlier. But you still played like a superstar. Paolo, back to you.
Thank you so much, Tech Girl. Some brilliant questions there with very appropriate responses. You know, Forrest saying that he was only called up for this 10 p.m. like 2 days ago. I'm wondering if, you know, a newer superstar sort of player would be able to handle that pressure and perform as well as Forrest did. I think the experience and how much time he has in the scene is paid off here, dividends.
Yeah, for sure. And if you look at it like as a stand-in, you're coming in, and Fnatic, how they handle it is like, hey, Forrest, you just do your shit, and we're just gonna leave you at that. And I think we saw that. And Forrest was playing a lot. I haven't seen him play like this in his own team, like the previous team. Now he's just like doing stuff that is random and taking the advantages that Heroic gave him, and he made a good thing out of it. Yeah,
it kind of felt like he didn't have much to lose, or it kind of felt like he had that mentality. I did like the win from Fnatic, but obviously I think we also need to ground ourselves a little bit, because this was a best of one. I think coming into this one, you also made the point that, all right, they want to play something familiar, they want to play something pretty straightforward, and the match that they played on Inferno wasn't anything extravagant. There weren't some insane sort of strategies into it. It was all kind of default in a way. So yeah, coming into this one, I think it's a good way to start off the tournament, getting those best of one wins, but I think there is still more time to show what is to come for these guys.
Let's take a look at our Pinnacle MVP. Bringing him up on screen now. It is Forrest himself. I think that's fair. Crims was the top fragger, and he definitely had an argument there, but we've gone with Forrest, given all of the context. 18 kills, 4 assists, very healthy ADR as well. That's a legend, and he's come to play here in Lund.
He really has. It's really cool to see him perform like this. I think we've already talked about it and how effective he was in his individual positions, the confidence he had, and I think you could feel from the rest of the roster they had faith in him to actually execute a lot of these things. They had a lot of faith in him. So I guess it eased a lot of the load of Mezzi, for example, trying to IGL this team.
Yeah, for sure. And Forrest, like we saw him several times on T side, entering on B, getting 2 kills and opening up the round and just winning rounds by himself, basically. And on CT side, it doesn't, like his frags, 18 frags is not a lot in terms of how much impact he had. And that just shows that, you know, you can do a lot by just getting those important frags, and he did.
Just before we go to a break, I wanted to follow on from one of Tech Girl's other very astute questions, which was about preparing for Heroic. Did the fact that Heroic not really being able to prepare for this bizarre new Fnatic lineup play into the favour of Fnatic? Was that evident on the server, Golden Pavlos, before we go to a break?
I think yes. Like I even wrote down that they perhaps underestimated Fnatic here.
Yeah, definitely could have been. It's a new roster. You can't really expect them to do much, but they did.
Absolutely. Congratulations to Fnatic, commiserations to Heroic. 16-14 when it was all said and done. Now, everybody, we are going to take a break just shortly from the Pinnacle Cup Championship and then be back very shortly for our second matchup of the day. It's going to be Big versus Mibr. You do not want to miss a thing.
Oh, Esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Hey buddy, let me show you how to fix that. Bitskins.com. Buy and sell skins instantly. Deposit and withdraw funds instantly with crypto or directly to your Visa card. Bitskins.com, the best skin marketplace.
Every word I hear rings true, as long as I can be here with you.
Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Show me the money. Show me the money. Yeah. Cause it feels good right now. Yeah. Gotta show me the money. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Never been around wealth, now I'm surrounded. Nice cars at the mansion right next to the fountain. CEOs in business suits and private accountants. Yeah. Summertime parties by the pool, we lounging. Then by night we out stunting on the main strip. Out of state trips, cars with the paint drip. How could you hate this? Jewelry in my chain sick. That's the life I wanna live. Show me the money.
Pinnacle Cup Championship is brought to you by Pinnacle, Asus ROG, Intel, and Bitskins.
Welcome back to Lund, southern Sweden, everybody, where we are about to continue the Pinnacle Cup Championship 2022. Listen to the soundtrack. I'm vibing to it right now. We've got Mibr on screen, and they're going to go up against Big. Both these teams have travelled from IEM Dallas to get here. I suppose we're going to talk somewhat about the results that they both had there and how they match up against each other as teams. I'm still Parla, host of this desk for the duration of the tournament. I'm still joined by Golden, but we have a brand new addition on the end. Dinko, way.
Thank you, Paula. It's great to be here.
There he is. Look at him.
Yeah, it's great to be here with you, Paula.
Little Dinkums. Have you and Golden met before?
No, I've never met Golden.
Have you ever casted over Golden?
Yeah, probably at some point. Yeah, I think I did a couple years ago. My first ever event, I think. You were playing with Fnatic in ECS.
Yeah?
Yeah, ECS Season 5.
Oh, well. I didn't know that.
Well, I'm really glad to have introduced you both officially. Now it's time to officially introduce our second Bitskins matchup of the day. And yes, it's Big versus Mibr. Guys, let's focus in on Big. My impression, my thoughts are that they had a pretty good run at IEM Dallas, finishing 3rd to 4th.
Yeah, I think Big had a fantastic run over in Dallas. You know, obviously making it straight to the semi-final stage. It looked good for them in that semi-final as well. Unfortunately, I think they dropped off. They got in their head a little bit when they dropped their Dust 2 map pick. It looked perfect for them to head to the grand final over Furia, but you know, I'm looking forward to seeing this Big side coming into this event. Because you look back at their Dallas performance, they did beat some of the weaker sides there, and obviously we missed out on some top teams.
Golden, what do you think about Big's most recent performance? So they lost 2-1 to Cloud9, who ended up winning IEM Dallas the entire event.
I mean, when they got in Crimbo, I felt like that was perhaps their missing puzzle to what they're trying to achieve, because they are very talented players there. But, you know, just the recent performances, I think it's just going to go up.
And so if that is the case, if you think things are going to go up. Presumably they're going to go up here. What do they need to do to topple this MIBR lineup?
I think they need to be ready on whatever that comes in their way. I know it sounds silly, but you actually need to just play your game and not overthink what MLB are gonna do, because they can be very random at times, and playing into your own strength would be better than overthinking it. I think they won't do that. I think they're well prepared and they just know how to go about this.
Yeah. Dinko, any thoughts on Big before we turn our attention to MIBR?
Yeah, I think this side are really coming into their own. I think it's a fantastic pickup of Crimbo. Crimbo is becoming more of a clutch player. I think that's probably his biggest talking point, his biggest attribute to the team, is Crimbo's clutch ability. If that can be consistent at an event like this, that would be great to see. It would be a big confidence builder for him. But I think the most underrated player and the most under-talked about player in this team is Favin. I think he's been incredible. You look at his performances since he's come into the team. He's only had 2 negative rated events. Every single one of them, other than that, has been above a 1.0 rating, and currently a 1.10 rating against some of the best teams in the world over the past 3 months. So fantastic showing out of Favin, and I think he is criminally underrated in this side. And also you got the fact you've got God B now coming in as a coach. You've got that synergy between tabseN and God B that's been there for years. They're both on the same page. They both have the same vision for the game. This big side, they're going to go to the peak. I think this is the best roster they've had in a while, and I think this is the best that Counter-Strike in Germany can put together.
Wow, that is some high praise coming from you, Dinkums. We're going to have to wait and see if Big can deliver. Let's turn our attention now to MIBR. I think the best way to start off our discussion on this team is addressing the fact that Big and MIBR did in fact play each other at IEM Dallas. We saw a close map on Mirage. It went to overtime, but then Big swept them on Nuke. Anything to take away from there, Golden?
Not really. I think it was just I mean, Big are a better team on the paper as well, and just for them to perform to their normal, I think should be an easy going for Big.
I think, you know, you look back at that matchup overall, MIBR came into it without their full team, right? They were meant to play their first event with BRN. They had to actually get their coach to stand in, and they come in and they make Big's map pick a little sweaty over there on Mirage, forcing them to double overtime. But the worrying thing is, for me, for MIBR, is the fact that they dropped the ball significantly on their map pick of Nuke, right? It was a 16-4 CT side start for Big. It was just impossible, really, for MIBR to get into that one. But I think we can cut them some slack, right? The first event out there meant to have with their new player, they had to bring their coach in, and it was a last-minute addition over in Dallas as well.
Okay, so I was only in the crowd at Dallas. I was not aware that MIBR were playing with their coach, so that's big.
All right, well done, bro.
It's big that MIBR now at this event. I stumbled over it there because I realised I accidentally did a little pun. But yeah, it's big for MIBR now that they're playing with their full lineup. I and you at home should be looking out for that. As you can see on screen, we've got the veto going. Golden, Dinko, any expectations here where we are going to end up?
I think I would like to see a Nuke. I think right now, you know, you look at MIBR, they're a team that picked Nuke at the last event. They had their coach. I think they're confident on it. And I think Big will be pretty happy at letting it go there, given the performance they had the last time around. But that could be a decent map to have in this best of one.
I think it's too scary to play Nuke on a best of one, especially if you are if you are Big and you know you can beat them on other maps. I mean, it can be anything. I have no prediction at all. I hope it's not Nuke for Big.
Do you think Big just have an advantage on any map that they could end up on here then, Golden?
Well, not like maybe Dust 2, which will be too random for them, but MIBR Bandit or Mirage, for example. I wouldn't like to see that either.
All right, Big definitely wanting to float Nuke here. They're leaving it in the pool, so it's up to MIBR to decide if they want to go to Nuke coming into this one. And, you know, I feel like you should go to Nuke for this matchup. I feel like you should definitely bring it to this map because you're MIBR. You pick this map. It's a map you're comfortable with. You've got to just be confident in this new roster. You've got to just put the last event out of your head. You got added last minute into Dallas. You're coming into this one with the full roster instead of playing the bit. I mean, this has to be a different mentality coming into this event. And both teams have come in from Dallas. I was flying in with Big yesterday. They're going to be a little jet lagged. It was a little stressful, so that's definitely something to keep an eye out for as well.
So I sense a slight difference in opinions here. Golden said that Nuke is a bit of a risk if Big leave it in. Dinko, and you're thinking that it could... Oh, wait, no, maybe you agree then. You think this could be good for MIBR?
Yeah, I think it's a map. You've got to be confident in your own ability. You've obviously practiced this one quite a bit. You've decided to pick it back at Dallas against Big. There's definitely something there that you have to believe in. Given your performance against Big, well, the biggest problem for me there against them was the fact that Big got a CT start. So they were just able to rack up all the rounds, get a double figures lead going into the second half. So I feel like that if you're MIBR, you won't suffer that same first half performance. You'll be in the game a bit better now.
Yeah, and for me, it's like picking Nuke is that you can, if the team starts CT, you can break down the other team's momentum or whatever they want to do, and you bring that momentum into your play, and that's so hard to come back from. And that's where I see better teams, in my opinion, should not go for a map where you can shut down a CT, which is way too much of a risk, and you cannot enable your players to play at the fullest potential.
Well, guys, we're going to find out how this is going to play out very soon. It's time to put our money where our mouths are. It's time for our Pinnacle predictions. Golden, who are you going with?
I'm going for Big.
Big.
Yeah, I think coming into this one, I'm going to go for Big as well. I feel like it's going to be a closer game than it was over in Dallas, but I've got Big winning this one. Maybe 16-12 I'll go with here.
Well, ever the contrarian, myself, Mr. Parla Gilroy Sen, I have to, you know, change the icons that we're using. You two have gone with Big, and I would like to see an MIBR logo under my name. I'm going to go with MIBR. Vi.
Vamos?
Vamos. Is it Vamos or Vi? I thought it was Vi. Vamos is Spanish, isn't it?
I don't know. I just see the Brazilian, the Free team always going Vamos, Vamos. I see a lot of people shilling
I'm not
for
the
them.
best with languages. How do you say let's go in Swedish?
Nu kör vi.
Nu kör vi. Let's get a close-up on Dinko and he can say it as well.
What? How do you say it again?
Nu kör vi.
Nu kör vi.
That's really good.
Nu kör vi.
Yeah.
There we go.
Better than
Thank you,
me?
man.
No.
You live here. You live here, Paula.
Well, I guess I need to brush up on my Swedish. I need to hear in my ear which casters we've got, because I think, are we changing over casters? No, unfortunately, we're stuck with the same
those guys again.
No, I'm kidding. Yeah, it's the awesome duo that you all know and love. It's Harry and Huge Byron.
Excuse me. Mate, excuse New Chevy indeed, as we get into our next game of the day. Parla, always a contrarian. Look at him. He got one prediction, one upset prediction right, and now he's picking MIBR against Big. Harry, MIBR against Big. No. Big coming in looking damn good, right? Maui Snake sitting in his little luxury apartment somewhere, eating the finest ramen known to man that he ordered straight from Japan and brought back on the plane, recooked it. He's ready for this game. I'm ready for this game. Are you ready for this game?
I'm ready for this game, man.
That's good.
Yeah, I do love the kind of very unique vibes that Parla's able to cultivate on the desk, right? Yeah, dude, no, this is going to be a pretty cool matchup, I think. You know, as the desk we're kind of talking about, we already had it take place in Dallas very, very recently, like literally matter of days ago. And, you know, Dinko even brought up how, like, Big, they had a pretty stressful time traveling, right? I think there's some luggage that's gone amiss. Yeah. It's always the way. But, you know, stuff like that can get to you. And, you know, I think for MIBR here, I think they have a chance to do a lot more than they did back in Dallas. I'll say that much. As to whether or not that means they're going to win this, I'm still kind of on the fence here. But I don't think we're going to see something as one-sided as we did the other day.
Well, let's find out. We're getting right into things. Big CT-sided start on Nuke as well. Golden didn't want them on this map, and, well, we already saw Heroic go to Inferno, and they lost that. So already map pools getting scary to start the day, start these BO1s. Group A, folks. Winner obviously going to be going on to face Fnatic. Searson, he's found that first pick. They're trying to drop and split on this A site. They're getting denied at each turn. Crimbo, there's two guns there, and he's going to put them to use. Find one, looking for exit in the hut, but he will just have to exit this round now. 10 health, and Big are hunting him down. Crimbo closed, and it's Big with a flawless pistol.
Yeah, you know, for MIBR, they've kind of been on like a real roller coaster of emotions recently, right? When it came to reaching the major, we obviously saw them go through the RMRs 3-0, but then their journey had a pretty abrupt end in the challenger stage, right? Like just kind of grinding to a halt. And then for Big, on the other side of things, these guys went out 1-2 when we got to the next stage at the major, right? Getting eliminated to Vitality in the Legend stage. So, you know, I think both these teams didn't necessarily have the results they wanted. I think that's more of a standout for Big as it is for MIBR, who are obviously very emotional that they were at the major at all.
I think for Big, the big reason was they went through 3-0 in RMR, right? And it wasn't just that, taking legit wins, but they managed to I think they 2-0'd FaZe in that game. Remember that 14-14 round they won on the Eco Mirage? They 2-0'd FaZe, the eventual winners of the major, back at the RMR. So they skipped the whole Challenger stage. They never played, MIBR obviously never got through to Legends. And then Big were, yeah, they were kind of underwhelming at Legends. I think we had higher hopes, not just the fact that Primbo was performing on his first major, and Big have the roster that Dinko put. You know, this is finally the team that we've been waiting for Big, the best German team we could imagine right now, given current form. And yeah, they kind of were underwhelming in the Legend stage, which was a bit of a shame. But that can certainly happen to teams who go through 3-0 and then maybe aren't as warmed up to the LAN environment.
You were willing to put like some caveats by it, right? With the whole idea that for a lot, you know, for a few of these guys, it was like biggest event, you know, yet kind of vibe. You know, while that very much applied to folks like Crimbo, obviously, I think even for other guys, you know, like CS, for example, it's still like a very big deal, despite him having a longer tenure with Big.
Well, the bigger the deal, the larger the meal. And we hope Big have an appetite today.
Is that what they say?
That is what they say, they being I, and I say that they are rushing the A site right now. Flashes over the top, and Faven, he's on top all right. Sitting on the silo, Tabson's got a deep molly. That traps Jota in the door, but he wins his fight anyway. 3-on-3, and MIBR have managed to mangle their way back into this round, and Bia Enazan with a pick out the top site. He will die shortly after. Big collapse upon them eventually and find that 3-0 lead. That was getting out of control for a moment. But the man just mentioned, the new boy on the block for MIBR, obviously filling in, not filling in, maybe temporary, maybe permanent, we'll see, for Woody, who recently departed this team, is a guy who's played on the MIBR Academy team and even played on this main roster back in January, right? It was last spring, I think, where they played some Tier 1 teams. I think they got one victory there, like one BO3 win, but mostly lost to teams like Astralis and RVG2, teams that they should be losing to. So he's had a bit of experience at the Tier 1 level of CS, and I think that has been something that for MIBR as a roster and for these players, who some of which are very inexperienced on the big stages, I think something like Blast has been great for them to get the experience against Tier 1 teams, against European opposition, and in officials, in high pressure officials, and so at least Bia Enazan has had a bit of a taste, but it's only going to get harder, Harry.
Yeah, I think Big are a very tricky team for underdogs to beat. I think, you know, Big's kind of limitations really shine through when they play versus other Tier 1 opposition, right? I think whenever you are coming into a game versus this squad as an underdog, you normally have a bit of a rough time because they do the kind of foundations of Counter-Strike just super solidly, and especially here on Nuke, they're very astute when it comes to the rotations. That round there was actually a good example of it. They already had 2 dudes down on B playing a crossfire pretty much right out of the gate. The moment like the fast A hit didn't come through, the kind of precedent that's been set so far is if there's this early util, then the end destination is going to be A. And it looks like that's going to be more of the same here. This is... Faven thought he was caught on the vent. Doesn't matter. Jota's still dead, and that's the bomb now out in the open. Yeah, this is a little flat from MIBR to start, if I'm being honest. You know, it's very obvious right now what the intention is. Every time they've lobbed the A utility out of spawn, they've gone A. And so that's not like... It's not really putting a lot of pressure on Big right now. You know, they're lobbing all this utility right at the start of the round, and they're getting a good return on investment from it. I would love for this to lead for some, like, long-term conditioning. You know, maybe the idea that MIBR in one of these rounds, maybe the next Gum round, they throw that A util, but they don't commit to the push, right? They just, they throw it in to bait a bunch of utility out of Big, and then they maybe slow it down and look elsewhere, because going in for another one of these top hits so early on when it just hasn't really worked, and you've kind of like set this precedent of when the util comes in, we're following through. Like, Big are just ahead of the curve, man. They're already here.
Ooh, if that's online, he hits it. Listen. Slow to start, has given an orb over. He's 7-2, so not that slow. One missed flick. We'll let him off. 20 seconds, probably the save, unless Tabson has something to say. Good spot for Exit to deny exactly that. Oh, he shoots into the metal. Oh, that one hurts. It's a bad way to go out. tabseN buying time, flashing himself back in, trying to get rid of this AWP, and it will fire at the right time. I think AWPing has been a question for this Mibr team. I got the pleasure of casting them in Portugal, in Lisbon, the other day against OG in a show match for 50k. And obviously, we've just lost the AWPer of Mibr, and so that's given big questions considering Bir Erenesan has not been known to be a primary AWPer his whole playing career. He was donning it more secondary to, I think it was Cello actually running the AWP mostly for Mibr in that game. That was, of course, I think their first match, adding this guy back into the roster. But yeah, relative inexperience and a lot of question marks when it comes to AWP prowess here for Mibr. And up against a player like syrsoN, regardless of that missed shot, like syrsoN is such an explosive AWPer, a lot of firepower on Big. This was always going to be a very hard game for Mibr.
All right, Hugo, give me your thoughts on this. GodB's return.
Oh, yeah.
It's beautiful to have him back, isn't it? This kind of duo of GodB and tabseN, I think, makes Big very, very scary. It lends a lot of onus to these tack timeouts.
Yeah.
I think GodB, he's always had the brains to lead in Counter-Strike, right? It was only kind of towards the end of his career where the individual numbers weren't quite there. He made that decision to take a bit of a step back. And I think he left it on like a good high note as well.
Definitely.
Which is, you know, definitely the way you want to do it. You know, he didn't hang around like for ages in this big old slump and like, you know, let that kind of drag down Big. He always had ambitions greater than just his role within a team. He wanted the team to be the best they can. And I think the duo of him and tabseN working together in tack timeouts is a really strong feature for Big.
Yes, I think one big point, I hate that, but I'm going to keep
going.
One mahusive point is that the fact that he would leave at the point he did, because I don't know the name of the event, but he qualified for something in Valorant, right? Tell me exactly
what. Yeah. So he played through the promotion series to the main like VCT Challengers stage, which is a big deal in that game. And upon qualifying, he left the team to come and coach the CS
as a player, by the way.
As an IGL.
He qualified, and then he left. What that screams to me is he has faith in this big roster, right?
Yeah.
He actually has faith in the five they've amassed today. And as Dinko was saying, it's the best German team that we can imagine right now, and certainly seems to be the case. And if GodB has faith, you already know tabseN has faith. He's had better offers. He's had bigger options, but it doesn't matter. He's wanted to stay in this German roster, and they're all the better for it. So right now, Mibr are just trying to shuffle their way into the A site, get this AWP involved. tabseN's not overstepping. Crimbo kills 2, and this round is a wash for Big. 4 alive, easy does it. Crimbo's look solid, even coming into Legend stage of the Major, not like he dropped off massively. And of course, very inexperienced player comparative to his teammates. Or at least some of them. But despite that, massive clutcher, strong anchor player, was the in-game leader of his academy team coming into this one. So, yeah, okay, maybe he doesn't have that experience, but in terms of having ideas to add alongside the strap book of tabseN and Gob, Crimbo's got it all, man. He's the full package, the full enchilada.
syrsoN's getting aggro outside. Expect to see a good deal of this from him. He's waiting for a silo peek, and it's all on a bit of a timing as he's getting wrapped by Turtle. Over here at ramp, Crimbo holds the line. Jota goes through that smoke and comes to regret that decision. Tizian's even re-aggroing in the lobby.
Cheeky.
Super deep on this angle, right? You might be checking for like a hot push. You might be checking for a door push, but something tells me you don't check Tizian. And Cello gonna learn about him the hard way. They're coming back to flush him out, but faveN's now there to lend a helping hand. And so this gets very rough very, very quickly for Mibr. It's all on Turtle.
Make a shell joke now. He's coming out of his shell. And Turtle with a big 1v3.
Doing just fine. In with the first. faveN. Turtle with the double. 3 in the round now. Just Crimbo left to beat.
Got the bomb, mate. Got to go back for it, but we'll grab it just in time. Does he want to then dive? It'd be dangerous, but Turtle Oh, he looks danger straight in the face. Crimbo's made that early call, though. He's actually going to drop ramp. This is very good timing. Turtle's in the open. Turtle's a dead man. Oh, dear. The shell won't save you from bullets, buddy. As Crimbo comes in with a clutch, we said he was good for them, and so he is. Turtle, he wanted to get the best possible timing with the plant, knowing that he was being heard, potentially. So he didn't get behind cover, but definitely comes to regret it. Big, keep it flawless.
Go on, Hugo. Do you know any interesting Turtle facts? Or just really anything about them, like a rough kind of bio? Or...
Yeah, man. They go on the EAC, dude. East Australian card, man. It's gnarly.
That's, what's it name? Crush.
Crush, bro.
Crush, yeah.
I need another Crush line. I can't think of any. It's been a while. But Finding Cello, great movie. Would recommend it.
Yeah, it's a real, it pulls on the heartstrings. Yeah. It's about a man who learns to love through music, actually. Oh. And it's all about trying to find his cello once it gets swapped up in luggage dispute.
It's like Whiplash, but with like a lot less swearing from J.K. Simmons. J.K. Simmons? Is that his name? Something Simmons. I've just pissed a lot of people off.
Yeah, J.K. Rowling.
J.K. Rowling, of course, my favourite actor. Acting up all right. Wildin', some say. Little boost on red, perhaps, with the AK. Cello. Just string something together here on outside. Searson's going to fall out of heaven, reinforce ramp. Outside is open for business. And I love this for MIBR. Even though Big have a player lower, Tabson doesn't know that 3 players have just walked through this gap outside. He's got to get something done here. Rifle in first. Cello ducks the shot and gets down to 9. But now MIBR, that B site is looking ripe.
Crimbo is here. As is Searson. That nade could be juicy. Yeah. Cello's knocked out. Crimbo's moving in for a second attempt at this fight, and now he's cleaned out Turtle as well. Yeah, Enazan dead on the rotation, and this starts to get super weird now. With Crimbo already inside of the site, MIBR's attention is divided. Exit has helped out massively dealing with Favin, and they still don't know where Jota is in amongst all this madness.
Nice.
They flushed out Exit, now they learn about Jota in the double doors. They're running him down, and he can't quite hold the line. Double swung, double peaked, Big have cleaned that one up to keep this scoreline flawless.
Oh, I want a gif of that. Just go fist bump and tap, some big thumbs up, you know, Dweck-esque, and very, very nicely done. That's 2 nearly 1v3 clutches coming through for MIBR, or rather not coming through, as Big keep it clean, keep it flawless. Crimbo, he's so calm on the bomb site there. He could have panicked, could have tried to hunt more kills after taking down the planter, but he just waits on the rest of his team to wrap the blanket around the bomb site, and MIBR, they just feel the burn there. Flanks on flanks down vent, won't save them today. Early util A, they're not rushing it though, Harry. This is what you wanted. Bit more util force out of Big. Some response, some reaction. Some nades go out, a lot of spam. MIBR, they're going to go though, they're just delaying it by a few seconds.
Flash over the top, Tizian's up close. Cello's been dealt with, but they are out through the hut. Favin needs to contain this, needs to keep them from spilling into the A bomb site. And he might be good for the double. That was the opportunity. Exit's gotten out of there. Able to stay alive, that's something at least, right? If he falls, the round is probably too far gone. But now, you know, you're only a man down compared to the ranks of Big. And they're actually re-aggressing here, sending Searson on a deep angle into lobby. This is a high-risk, high-reward maneuver, right? You've at least got support available from ramp. These two could look to pincer a bit of a lobby engagement at the drop of a hat. Jota thinks he's been given space, but in reality, this is a bit of a ruse. Favin is just going to pounce when the time feels right. Searson's even able to swing out of the hut and help him if he needs it. I don't think he will, though. Favin's got the drop on them. That's the bomb out in the open. Searson waits and is rewarded for it. And it's a clean setup here for Big. Bia Enazan dies to Searson back in the hut. And no scope through the wall to find him. I just look at the camera after doing that to a guy.
That was sick. That was dirty. And yeah, rinse, repeat right now for Big. They're just really catching L's are MIBR on this top site. Not able to break through. They've had lower a couple of times. I'm agreeing with you, Harry. I'm not a fan of these contact day plays, nor the explosive early pops. Nice shot. That'll do. But it was only, you know, that play was dead anyway. Big are even mollying the main roof, and they did that earlier, and they actually disrupted an MIBR smoke. So already they know that MIBR like to throw these instant smokes outside. These tendencies are pretty clear for Big. Done their prep. Nice shot for Bia Enazan through the smoke, catching Tabson, laying down utility. MIBR, this is nice. Going back to late smokes outside, and perfectly timed consistence here. But they only have 2 and 3. They don't have 1, Harry. So CSM's still going to have open shooting towards this cross. They just make it behind red. That is excellent timing for MIBR. And CSM won't be sure that there's 4 players making it down. Gap under the smoke gives Faven an idea. Make it 3. What can they do with it?
Oh, the Deagle's good for the first. There's another man in the vents. Oh, and knives are out as they run to go get that gun. Turtle, again, in another one of these clutches. He wins through the vent. This Turtle's got speed.
Just save. It's over. He's won it.
1v2, Crimbo moving up the vent side. Searson's in the lobby and is dead. Turtle now in with a chance and just has to snuff out Crimbo. The last light of hope in this round for Big.
He's sticking it. Oh, he got him off.
Yeah! Oh, Turtle with the 1v3 to make it happen. Big round from the guy, and it's the first on the board for MIBR.
Lovely stuff. I like everything about that clutch, Turtle. Realized he had a massive gap going up vent, right? It's the same as the last 1v3 where he dropped. He knew he had timing there, even though it let him down eventually with an open plant. But runs, gets a player off the defuse, fakes it out for a second. At that point, the CT wants to get back on the bomb, and then he gets faced. Perfect for Turtle. Even the reload to walk back hut into A and then fakes the noise and walks right back to lobby. Like he was just playing with his opponent there in the 1v1. So very nice round. MIBR come through with the goods. The third 1v3 attempt, but this one pans out. And really, up until that point, everything was going excellently for me. You felt like they'd done enough. But Crimbo shut down in a clutch. Not easy to do. And MIBR, I mean, they've got to make a real run in the rest of this half to even be up for the task of taking down Big on this map. But that's a start.
Yeah, cool big popper from Stranger Things, man, because they finally caught an L, Hugo. Now, you won't get that. It'll go right over your head, mate, but there was a joke there. Searson with the AWP, going to drop the bomb down secret stairs, and now hangs around waiting for more. One is never enough for a guy like Searson.
I feel that. If he re-aggroes, he dies. No way Searson can win that, but he ain't gonna make that mistake. Sitting back on his laurels, waiting for MIBR to come to him. And Big, I love how quiet and stale they go in these 5-on-3s, making no mistakes, giving no way back in. Oh, Searson, sleepy shot. In fact, won't even fire it. Misses the jump. Oh, run. If they hounded him down, that would be a kill. But a bit of respect goes the way of Searson, and that saves his life. Tabson, the last angle to be checked, coming back up secret. Should be at least one. Oh, he fired, but exits fast. 5-on-3, trying to be pulled back here. 25 seconds. They're going to get Jota up in heaven before they split this A site with him. Crimbo, how long does he hold here? Team have to come through main eventually. It's up to Tizian behind vent. Crimbo's waiting.
Oh, wins that fight. That's so important. And as they go in now, Crimbo has really just set Tizian up to lock that round in. Fully discounted at the CT vent, and Big are right back on the board. They're wasting no time getting back into the swing of things here. That old familiar feeling of disappointment setting in for MIBR. Another round that just sails on past them. The victories are very short-lived. Only one of them so far for MIBR, and it was a hero round out of Turtle.
How does Crimbo win that fight as well? Like flicking up and getting the headshot on the player above the railing. What a nice adjustment. Little A-rush here, but they've never worked out before, and today doesn't look like it's going to change as they get mauled coming out through hut door. And this often seems to be the case. Like the rest of MIBR left behind the utility and now stuck in another undoable one without the bomb, without guns, without a fighting chance. Should just be big, keeping it nice and clean. And their money isn't out of control, right? MIBR have had close rounds, like we said. These one-on-ones, the big keep winning. So another kill or two would go a long way for MIBR, but I don't see how you're meant to get them here.
I mean, Big have always been a really good team at putting a stop to like these kind of upper crunches like this. So I really don't like that it's like what MIBR keep going back to. I think that's really coming out of a place of desperation at this point. You know, it's not really like anything's been working. So they're going back to these like early pops where they try to set it up with all the util. And, you know, they're just kind of getting wrecked. You know, there's no way of sugarcoating it here. I'd love to see them, you know, manipulate these rotates. Big are often very, very keen to try and get ahead of rotating players down lower. So there's definitely a path back in there. I mean, that was even how Turtle was kind of teed up to win his little 1v3 escapade that he went on.
It can be a blessing or a curse, but I think at this point, Big are going to be so confident that, yeah, okay, they've not made mistakes in advantage positions, but they are going to be aggro, right? Sisson is going to go for that main push outside, pick red. We are going to see lobby takes from Big as well in mid-rounds. If they think that MIBR are heavy outside, you know, that can play to your benefit if you're MIBR. You can definitely, like you said, play slower, hold more default rounds, wait for Big to come to you. But yeah, at the same time, Big are confident. They are feeling it and they are hitting their shots, Harry. Safe to say the game is being played. And Cello played like a fiddle instead. He's going to be dead to Searson. That's a disgusting headshot. He is trapped, tries to smoke himself out. They run him down. Good flash. They run right by, and Turtle clears the corner. Lovely util, and the AWP even finds a pick as well. So this round's gone a lot better for MIBR, and it's getting a lot worse for Big. Tizian will lift them out of the doldrums, but that's where Big are located. Double B bound. MIBR have the A site, finally.
And I mean, even though the scoreline is like super one-sided, Big's money is still at breaking point here. Now, even getting out of this round with the AWP and the AK, it's gonna facilitate an investment in the next, but their money is like on the ropes in a very real way. So, you know, this save makes a lot of sense. It at least allows them that kind of buffer of one more round to try and put a stop to MIBR going on a streak. But this is how MIBR could recover this game. You know, if they win this next one, they go 3-11. Big are then force buying into round 15. They're not going to have really anything to go into that round. And so the odds are MIBR could 4-11 the half. And suddenly, you know, that's workable. You can do something with a 4-round T-half. If Big pick this up, very different story. I think at that point, you can, I don't even want to say it, but you can kind of imagine that they are just going to go on to win the game. MIBR really need this follow-up round if they want to be teed up to salvage this matchup.
Also worth noting, we'll see if it progresses, but Bieta and Hassan is primary AWPing right now. We haven't seen Cello take it. So that's something, you know, not been a homebred AWPer, but trying to pick up the role and make it work. Nothing wrong with that. As more time goes on, MIBR try and find their identity here. But as one of the Brazilian teams that have made waves in Europe and had a lot of practice time, we're a fan of that. They're not the only ones from, well, the Americas. We also, of course, have Evil Geniuses.pa. We christened them, or not we, but Kurt christened them, the manager, Evil Astronauts. And then the other EG roster, the third one, is Carpe Geniuses. That's what we're going with. The Evil Astronauts, they're up later, taking on Astralis. Not an easy opening game by any means. They're also trying to represent their region. Oh! See ya. Tabson's gone. Look at the room within 5 seconds, MIBR are in CT spawn. They've got the bomb down lower, and Big don't even know this is a B play because they saw the hell drop.
Yeah, this is really nice, and it's good that Cello was the man to do it. He's very much like the emotional spirit level of this team. You know, when he's feeling hyped, when he's feeling like he can get away with big plays, it often reflects in the rest of the squad. So him finding all this space to open up is a really nice thing for MIBR in a round that carries so much importance for this squad. I like that he's just kind of completely, you know, pulled the brakes as well. Just set up over towards Hell to catch a player rotating in. Maybe someone wants to get info outside. Maybe you want to check it. And that's where Cello's hoping he can take another one out the ranks of Big. They're going to give him a little bit of time here to make a move. And he will eventually set his sights on Heaven, looking to scale up. Now, this might culminate in an A play after all, because of this space that Cello has. It's all based on a timing now for these A players as to whether or not they're cognizant of it, and do they catch it. Searson's in this fight. Biera and Azan. Oh, gonna win the AWP head-to-head. And this might peel more attention away from Heaven. Tizian's holding it right now, but he can't hold it forever. Will win the fight to Cello, however, they're spilling out through the door, out through main. His feet are getting tickled. Favin's good for the double, and he's left it in a 1v1.
What a save for Favin. The stick. Oh, you're dead, mate. You are dead. No respect for Crimbo in the clutch. He runs down Exit and even saves out AWP. That's a very strange commit for Exit to stick on the plant. You can definitely see some nerves for MIBR in some of these clutch situations, some mistakes getting made. That was a lovely save by Favin, and they kind of had no choice, but both MIBR players turned into the wall. They heard the flash coming in. They had to look away or just blind fire into the blindness. And yeah, it was lose-lose, really. Favin gets a nice double kill on that A site, and this continues to be the reckoning for MIBR. This top site is not giving them any favors. Oh, Searson's screwed. Hello, they're running with nades out. They're not even trying to kill him. Cello just keeps going. He's like, yep, he's on the roof, don't care. Not my problem, none of my business. What he does in this position. And Searson, he's going to finish what he started. I mean, he should never be alive. Crimbo on the ramp. Lines up 2 and a 3rd. Easy does it. MIBR are getting schlattered. And Cello is going to be playing the oboe later. Might need to change his tune. Bia Enezen is dead. And Big find 13 rounds at the half. What a dominant half. What a great half for Big. But it is a little sad to see MIBR come in this cold.
Yeah, it's certainly not the start you wanted for MIBR, is it? But for Big, it's a real confidence booster for them, you know, like, and kind of what it means for this squad across the whole event. I think, if anything, I would have been a little more worried if this comes in and it goes closer than what it did in Dallas, even though that was dominant. I'm not going to lie. I thought it would be closer. I thought there would be a bit more fight here from MIBR, but that's not been the case, and it's all kind of spearheaded by Favin having a really good game. Crimbo and Searson up there as well. You know, tabseN has had to do a hell of a lot so far, and in a way, it's kind of reassuring to see that he doesn't have to always drop like these big performances in games. Yeah, you know,
it's impossible.
I said the word, everyone.
Alexi Flash are going quick into upper.
Now they spill. Double backside setup. Turtle's already dead, and Exit's followed up onto. This is a dominant pistol round out of Big, and this could spell the end of this matchup in a very big way. MIBR down to 2, and this retake is nothing more than very wishful thinking, you'd like to assume. Cello can't connect. Enezan is dead up in Heaven. And Cello is getting run at. They all go to fight him.
Honestly, I thought the name was like going to be really difficult, and I didn't really like it for English. But the more I say it, the more I love it.
It's kind of
Enezan.
Imagine the chance, man. Yeah, they're gonna pop off.
Well, we hope to see MIBR in Rio. I mean, the more Brazilian teams in Rio, the better, as far as I'm concerned, because we love a bit of crowd bias in the right way. But right now, Big. It's the Big Snapple and Bigger Thirsty.
Hey, that's good.
Thanks. Quick drop down the vent for tabseN. Hello, Jota.
He's getting pursued.
He's past you, buddy.
No.
Now he knows.
Okay, they heard the door open. Now they gotta know. Yeah. Jota's like, okay, hold up, something ain't right. And here he is, tabseN's dead, shot in the head, more men coming. Oh, he's getting run down, drops that smoke. Do Big want to go through? Do they want to test the waters, test the metal of Jota's Mach 10 hold here? Turtles down the vent, dead after one. But Jota holds on, lives to fight another day. Cello walks into Faven and lives to tell the tale. It's a Forrest win for Mibr.
Yeah, lid cracked off there for Big. That all kind of just fell apart as they were panicking to get back down to lower to try and assist Tabs and try and trade him out. But it's not the end of the world. It's a nice steal of a round for Mibr to actually make this game something, give them a gun round in their second half. Crikey, they wouldn't have had it otherwise. So the Forrest pays off, pays dividends, and Mibr get the big guns out early for Big. It's just Deegs, but I know a thing or two about German Deegs, Harry. In my time, I've seen many a German Yeeg do many a thing, find many a dome. So can it be done? We'll have to wait and see the age-old question. That was a dink through a wall, no less, but still damage. Big are working on the main roof. This double scope for the scout won't see Big. He just gets out in time. Sisson nails noggins with this scout. He hits headshots, man. He is quick. But Mibr won't walk into his sightlines, not yet.
Sisson scout. Do we believe? Because thus far the German Deagles have not been able to find a way in. And it's not getting better anytime soon. Give us one. Oh.
Well, the scout hit, at least, but hit Sisson this time. Flawless. That's nice. It just feels always so undoable at this scoreline with 14 on the other side, but it's all the pieces that Mibr need if they were ever going to make something of this game. Clean rounds, confidence boosters, warming in. A decoy for Faven. And that is simply it. Don't know how Sisson died. Sisson died to full damage. That's why it wasn't in the kill feed. He fell off of Silo and got hit midair.
Yeah, it's always brutal.
We love that.
But, you know, Glock round. Can you make it any more fun? Crimbo. Here it is. This is your moment. Glock and a dream. There is a whole scout waiting for you around that. Oh, God, it's on fire. Oh, it's clean. Crimbo bursts him down. Now is a scout to play with. Does it get any more exciting than that Glock burst? I don't think it does, but let's see. There he is. Crimbo, the Cyclops, scoped in. One eye, but it's very large. And
the bigger the eye, the more it pry. Crimbo with a second.
Oh, he's ready. He's ready for this. He's ready for it.
No.
Still, it's going to be real clean. That's the time. Now he's softened up. Now exits a little weaker. Crimbo, hello, 1v1. Oh my God, this all started with a Glock. He's very low on health. Jota is going to have to fumble this one massively if somehow Crimbo wants to win it. And this was a round that never should have happened, and it won't. Jota keeps it locked in. It is a damn good try from Crimbo.
When you lose a clutch but you smile, you know you got away with more than you ever should have, right? That's despicable. Crimbo, yeah, real fresh face talent for this big roster. I think it's what they needed. And yeah, now the game gets hard, at least for Mibr. If it wasn't already, Big coming in with a 4-buy round, and Mibr, they lose 4 players to the eco, Harry. That was nothing. So, yeah, money's not great, is it? All the AWP crosses, they will get some spam shots in, but no visual confirmation. It's the audio that gives it away. AWP gets out, and on top of the garage spotted, Jota also lives. Man, Mibr are cheeky this round. They're very lucky to be alive in a 5-on-5. Big lay out those smokes, late and wide. How we like them. across into the garage with those ones as well. And with AWP firing CT, that gives you a bit of a warning that garage might be empty, but Big want to commit with a lower play anyway. 4 players making it down, leaving Faven on this late lurk. Jota's going to be the first drop into lower. He's going to hide out in the vents for now.
They're all going quietly. Oh, Jota. Uh-oh, they were a lot closer than he was ready for. They're already in the B side. That is really going to throw a spanner in the works for MIBR. Tabson will find that timing eventually. It's a 3v3 now with the bomb down. Bia Enazan in through the ramp side. Moving in, scoped up with this AWP, hoping they give him a reason to look into this round. The other 2 are down through secret, but it's very, very slow here for MIBR. This means they've got to go fast eventually. Going to lose that element of surprise. You need to win this fight to Tizian at the stairs. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but that is not enough to entice MIBR in big. They win it with a bit of a secret walk there. Never known about until it was too late for MIBR.
Yeah, I'm surprised at Jota there. He either had to play for the info or play for the cheeky surprise late. Like he tried to do both at the same time. He's hidden out in vents in a very bad spot, to be honest, a very dangerous spot. You're trapped, you can get mollied. There's no exits really that are safe, and then he just random peeks off of the timing. If he's going to do that, he may as well play decon and actually be able to support the B site and stop them from planting in, stop them from getting space. Instead, he just dies in the vent and has nowhere to go. So that was the first domino that fell, but MIBR locked out of lower. Even though they kill the lurker, they know what Big are doing. Doesn't mean they can stop it. 15-5, Jota's going to make it across this time. This is a nice spot for him. Big don't have that info, but it might not matter. They're going to run it anyway. One way will give it away, and Jota can't find that kill as they take Garage instead. On the fly, splitting this A site, and Big are already climbing up heaven.
This is awkward for the Enazan, man. He's down here inside of hell, looking to hold on. He needed that second shot to connect. He does have Cello to come in and help him. They don't know about Crimbo, who's up in heaven right now. Ooh, chance at the double, and he will convert the spray. Not out of the woods yet, MIBR. This guy's been good in the clutches. Always giving them a run for their money. Has a whole minute to play with, and that smoke is going to give him control of the bomb again. Back up the ladder now. A second man has reinforced the site hold, and Jota, I do like that decision there, right? It's kind of risky. Leaves a 1v1 open inside of the A site, but he just hopes that Crimbo's going to discount the positions he's already cleared. He already came in with the big double opener onto the A site, was not ready for a third guy playing around default.
Yeah, worthy reposition there, and I would not have, 1v5 to end it, that's a roster killer right there, so MIBR will live to fight another round, will stop Crimbo from going crazy. And now they're left with just pistols again. But Big, they came in with 5 Glocks and they made it a 1v1, so nothing is guaranteed here. Ramp rush, Cello gets Crimbo on a pre-fire, and he's going to be able to double up. Tizian did make it out, but again, a Glock, folks. It's a quick day in the Glock, Fizz.
Yeah.
Yep, I'll go with that one.
Going to commit to that one, are we?
Ooh, nice. 4 out of 5 for Cello. And MIBR on damage control. Playing for pride.
Yeah, dude, they're still holding on in this one, right? Refusing to let Big take it over the line. Just barely keeping their heads above water, but they are right now. Still a long ways to go before you get too enticed by the prospect of a comeback. The worrying part is I don't even think we've necessarily scratched the surface of the Big T side so far. They've got so much more they can try. They've got a lot of star power here, guys who can just have a big round individually. And so MIBR, it's going to be a real test to try and contain that, not just once or twice, but for, another 8 rounds straight. Absence walking these outside smokes and try and get himself situated over in secret. I wonder how much room they want to give him, right? How much of a playmaker is tabseN going to be? Is he going to be someone trying to initiate this, or is he going to spring a little bit later in the round? Flash in on the ramp side is certainly a nice way to strike up a man advantage there. Tizian's on the receiving end of that flash push, and the AWP's even tagged up as well. Cello's done well to kind of deal with this ramp component out of Big, and this might force a change of plans.
Yeah, especially with tabseN, you know, he's hoping, despite all of this going on, that he's going to get reaction, he's going to get a curious B player coming up, but Jota's so anchored in lower, so tabseN's going to have to go on his own little search. That main smoke thrown by his teammate gives him room outside. He can waltz into main, or go all the way. tabseN just wants the A site instead. Searson gets a pick out hut. tabseN follows up with a trade on the roof, and he doubles into the A site. This might be it, folks. This might be the beginning of the end. The jump doesn't help, but Cello from above lays down one. And right now the bomb's trapped alone while Searson goes on a heaven post-plant attempt. This is very ballsy when the plant isn't for him, but it's also the last thing that Mibr expect.
He's heaven wrapping with an AWP. Like, that's kind of crazy. Might not matter, because Faven's going to lock it in.
He hit the ground. He died to full damage again, Faven. Oh, a bit of vengeance goes the way of Big there to close out that first map. That first and only map, I say, to be a 1, Harry. And Big come up top trumps. They will face Fnatic in that winners matchup.
Yeah, really good scenes there out of the big boys, able to hold on, able to weather the storm. Mibr, they put up a bit of a fight towards the end, but it does come to a natural conclusion. Big, they set themselves up so well in the first half, it felt like it was only a matter of time. So we're going to bring this one back over to the boys at the desk to try and break it down for us.
A big thank you to our big boys that were casting that game of big boys winning out 16-7. That was a flying start for Big, and they held on. Mibr with not too much to offer. Golden and Dinkums.
Yeah, I mean, coming into it again, it's a little unfortunate for Mibr. They let Big get the CT start. They decided to start there. And when Big get on the CT start of Nuke, they just started ramping it up. And you were talking to me in the green room, Golden, about the fact that, you know, when you get such a bad start, it's hard to get your players activated on Nuke.
Yeah, especially, like, they're putting all their money on we're gonna be getting
eggs in one basket, we say.
Thank you. And you see that like punishes you so much. You shouldn't go for a 50-50 when you're playing like a best of one. I don't think that's viable. You should pick a map. I know it's their best map, but also you should maybe see what's Big weaknesses. And I felt like they went into the same thing as in Dallas.
It was solid for Big to get a good start. They didn't actually, you know, drop the pistol. If you pick up the pistol for Mibr, you have a bit of a better chance coming into that because you can maybe convert, you get 3 rounds out the gate, maybe you can make something of that, but once again, they failed to get the pistol. We're seeing double figures be picked up. Another problem really there for Mibr was the fact that it was just dominant in terms of the opening duels coming in for Big. We had Searson 5-0 in opening duels. There was one fight going their way. Cello was trying his best to get involved in them, but they were never really winning too many openings in that first half.
No, for sure, and like, as when you're down 9-0, what are you supposed to do? Like, you have eventually you have to tell your teammates just do some heroic play, and they did. Like, Turtle was almost won 1v2, but then he won 1v3 the next round. That was their first round, 9-1.
Yeah.
And for me, that just shows that they're not adapting in mid round. They're not adapting like how Big are playing overall. And they tried the fast rounds, didn't work out, and you know, you pushing the same thing and you're kind of forcing it, it becomes very obvious, and that's when you get those intricacies that you were talking about.
Yeah, and I think another problem was the fact, you know, we see Turtle win this clutch, but there was a couple of opportunities throughout that first half for Mibr to pick up a couple of 1v1s, but the clutch factor that I brought up at the start of the day was Crimbo, and once again, was the impact player in the clutch situations, right? The fact that he won those 2 1v1s in the first half, if you pick up those 2 rounds, if you're Mibr, you probably end the half with 5 rounds in the T side, and maybe you can do something about it. But Crimbo, taking himself those 2 clutches, those 1v1s, puts Big into a comfortable spot, and unfortunately for Mibr, even after that Turtle clutch you brought up, Golden, they couldn't convert the round after that, right? They let the clutch go their way, but they couldn't find any string of rounds together.
And it was a round they shouldn't have won.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the problem.
Yeah,
like they didn't have that. What Big has, like playing together adapting in mid-round and doing all those stuff together as a team. And I felt like Mibr went to playing for themselves and for selfish kind of thing. I'm gonna finish this, I'm gonna get around, and the next guy thinks like that, the next guy thinks like that, and then you have 3 versus 5, which we saw a lot of times, and they're standing in lobby.
All right, we have Tech Gold down on the sidelines, ready with an interview.
Thanks so much, Paula. I'm here with Tabson. Obviously, we all got to follow your incredible run in Dallas, but I don't think a lot of people watching at home realize, when exactly did you arrive here in Sweden?
We arrived yesterday. I believe it was around 2 p.m. Yeah, and we were pretty jet-lagged, of course. We tried to stay awake. I think we managed to do that. We did well. Other than that, of course, we are very tired from the travel and stuff. And top, unfortunately, many of us lost our luggage as well. So the fact that we lost our luggage and we are still staying cool, it's a good sign for us, for sure.
I mean, that's the thing. You've all got Tabson or Crimbo shirts on, so I'm presuming all the extras came out. But I'm curious, how do you find, as a leader, getting someone like Crimbo, who's very young, to get his head in the game, not only being jet-lagged, obviously also, I'm presuming everyone's a bit irritated when your bags are gone. How do you get the team together?
To be honest, it's really easy if you have these kind of teammates. Everyone has high, it's a high atmosphere, emotional-wise, mood-wise, and it's just nice to be with the team around. And obviously, if you lose your luggage, what can you do? You need to accept it and do the best out of it. I think we are doing a very good job as well. Of course, Gob, our coach, is doing a fantastic job in keeping the mood up and the spirit up. And thanks for him, of course, and everyone else who's by us right now, our manager, our sports psychologists, everyone's doing their job, and fantastic to be here.
What are your expectations leading up into the rest of the tournament now? Who do you think is your biggest competition?
From the beginning we believed obviously it was Heroic. Now that they lost, I think it will be a kind of struggle for them, but I'm looking forward to have good games here and looking forward to play against the Fnatic team as well. It's a new team and hopefully it will be a good game.
I'm pretty sure it will be a good game. I'm keen to see that as well. Paula, I think maybe we need to start like a GoFundMe, get all of Big some new socks, because apparently they don't have any.
Yeah, Dinko, you're actually in the same boat with them, right? Because you were on the same flight as Big, and you've gone without luggage. Do you agree with Tech Girl that we should start a GoFundMe to, what should we call it? Clothe Dinko. Clothe Big.
Hashtag Clothe Dinko and
Hashtag
Big.
Clothe
Big
Dinko. Let's get it trending, guys.
Yeah, it was a little rough, honestly. I don't know. I feel bad for Golden. You can probably smell how bad my clothes smell at this point. It's going to be a rough time, Paula. But, it's not easy coming over from a different time zone and having to adjust to it. And Big have done a fantastic job. But then again, you also have to talk about the fact Mibr came from Dallas too, so we can't forget about that.
Can tell you one thing, Golden's lying. I can smell you from here, mate. All right, with that being said, let's take a look at our Pinnacle MVP. I had a feeling it was going to be this guy. Crimbo had some amazing moments there. He finished 21-9 with 5 assists, 73 ADR. He's been very impressive since he's joined this roster.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that the main reason why I think he's the MVP of this game, it could be anyone really between the top 3 performers there. Searson was dynamic in the first half, really popping off, having most multi-kills, really good performance from him. But the biggest part for me for Crimbo's success in this was those 2 clutches in that first half. The fact that he wins those, that stops Mibr from getting into the first half, from being competitive in the rest of this. You see a little bit of life in Mibr towards the start of that second half as well. If they have a bit more of a buffer out of the T side, you never know. They might come back into it. So I think Crimbo did a fantastic job with the multi-kills and shutting down Mibr.
No, I agree totally, and he's so young as well, like coming up from the big academy and putting him into this role where Kaito was playing previously, or now he's perhaps a bit less as Kaito. I think he's doing a terrific job.
We are pretty much ready for a break, but I did want to follow on from one of the questions that Tech Girl asked. The answer that we got from Tabson about who their biggest competitions would be is Heroic. They're going to be playing them later today. You excited for that matchup, guys?
Yeah, I think you look at Big coming into this matchup versus Heroic. That'll definitely be exciting. I think you look at Heroic, they're a team that absolutely should be one of the favorite teams coming into this. But taking a loss, Heroic are going to be down into the losers game, right? So.
Oh yeah, sorry, HLTV. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, so I think, you know...
I've been done up there, mate.
It should have been the matchup.
I've been done up. Big, of course, are playing Fnatic tomorrow. Yeah, so let's just forget that. We're ready for a break. Michael, do you want to say anything before we head to a break?
Nu tar vi en paus.
I have no idea what that was, but we're going to leave it at that. Yeah,
he could have said anything, Paul.
He could have said anything. Probably said I was an idiot. All right, up next at 1:30 CET. Well, that's the plan time. We've got Astralis versus EG.PA. So the new Party Astronauts lineup that EG have brought on to their 15-man lineup. Don't go anywhere. You do not want to miss a thing.
Oh, Esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Stuck ranking up? Lost the motivation to grind? Bored of clicking heads on aim maps? Get some colour into your game. Bidskins.com. Buying and selling skins made easy. Tons of payment methods and instant cash outs. Just choose your dream skins, select your preferred payment method, and start grinding again. If you want to play like the pros, you gotta look like the pros.
need you to show me if you're rude and phony. If you think you own me, you will end up lonely. I need you to show me if
Pinnacle Cup Championship is brought to you by Pinnacle, Asus ROG, Intel, and Bitskins.
We are burning through the Counter-Strike action here at the Pinnacle Cup Championship 2022. We started off the day with Fnatic taking a surprising victory 16-14 over Heroic, and then big crushing Mibr 16-7. Now it's time for the two teams you've just seen on screen to square off. It's Astralis versus EG, but not just the new EG, the new EG, one of the latest rosters that they've brought onto their new 15-man lineup. My name is Parla. I'm still your desk host. We've now switched out Golden to bring Pavlos back into the mix. You might know him as ex-Warrior, but now he's ex-Warrior and just Pavlos.
I guess you could say that. I mean, I might be a little bit of
ex-Warrior. It makes sense.
Ex-Warrior. Let's not put another X.
How were your Warrior days? Did you enjoy being a Warrior back in the day?
Yeah, I guess. Pretty fun.
You know what the real war is now, Paul? Trying to figure out which EG team are going to turn up to an event, man. It's like their secret weapon. It's the instrument of terror, really. The fact that you come into an event, it's like, which EG are going to be here? Is it going to be the old EG? Is it going to be Party Astronauts? Who's it going to be?
Who are you going to be, Adam Hawthorne? Dinko?
Yeah, I'll be Dinko today.
How did you come up with that name, mate?
All right, so I told this story recently, but you know,
is it the headshot sound?
No. So
Dink?
my old Twitter name used to be Dinklefink. And obviously, for obvious reasons, I'm not going to move forward with that name, so I just kind of shortened it over the year and got to Dinko.
Okay, well, right, we are ready for this next Bitskins matchup. Yes, it's Astralis versus EG, and let's focus in on our first team, Astralis. Currently ranked 13th in the world. This is, I feel, an important tournament for them. They're one of the bigger dogs in the yard, and you'd be expecting them to have a good result, but how good can we expect?
I think that's a really good question because, like, when you talk about the top of end of competition, they have struggled quite a bit and they haven't really found their identity, I feel. And maybe this is a tournament where they do that, maybe it's not, but I think it's a grand opportunity for them to actually make it to a stage where you know they're going to have a lot of following, right? We're in Lund, yeah, it's in Sweden, but it's just an hour away from Copenhagen. So if they do manage to make it into that land position with all the fans in the arena, that'd be perfect for them.
I think it's almost essential. Astralis have to do well at this event. I mean, you look at the teams they've got here, the disappointment we've seen in Astralis over the last few events. This is an event where they can't afford to drop the ball. They went out of the major early and the challenger stage of the competition to Team Liquid, who went 0-3 in the legend stage. I mean, this is a team that should be doing better, and we expect more of them. And I'm thinking themselves, you know, when you look at Dallas, their run over there was pretty disappointing too. So yeah, it feels like Astralis just haven't really hit the ground running at all. There's a lot that needs to be done, and it would be an absolute disaster if they don't do well at this event.
Since Pavlos mentioned it, just a reminder to everybody at home. Yeah, we have arena days on Friday and Saturday. Be sure to get tickets if you can come. Look, if you're from Sweden, especially the south, or from Denmark, around the Copenhagen area, you've got no excuses, all right? I don't know, ask in chat, head over to the Pinnacle website on our Twitter. Yeah, find a link, come and see us in person. All right, going back to Astralis. Look, like I said before, I believe them to be one of the bigger dogs, but we know that they've not been achieving the results or finding the footing that we sort of think that they are capable of. How important is it here that they have a good result just beyond EG Party Astronauts, that they have a strong placing overall? Could we expect even more roster changes if things don't go well here at Pinnacle?
I think we can. I think we really can, because I think there's one fundamental aspect in this team, and that's Blame F. Right, this guy has been extremely good, right? Even when the team is underperforming, he's always hitting those numbers. So he's always been an integral part of this roster, but it feels like he doesn't have the support he kind of needs to thrive and get more of those victories. So yeah, I think it's kind of a tournament which, if it doesn't go well for Astralis, it could mean there needs to be some changes into this project.
The obvious one would be Xyp9x, right? The quietest performer hasn't really been up to snuff, really hasn't really been delivering the same impact even in the clutch as you would want to see from Zipex. His performance has been under fire quite a bit over the last few months. And I think that it is brought up by the fact that you put a spotlight on Astralis. You see the likes of buildup, you see Config. buildup is one of the best CT players in the entire planet, right? He's just an incredible individual on that CT side. His numbers are unthinkable. But when you have that performance, you see him getting those numbers and Astralis still aren't getting any results, definitely questions have to be raised about the side.
Turning our attention to Astralis' opponents, EGPA, yes, the latest one. I mean, they brought on 2 different rosters.
Yeah.
Right, EG, and this is one of them. Ex-Party Astronauts, hence the PA. So yeah, Ben 1337, DJ, John G, Ponalone, and Viz. Last I saw these guys was when I was doing Pro League, and they didn't have the best run. I'm quite curious as to. Again, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I think this is great for the NAC. I think it's great for these guys. I know they're talented, but I'm curious as to sort of why they've been brought onto EG, how this 15-man roster is going to function. Is it going to be sending them off in their separate 5s that were predetermined, or are they going to start mixing the rosters, etc.? Pavlos, there's a lot going through my head right now with regards to this roster.
There's a lot going through everybody's head right now about this roster, but I think one good thing about having them here in person is also having the ability to talk to them, and I think, and I had the ability to do that with DJ earlier on in the green room, and I think you can put all the criticism aside, I think, for this one, because this is genuinely giving a grand opportunity for American rosters, North American rosters, to make a good run, sort of build up, have scrim partners, have the funding to come to Europe for their own little scrim sessions, some boot camps, but also compete in tournaments here. And this is one of those particular tournaments that they have the ability to go to now that they have the backing of an organization such as EG.
Yeah, this move couldn't have come at a better time for this Party Astronaut side, right? The fact they were in their biggest matchup of their career back at the America's RMR, 1 game away from qualifying for the major, that was really the godsend for them. They've got to this point. Now, if they go to the major, if they qualify, they get the sticker money, they get everything to try and support this organization or this group of players that aren't supported by an org. But when they fail to do that in 2 opportunities, you really start to question, are they going to stick around? Are they going to go elsewhere and seek out different careers? But the fact that EG have picked them up, it gives them a second chance at trying to make something here.
Now, the most salient question at the front of my brain is, which is the better name of the 2 rosters that were brought on? Bad News Bears or Party Astronauts, the ones that we have here at Pinnacle? This is very important. Please take it seriously.
I think Party Astronaut is exciting because, for me, they have an IGL on the team of Ben Lee. And I think Party Astronauts, it just sounds cool, doesn't it, Paula? It just really
I'm a fan of that name, Party Astronauts. You know, partying in space sounds like a great idea, Pavlos. Plus, we have them here, so we need to be biased.
He's from Amsterdam. He's just the partying in space.
Yeah.
Essentially. Essentially. But yeah, I do agree with you. I think there's, like, in all seriousness, both of these rosters coming in are, like, really can do a lot. But yeah, looking at Bad News Bears, I think there's a little bit bias in that direction. But yeah, overall, I think Evil Geniuses have got a lot of talent, and it's up to them to prove that they can handle it correctly, that they can place the teams in the right positions and kind of guide them in the right way.
Well, Matt Vito, in terms of Inferno going straight out the door, I think that's a little disappointing for the side of Evil Geniuses, because when they were at the America's RMR, that was the best of 1 map they felt most comfortable on. That's the map that got them to the best of 3 stages. Astralis have this ability to ban based on who they're playing, right? They don't have like a set perma-ban, so they can ban out your opponent's strength. Inferno goes out the door, Vertigo goes out the door here for EG. The main thing they can't let go through is obviously Ancient. They get rid of that. And Mirage, I feel like that would have been a good map here for EG. So Astralis actually, with the depth of their pool a little bit here, allowing themselves a significant advantage. If this comes down to, say, an Overpass or Nuke, I feel really worried for this side of EG.
Could be either Nuke or Overpass, really. I think both of these maps have been in where Astralis really don't mind going. So the Dusty ban is obvious. So I think they'd be happy with either Nuke or Overpass at this point.
Yeah, I feel like this definitely is going to favor the side of Astralis. Overpass coming in, a map that they're very comfortable on, very proficient on, and I feel like this really should be an Astralis victory coming in, looking at the veto.
Pavlos, Adam, Dinko,
yeah,
Dinkums, players to watch. Who is standing out on it? Who needs to stand out on both of these rosters?
I mean, a player to watch is always going to be buildup. He's always going to stand up, but I think it is necessary for the rest of the team to stand up with him, right? He's always the win condition for them, but a must-win condition in this time around, and what everybody expects from Astralis is for the whole roster to come together.
For the side of EG, I think it has to be the likes of Pwn alone, especially on a map like Overpass, right? You're going to be doing the Alpine battle versus Farley. We have to see some step-ups from Pwn alone. We have to see some consistency out of him. You're going to be an essential piece to this Overpass CT side especially. So I feel like I'm looking at Pwn alone to step up, a highest rated player for them last 3 months, I believe, as well. So definitely the player to keep an eye on for me on that EG side of things.
With regards to EGPA, what should be our expectations for them to place here?
Pretty low. I think coming to here, I think they actually said themselves they're just happy to be here, Paula.
I'm never happy to hear that.
I am.
I'm
happy they're happy to be here.
Like mindset,
this week,
you know?
Happy they're happy.
Yeah, I'm happy they're happy. Yeah, no, Paul, I have to agree. I want to see like that competitive drive. Like, take this opportunity that you've been given.
Just happy to be here.
Just happy to be here, bro. But yeah, take that opportunity that you've been given. Your second lifeline. You've missed out. You didn't qualify for the major. You're here. You finally get back to Europe to an event. You gotta take this opportunity and have the drive and desire to go deep in it and prove that you deserve the spot.
You need that hunger. You really do. And I think this team. Well, I guess if they are able to find an ounce of success here, I'm sure that hunger will come.
That could be considered as a success as well, yeah. All right, everybody, it's time for our Pinnacle predictions, where us on the desk have to give you our thoughts on who is going to win. I'll start off with you, Pavlos.
Yeah, it's got to be Astralis. They've, even though they're not at their peak performance that everybody wants them to be, even though the Danish scene is probably looking at them and hoping for the best, this particular matchup, I think they can expect that.
Yeah, I think this is an easy one, actually, for Astralis to warm up into the competition. I feel like they should be shredding through the EG side, especially looking at the map they got of Overpass. So I don't think there's going to be too many problems here, Paula.
I also believe that Astralis will win this.
Wow.
However,
no contrarian.
However, for my official prediction, I'm going to go with EG. Can we change that, please?
Wow.
All right, I need to give some hope to NA.
Okay.
I need to be the representative on this desk for all things North America.
So I take it you actually think the UK Glockfist is not as good as the US Glockfist, according to Hugo.
The Glockfist?
Do you not hear him talking about the Glockfist? It's an easy day at the Glockfist, Paula.
Oh, the Glockfist. Yes, he made a play on words about Glocks and Office. Yeah, anyway, our casters are ready, everybody, and I'm very excited to introduce our second pair. Moving away from Harry and Hugo, who need some rest and relaxation, maybe some lunch, it's time to introduce you all to Eternal J and Dweg.
Thanks, Paula. Yes, it's going to be a fun time to get into Group B at this stage. A lot to prove, I guess, for Astralis and EG. And we were talking to Joe, actually, a little bit earlier on here. These guys definitely are very optimistic about the new move into the new organization. They said that they went about as far as they think they could with the Party Astronauts, and now a new dawn, a new day, a new horizon for these guys. But not a lot of faith on that desk overall.
I'd already say new opportunities. Look at what's happened. You signed with EG last week, you're here in Europe. The best expectation we can see from them is do better than they've done previously. We saw them in Pro League here in EU. We've seen the struggles. We saw it at the RMR. I even look at Overpass. That was the map that they picked against EG, in fact, in that Swiss round 5 game, which didn't go their way. But at the same time, Overpass, they actually tend to pick it fairly frequently in best of 3s. So knowing it's a best of 1, knowing that you're in at least comfortable territory, there is belief and hope that they can keep it competitive.
And just acknowledge as well that it is a best of 1, obviously. This one could, in theory, go either way just from the outset. So this is the prime opportunity for evil astronauts, I'm going to call them here, to do their damage and to do their work. And we'll find out how much work they can really do against Astralis, the fallen titans, if you will, here. Dweg. They'll be starting things off over on that CT side, and EG will be ready to go with the pistol round. A lot of utility bases here.
I'm surprised about how much utils really come through off the back here from Evil Geniuses. Farlig trying to get up towards that party position, spot for the early information, but instead, EG are going to start bringing the cavalry back out towards that B site, and as of right now, Astralis have got a heavy stack towards B.
Yeah, straight in with the defaults, utilities set and ready. They can just throw these smokes out, smoke out the heaven control somewhere on the site, most likely. Got 2 players extremely close to deal with, Zipex and Glaive, holding close with the Julies, tapping away, but not quite getting that opening kill. Finally draws out 2. Viz with the responsive, and Zipex is back up out towards short. He'll try and take point for now. Ben Lee's going to fall, as will Viz, eventually leaving Pwn alone in the 1v4 to lose the pistol to Astralis.
First of all, you've got to give praise to Astralis. They had 3 on B in that round. You've already got a heavy stack, and for Evil Genius, Geniuses, you're struggling to over-rotate. Yeah, Farlig was playing up there at Party. He spotted the information from T-Con, but Astralis don't move away. They don't over-rotate from that B side, and the trading game struggled there. As soon as those Julies get the contact information towards Monster, you know it's on. You know you're here for the defense.
Yeah, solid stuff overall for Astralis, and if there's one thing you can give praise to them is the fact that they have a lot of experience. We've been talking a lot about that over the course of the Major. Imperial, for example, a team that obviously punish a lot of inexperienced squads, and well, as you mentioned, Evil Genius is a new opportunity available to them to come and play in Europe. Let's see whether that inexperience will continue to harm them here. So far, it's just a basic eco. This should be dealt with pretty effectively by the Astralis side, so M4's out. No real limits to the buy, no real exploitation points for EG.
Exploitation? EG, the lineup of Paddy Astronauts this year, Jay, 17 wins, 3 losses in best of ones.
Quite a lot.
It is. Keep in mind, though, it is a lot of local talent. They haven't played a best of one against a European side. That's going to be the difference maker in an event like this.
And that's always going to be the key thing about any of the teams they take on here for the EG side, minus maybe Finest, perhaps.
Very true.
Setting with those pistols, looking out towards the mid control. You've got Blame F. They'll spot them all, put nades out, and probably deal with them as effective. Indeed, cleaned up, effective on the CT side. All 5 alive, and you can't really expect anything less.
Even DJ, one of the riflers coming out for this Evil Geniuses side, his best map in the pool, Overpass. So while we're definitely going to have to be keeping an eye on Ponalone once he gets the AWP out, see if he can get some comfortability. Also DJ, consistent rifler when it comes to some of the T side, and especially for Astralis, I think Conflict and Blame F is a no-brainer. We've got to be looking at them.
Absolutely, 100%. Those guys have been the standout elements of this Astralis side. Standout numbers for them overall. AK is coming out now for the Evil Geniuses side. Standout weapons for the T side. 2 Galils for Bentley and John G might become a bit of a problem, but it's not like Astralis aren't limited themselves. Set into those defaults. A bit more spread out this time, and a lot more emphasis in connector here.
Oh, this is aggressive. So far forward from Farlig, but without that dual setup, without that second player to flash or be the bait and switch from the party, it means he's isolated, and Evil Geniuses do not get caught sleeping. That's a very nice opening man advantage. The question is, what can they do with it?
Still working in this connector control. There's only 1 player to isolate. They could throw 2 bodies at it. Config throwing himself at the continuous long aggression. Ponalone and Bentley are here with the AKs to look forward to see those incendiaries coming down and get the 1-for-1, a 2-for-1 trade in fact. Config with a double and a 3-on-3. They do win that connector control, but at what cost?
Oh, it's a little bit sloppy, isn't it? That trading game, you could see just a fraction behind there for Bentley. Needed to be quicker to back up Ponalone. And now for Astralis, you've even rotated Glaive up towards the A-side defense. They don't know about the walk forward of Jonji at headshot.
It was very far aggressive. So far, so undetected. Config will catch out the info all the hard way. Nades back to his position, not quite doing that much damage. At 34 HP, still the weakened element. He's going to charge forward into the fire, put up by the T side. Glaive now forced to fight, but still inaccurate. Still can't quite get those kill headshots. Takes a dink back as Config pulls Jonji, wraps that corner, gets the double up, and now it's all left as Zipex. 1 versus 3. He's got it down to a 1 versus 1, in fact. Up against DJ. Can't win that last fight, though. EG get there first.
You've got to give full credit in that round to Jonji. He made that possible. He ends up with 3, and the double entry that came down to the bomb site directly. Yeah, you've got the clutch situation trying to unravel the HG forward to isolate the 1v1s, but Jonji really stepped up when it needed the most, and right there for EG, it looked a little bit more clinical on the side take.
Yeah, positive signs for them. When they get the big guns out, they get the big rounds. Astralis still lacking in the firepower department. They had a FAMAS in the previous round. They got an SMG on Glaive this time. Also lacking in the kit department for that matter. Retakes might become a bit difficult for them here. Nades set and doing initial damage. Just stalling the EG execution. Not quite as coordinated this time.
Yeah, definitely not as aggressive as well from Astralis. Not looking for as many info plays. Instead of aggressing out to long or party, they've actually taken the MP9 to get it in around the short pipe position. Viz just waiting for an overswing or a slight contact peak to come through from Connector. A lot slower though. And when we think to these last few rounds, we've had contacts within the first 30-odd seconds.
Yeah, much slower pacing. Work out better in the long term for the Evil Geniuses. Vice versa could be said for Astralis. Have got those off angles played, particularly Blame F here in his cubby corner in Connector. EG faced only so much resistance from him previously. Let's see whether Viz will get caught off guard. I think Blame just repositioned to, not quite stick his gun barrel out, actually. Corner check, it will be, but Blame repositions and wins that fight.
And knowing that that bomb's right back there from the connector position means that the default's really going to have to get brought apart. Bentley trying to jiggle down onto the angle out from Divider. Does spot out Farlig. What a duel from Jonji.
Yeah, great bait and switch, 4-on-4 for it. Bentley charges up with flash support as well. 1 player on the back of the site might become a bit of a concern. Config trying to fight for vision, but it's just going to be suppressed by utility. Back up towards bank. Meanwhile, Blame wins his fight against DJ, and Zipex catches Ben off guard. So a 4-on-2 for Astralis. EG forced to rethink things and rotate back into Con.
And knowing the fact that even Blame hasn't rotated completely up towards the A site, as soon as he gathers some information or hears one of those footsteps, perhaps even a smoke for John G to go down towards Heaven, he could focus that attention back over. And look at the time.
Yeah, there's a smoke on John G to try to extinguish those flames, but that will give up the game immediately, and they figure it's best to hold on to those rifles. So no follow-up round for Evil Geniuses. A 3-1 for Astralis to kick things off, and not a lot of cash in spare for the T side.
If we talk about the positive notes, one element that I was quite impressed in that round was creativity there from EG. What they try and do is catch the timing where obviously Farlig's out into the open, gets caught off by John G. Ben Leet finds himself really aggressive, gets a flash over high, gets up towards that truck position, and then at the same time they leave a lurk. They allow DJ to slow walk out towards that monster position, try and open up a free B site, and instead he gets caught. And there's a slight vision towards that short pipe. That's Blame F. That kill right there, that finishes the round.
Zipex, even with that blind kill, didn't even notice it was through the smoke onto Ben Leet, so perfectly timed. Caught up. Caught out. Astralis, so far so good for them. Not the best of starts overall for the Evil Geniuses, but again, they have had some positive signs. It's just that this early start, it's definitely been the Danes.
And when we think about what we've seen so far, especially with the opening game in Group A, I think we can have that realization, Jay, that you create an upset in the opening best of one, you could set yourself up to not only survive slightly longer, but perhaps put yourself top of the group and go further into the playoff bracket.
Yeah, all about these best of one wins. It could change the complexion of everything. I mean, it could throw Heroic off reasons. They just lost their own best of one. Could be the same for either loser of this matchup. No winners for Evil Geniuses in round 5. Again, pistols pulled out. Those 2 weapons saved were the only things that they got. Blind fire, utility basis. The angle for Blame F again working well into Con, catching Diz, and Config continues to burst through on John G. Very pre-fireable angle, and now both the rifles have dropped.
Start getting that feeling as if Astralis are going to start coming into their own, going to get some more composure going, make the rounds a little bit more threatful over to the EG camp and up against the Eco Pistols. We haven't seen much at all. Quick trade comes through from DJ. It's something in the round.
A little bonus. Shouldn't make a mass amount of difference, though. You imagine this is going to be easy enough for Astralis to close out from here. And indeed, no Kevlar, no chance, not even seeing the last man of the CTs. So there you go. Astralis continue to extend. Evil Geniuses now have another chance, another crack at the main force, if you will.
And I think definitely for this lineup of EG, they've got to try and cement themselves in the actual event. Something they've been very good at recently is obviously the Cash Cups, some of the qualifiers back home in North America. When they get into closed qualifiers, when they get into the RMRs, when they get into the big name events, that's often where we see them slow down. So a good run here at Pinnacle and a good showing can really turn the tide.
You've got to think as well, with 3 rosters essentially for Evil Geniuses to play with, how will that affect the dynamic of internal competition? How will that affect motivation? We're trying to be better than the other team. We all know that the main roster for EG, if you will, the old roster, that's not been as impressive as it really should be. So if this squad can go deeper in this tournament, it's something massive for them in the long term. John G, a massive kill against Farlig out towards that mid control. Caught off. One player at party might become a problem, though. They have no idea about Blame F.
Yeah, Ben Lee's making a lot of noise as well. Trigger discipline's going to be important, and he needs a multi-frag.
Only one pistol to give up the game and lose so much HP for that. Ben Lee got so much out of it, but still Pwn alone. Falls Blame F looking for the triple. The Viz finally puts him down, and John G can double up the same.
Yeah, very well played there for EG, just putting a lot of dynamic players in and around the connector and party and just forcing the over-rotates. Glaive now getting slightly aggressive towards Long. Might hear these footsteps.
Engagement from Zipex, however, it's an end to John G's life. Glaive chimes in as well. 2v2, now to a 1v1. DJ chimes in, grabs that bomb, and should charge right into the A-slap. But Zipex is going to be one quicker here. 40 seconds. The smoke can go down to buy a bit of cover out to the default plan. I think he's at the edge of it, though. Zipex charges forward, catches the only angle he needs, and catches the 5th round for Astralis.
And we all know Zip's one of those players where, okay, maybe if you deny him the 1v3 earlier, you might get away with it once. But are you going to get away with it in every single clutch situation? Probably not. That's the revenge. That's being able to answer back, allow one of those clutch situations to come through, and realistically there for EG, they'll be disappointed. Knowing the fact that they finally dealt with Blame F and John G got that kill into Connector, there should have been more in the round for them.
It's good to see Zipex having impact here. I know he's received a lot of criticism over the last handful of months. Chance to prove us all wrong. Something against Evil Geniuses will be prime opportunity for a player like him to chime back in. Jonji, however, just leading the charge as he always does. Up close and personal against Glaive, who shuts down 2, and everybody else seems to fall for the 2 side. DJ hangs in there for a little bit longer. That bomb should get picked up and maybe planted in the middle of the smoke. But that bomb plant may be the best that EG are going to get out of this round here. It's very open as well towards short. Nades in, shouldn't deal. Oh, that will deal with Bentley, most certainly. Fantastic shot for Blame. Blind as a bat, and only 1 player will fall for Astralis, continuing this hot streak. And this is the concerning signs, I guess. You could have expected something like this from EG to a certain angle, but everyone was coming in pretty optimistic from the EG side. So seeing this optimism just get knocked out in the first handful of rounds, not encouraging.
I think you've got to be realistic, though. If you're an EG coach, if you're an EG player, you know you're going up against Astralis in an opening best of 1, it's going to be tough. Like, it's not going to be an easy affair at all. And we're seeing variation. We're seeing changes in tempo. We're seeing changes with some of the util standpoint. Jonji being very quick in some of these entry drills. And Bentley trying to see if he could force the AWP off angle. Haven't seen much AWPing at all from Farlig.
Throwing new ideas at the wall for EG, but not much of it is stuck. Again, Jonji is aggressive up on shore. Not quite as force forward as he was in the previous round. Have his control and have Viz to back him up here and connect to the Molotov up towards Topcon. Will try to drive Blame back, but Blame's going to re-aggress. Viz has taken an angle, sees that gun barrel, but still loses the fight.
Viz has had a tough time against Blame F. That 1v1 dueling connector seems to always go the way of the CTs. Jonji trying to catch a timing with a footstep being heard and catches Glaive off guard.
Yeah, all-important pick there, 4-on-4. Blame F is so low. If they can get a nade in there, that'd be fantastic, but they've only got a Molotov on Jonji. Backed up here, Farlig's AWP can chime in on Bentley, and it could be Astralis to bring back the man advantage. EG playing from the back foot, and they are desperate to get a kill here.
And that's the support, right? EG want to put a lot of emphasis on trading out Blame F. At least the AWP of Farlig's giving them an opportunity, and Jonji's getting spammed down. Blame F eventually going to fall, but Jonji's on 40 HP.
Yeah, one of the top fraggers, it seems right now for the Evil Geniuses side. 2 kills to his name in this round, certainly. Ponelone and DJ are going to set themselves up here in at Monster. Smokes at the rear to try charge in, but again, they're going to the heavier stacked site. Config and Zip ready and raring to receive. Leave and charge forward and deal with Jonji's. That's info to be gained as the utility gets thrown out. EG have got to commit here.
Astralis are taking so much map control back towards that short position in later portions of the round, and now even out towards B, there's 2 of them.
Big sprays, captures information on both, the kill onto 1. DJ just tapped up easy. Heads will roll in Monster, and it'll be 7-1 for Astralis. Evil Geniuses, the struggles will continue, and they're forced to take a tactical. I think this is the right call here.
And if we just compare the events, right, obviously we have a look at something like Pro League. We saw that Astralis were in Group D. You have a look at EG, they were in Group C when they were Party Astronauts. Astralis made it all the way to the playoffs and even to the quarterfinals. For the EG side, they didn't even get a win. They weren't even able to get a series victory. You look at the RMR, Astralis, they qualified to the major. Even at the NA RMR, we weren't able to see this EG lineup do it. So it's just keeping in mind the comparables between the two. And right now for Astralis, I think we're seeing an outclassing.
Yeah, it seemed like a simple outclassing at that. You mentioned how EG has just been playing a different pace, a different style, throwing a lot of new ideas at a wall. Only 1 round is stuck for it. Not much can be brought up in this particular round here. Tech9's coming in. Got Deagles, a P250, a Glock for Jonji. Will upgrade to the Hero AK.
I actually like that. He's been doing decent.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense.
And just knowing the idea that the economy game's in a situation where you're going to be able to full buy next round as it is anyway, get as much out of the Hero AK as you can. Hope that you're able to get some damage forward, drop as much out of the economy bank of Astralis, if at all possible. And knowing that the scoreline's 7-1, it's not exactly like Astralis are working with 10k plus on the money float. It actually is limited for some players.
If they can pull it off, it'll be a fantastic round for EG. Hell of a steal. Might get them back into the matchup. As it stands, Glaive with the opening kill. So once again, they're left out in the dust. Left out for dead. Farlig looking to make another player dead. Might even see that bomb carrier here. Peeks in, sees 2, now 3, gets kill on 1. Blind as a bat for the flashbang, but the Glocks just aren't powerful enough. He gets a double, not quite the triple. Jonji at least chimes in to take Blame's life. AWP now in the hands of the T side as DJ backs off for the bomb. Will they continue commit towards A? I think they are, and that's the bad call because Config will deal with the penultimate frag, leaving it all on Jonji to clutch this. Has been a great player so far. Be great in that 1 duel, but it was still scrappy. He loses a lot of HP for it.
Just trying to make anything happen in this sort of round. Even DJ was posted with the AWP to try and get that trade frag up towards a truck position. And Jonji expecting another player in towards connector, realizes he's got to get back over to the bomb. Config's out to the left-hand side. They don't know about this.
Smokes will come down to reveal his position. Nades up towards the back of the site. Won't do any damage. And Config's back will be turned. That could be an exploitation angle for Jonji if he looks around there. He assumes it's clear in the corner. Oh, 4x3 out of it. Couldn't spot Config. That's good enough for Astralis to have the half.
And we know that for Jonji, even though he may not be a part of this core and lineup for too long, he joined up in January, he's a very experienced player. We knew the days of when he was playing on E United, when he was playing on Riot Squad, had a couple of stints in with the Bad News Bears, as well as the Chaos side, and try and see if he can use some of that experience, the LAN experience too, with the Party Astronauts, and now over towards EG. 8-1 on the scoreline right now for Astralis, and you start feeling as if, are we going to see more playmakers from this T side?
Well, I have to see them, honestly. Things are not looking good.
It's quick again.
Out towards that mid-control, great shot for Farlig. Jonji is the first to fall. Damage done to DJ and Viz the same. Nothing done to Astralis. Evil Geniuses have gotten off probably the worst opening start in the rounds that they have seen so far. BlameF is so ready for more, as is Farlig.
Nice trade coming through. BlameF getting tucked in towards the corner. Farlig doesn't quite have that bait and switch anymore, and instead going to rotate Config up from the B side, clearing out as much of the bathrooms as he can, but EG are quite defensive at the moment.
Working their way in towards long control here. At least Bentley's going to throw a flash to indicate they're moving up. Not quite able to find any contact or any further kills. EG still pretty at the 4-on-4 as the minute ticks by. And the bomb makes its way into the B commit.
Oh, lovely shot coming through from Ponalone. EG now set themselves up for the BXE, and it comes down to Glaven only.
One man standing. Farlig at least makes it a 3-on-3, takes some of that pressure off and starts to rotate alongside Config. Glaive is seen and DJ just can't get the kill. The IGL of the CT side gets another great frag back to the 3-on-2 now for Astralis. AWP running, the AK engages for Viz, a 2-on-2 now, even standing. EG continuing those trades, passing that bomb back, and Glaive can't see them. Here's that tap, knows that it must be down at default, knows that this M4's not powerful enough to wallbang. Look at the edge of the smoke, hope that it can catch him as they clears. AWP spotted and still not dead, finally is now, and Viz should be known, swings out, sees them both and just can't connect his shots. Once again, problems for Evil Geniuses. It's 9 for Astralis. This streak, this lead, this gap continuing to grow, and it doesn't look like it's showing any signs of letting up.
Well, you think about exploitations and maybe where some of the mistakes have really been coming through. It feels as if late round, it's where EG struggle the most. Those over-rotations, that was a fantastic AWP pick to come through from Ponalone. They're just not quick enough to react. They're not moving into that B site fast enough. And then, of course, even your lurk of Bentley that's playing up towards the A site, he gets caught off by the AWPer, and just pressure building from that point onwards. So calm. Calmly played there from Glaive, not even making a footstep, not getting too aggressive into the fight, just waiting for the duel to present itself.
Yeah, it's that discipline and experience is always going to play up to their favour here for Astralis. Evil Geniuses, Ben's dead to a Molotov.
The HE hurt so much, didn't it?
Yeah. It seemed like it landed and then he just got panicked and just couldn't get out of the fire in time. Evil Geniuses not even seeing a CT player before they lose that first fight. They'll try to go relatively quick into the B site, and Zipek's just going to line him up and knock him down easy. 2 left, and surely not much left in this round for EG. I say that, and Viz does give a good old college try, but now Ponalone, bottom of the board for his team, is left to clutch it all. He at least gets Zipek to drop. Smoke will go down the same. Bomb on his back. Could get the plant from here.
Got to try and isolate a fight, surely. Force it into that 1v1 situation. He's afraid that there's still some heaven control. At least he's getting the vision taken away from the smoke.
Tap once leaning in, Nade to do the damage. They're trying to set up the boost, and he might make the big brain plays. They're both watching it though. All they suspect it. They have an inkling, they have an idea, and they have the information to know for it. Blame with the kill. Whether that was a bait and switch, they failed the boost itself. Either way, it was the right play. That's good enough for Astralis.
They broke it down on purpose. There was a slight sound cue that came through there from Ponalone, so of course you're going to be able to try and capitalize. And now you start thinking for EG, what are the next options? We've seen the quicker B plays, we've seen the slow defaults. It's not as if we can look at something and say, we haven't seen them capitalize on that. We haven't seen the attempts. We've seen a lot of variation on the T side. The unfortunate factor is we haven't seen a lot of success.
That's the key issue, right? What is going to be that successful play? What's going to be that successful style? What's the big weakness that EG can exploit against Astralis?
Yeah, it's got to be getting those opening man advantages. Quick heaven smoke can get lined up. A little bit more of a quicker play. And as of right now, you've got 2 players aggressive towards shores.
Glaive backing up. Flash is going over. Incendiary's coming down. DJ and Viz tagged up. working their way in towards this short control. Glaive standing ready to receive. The M4 watching connector. Jonji's head's turned away. Ponalone can get the trade. The rifle's done its damage. 2 players low, 4 on 4.
EG cancelled there. They wanted to go for the monster pop, and there's so much counter utility that they just can't opt to do for it at all. And because they've got so much information that there's mass players towards monster, you make an info play on A.
Lightning fast reactions there from Blame. Killing off Bentley and now leaving it to the 3 men that still remain in monster to make their way out. Viz, the first man out with the Galil spotted. Zipex again with the lineups. The kill found. And not much more left in this round. Config will provide support from the other side of the site. At least they'll both be low, but they won't be dead, and that's the key thing that EG have not been gaining so far. Got a quick flash of the scoreboard right there, Dwayne. Some very low numbers there from the EG side.
Yeah, some of the playmakers really not coming through. I mean, even Bentley, we know statistically speaking, isn't one of the strongest players on Overpass, but we need to get more out of Ponalone, need to get more out of DJ. It can't just be Jonji, and even that, you look at 10 kills, you go, well, that's pretty good. He's been on 10 for a little while, and definitely slowed down these last few rounds. And I'm even considering the fact on these monster plays or any B-side execution, they need a barrels molly. There has been so many plays out towards that barrels position where they're just getting mowed.
They put a short molly down initially. Not going for the execution this time on the B site. Alex Zorp will watch Blame F here in connector once again. Got Viz low, Jonji and Bentley high, but no worries that Blame could deal with it. I say that, and Viz gets that opening kill. Farlig forced to try and back in.
Now, one of the rare cases in which Blame F struggles in towards connector, that's been his domain, but Farlig with the AWP sees even more and just trying to hold.
Looking for that triple, sees Viz's shoulder, he does get baited into it though. Looks towards the York v York battle and Ponalone wins that one. Config gets tagged, the lone player back in the A side, but EG too slow to go for the commitment. A second player has now joined it on the CT defensive, but Config will still fall, so it will still be left to Glaive, and Zipex creeping in from the back stab. DJ watching is going to account for this. Needs that headshot, and that's what he'll get.
Great discipline there for EG, just slowing it down, and they've got the clock to work with. They've got about a minute on the timer, so just try and see if you can exploit some of the mistakes, force those over rotations, and now for Glaive, very difficult 1v3.
Now here's smoke coming in, the Molotovs coming down as well over at Graffiti. Got no access to this B site for the time being. They can put it down without him even really entering the open space. That's what they'll do. Plant secured. Glaive looking for his way in. So tempting fate. Hoping that they're overly aggressive so we can punish them. But they're not. Backed up behind Pillar at its closest. Check the cubby corners, check water. DJ. The perfect headshot angle will finally break the streak and get EG their second round. But it's been a long time coming, to say the least here, Dwayne. Is this too little too late?
It might be. You have a look at the entire factors of EG. 6 wins, 8 losses in this map in the last 3 months. 40% round win percentage on T side. So really should be looking at sort of 6+, a comfortable state. But of course, you have to keep in mind that they are playing Astralis. They might even be able to force a reset. Come round 14, if they're able to come on top, it could be a few rounds in a row. Get a streak going.
Possibility. Momentum boost, but once again, running through those Molotovs up towards top of T-Con. Ponalone and Jonji extremely low, and Blame is ready to look for them. The AK seen the shadow. That's an easy pick, not even a challenge. Flashed over. Bentley's going to engage with the bomb on his back and will win that fight. But as is with every single EG 1v1 duel, they lose so much HP in getting it that it almost feels like it was a negative impact to the T side.
Even Config can start making an aggressive long play. Got to be careful that he doesn't have a teammate with him and exposing himself too wide. Spots out the AWP and can now relay that information into his con player.
Still got a tag on Ponalone as well. Farley even tempting fate with his own press forward. He sees Bentley with U2 in hand. Wasn't expecting Viz, but Viz couldn't capitalize and get that kill. Zipex, meanwhile, gets DJ. It's left to a 4-on-2 once again. The Astralis side decimating in every manner they can. These last 3 players with so little map control and so little opportunities, it feels like, to get back in this round.
Yeah, even Farley can get towards the edge of Con, get up towards T-Con and just wrap in behind them. And then you sandwich from this point onwards. You have to commit up towards the A site. Players all around. You deal with Config, that's at least a start.
Zipex there with a quick responsive and a double up in the end. Bit of commonality that they feed themselves to in 1-by-1 and line themselves up for the same angle. Zipex knows what he's doing clearly. Doing well enough to keep Astralis back in this one. An instant responsive to EG's second round as well. So that knocks all that momentum right back to square one.
And Astralis have been really class at pulling distractions and allowing action to happen across the map. EG have always struggled because anytime they're focusing in on a certain area, it feels like a pick comes from B or a pick comes to long. It comes elsewhere to where the majority of the action really is and where the majority of the group up is, and the Lurkers just not finding that success in Jules.
Once again, so you're going to go back to the fast pace here for EG. Pernalone's already dead to the hands of Farlig, though. Everything seems to come to a grinding halt thanks to that frag. A bit of resistance over on the B site, a lot of aggression over towards the A play in mid for blameF. No one's there to receive it, though, so this could just turn into a backstab that removes all elements from play here on the execution. Viz taking damage, the T's trying to press forward ahead of that smoke, but not willing to do so. Neither can they find an angle on the boost.
Zip getting caught on a timing, but there's so many players out here towards B. EG are going to have another pump at it.
It's Config with a kill on DJ, continuous sprays from Glaive. Viz tagged Config, charges forward, Bentley can get that trade. But everything else has fallen around, including him now for blameF's part. Jonji on 18 points of health, a Galil in hand, a backstab that's now completed itself. And blameF looking for the closing frag, as is everybody else for Astralis. To close out the half with a high note, 13-2 seems like the likely scoreline, and that will be the final scoreline of the first half. Decimation from Astralis, and I hope that, the optimist in me really hope that Evil Geniuses would do something to keep themselves competitive here, but it feels like it might be too little too late with these 2 rounds.
Yeah, it's been rough like sandpaper. It's not been an easy game. They've been getting slammed in so many different areas, and just even think about the bomb plants. They're not coming. And they weren't coming in that first half at all. We saw one bomb plant in a round that they didn't win. And as an overall standpoint, we saw a lot of success coming through from Astralis with multi-frags. blameF, he was just all over them, wasn't he? He was having such a great beginning of the half, and then we started seeing more from Glaive. Then we started seeing more from guys like Farlig. And then when you think about that, when you've got multiple players stepping up big time, how can you fight against that?
And we're also seeing great stuff from Zipex as well. Like second top fragger of the board, and again, everyone's been railing on him for the last few months. So far this year, it's all been him in the spotlight for Astralis as being the negative influence, but you can't see any of that here in this map up. Again, experience seems to trump them all here. Evil Geniuses Pistol to save their skins here in the best of 1, and DJ to start things off on a positive element. Zipex dropped first and foremost, but Viz turned around in trade. Jonji, DJ going back and forth with the T-side. DJ gets a triple, in fact, and Farlig is left alone for the pistol clutch. Taps that bomb once, bakes in Ponalone, but Ponalone lands the perfect kill and gets an all-important pistol for EG.
And that's what they need. Just a confidence booster to feel as if, okay, we've got a way in. Now, of course, you've obviously got that second round and you want to try and get the conversions. You want to start building up the momentum. But as a whole, 2 players in con working off each other really well, and DJ just showing individual prowess.
Good stuff. Again, got to give it praise where it's due for them. These headshots were utterly perfect.
Yeah, we like them.
Beautiful stuff. And gets the guns out for EG. No bomb plant for Astralis. Still force playing with the Eagles, though. Try and do some decent damage with the one-shots. Got Glaive being the forward man of the mid control. Everybody else a bit more passive for the T's.
You've got to expect they're going to force buy. 13-3 up. You know you're just fueled with confidence. You want to try and react immediately. You want to force that reset into EG. Get in that double eco status. And now for Evil Geniuses. This, I don't want to say is the real challenge, because obviously they've had plenty of them so far, but if they're able to just find a groove, a way in which they can have some comfortability and start striking rounds in a row, we could actually see a pretty tasty second half.
It's possible. CT side is usually the favoured half of the majority of teams, and in the case of the Astralis, and I guess also for Evil Geniuses, that's definitely the case. Heavy bias towards the boys in blue, if you will. So it's a positive start. It just needs to be the case of the follow-ups and continuing the comeback from there for EG. Astralis working with those deagles. Ponalone is seen initially, but no kills found against his name. In fact, Jonji is going to be able to combine with him, get the 2 kills onto Glaive and Farlig. Config also fell, leaving Blame and Zip in a 2-on-5. They have got those 2 kills, though. 30 seconds. Can they get any more?
Get a long smoke down. It's going to be very difficult. They need to force out another fight. DJ's getting further aggressive. Even Zip's just trying to sell a bit of a fake out towards the short position. Spot out Viz, but that bomb's going A.
Yeah, playing distraction, but it's not baiting in the rotations. They're still going to leave 1 player back here. That's Bentley. MP9 does get the kill against the FAMAS. It was a bit of a worry there with the firepower difference, but ultimately still a fight that the CTs can win. 3 players live overall for the 4th round for EG. So slowly but surely, brick by brick, they're building their way back into this game.
Astralis can't expect another force up, so it should be fairly light. And then obviously build into that opening rifle round. here for Evil Geniuses. Start getting their way of farming up the cash if it's all possible. And try and get Ponalone onto that AWP as quickly as they can.
No such weapons for Astralis here. Eco basis thanks to the force of the previous. No bomb plants either, so not a lot of cash flowing in for them. EG way to receive them. Viz could get caught off guard if they're not careful. They're doing away with one decent kill on the T side, 2 decent kills in fact. But Viz with the triple locks them all down. Zipex makes it an expensive round. Now actually, John G burns the last player, or his own teammate alive with the Molotov assistance, and Dink, of course, from Glaive. Ultimately, one player alive is still a round for the Evil Geniuses. It might hurt the economy game going forward, though. Guns are back in for Astralis, and this could be the breaking point for EG.
Might, mate? Is that what we're using the term? They lost 4 players on a light eco. That is horrendous. Yes, it's the round victory, but look at the money. Your double eco status if you lose this round, and that builds up so much more pressure than what would have been the case if no one fell in that round.
Well, it might be the breaking point if they lose it.
Well, yeah, but even still, you've got to win it with a lot of players alive.
There's no easy way out of this here for Evil Geniuses. It's not easy Geniuses, it's Evil Geniuses. So, a lot of work to be done. They've got to start here, as you mentioned, with a confident round. They can't really afford to lose any players, I want to say. Not even the FAMAS on Bentley. That's not a sacrificial weapon.
Yeah, they can lose a couple at most. Out towards a long take, try and see if they can put the AWP in with some assistance. Maybe have a boost up slightly late. Ponalone hasn't seen anything, but knows there's long presence.
Get boosted up by DJ. Looking for his kill, and he'll find it. Farlig down. Another great start for EG in this round, and the slow pacing from Astralis doesn't get any faster thanks to that. Got to take that on the chin. Just work from it from there.
Yeah, decent timing on the boost, because if Astralis would have been further up towards that boost position, they probably could have trade fragged and dropped the AWP. Jonji even coming through for Connector. There's no lurk. They don't even know that he's here.
Yeah, Zipex had absolutely no inkling. No possibility that they could have been a player in Connector. Didn't know about Ponalone at least. A quick swing from Glaive. There's that frag, 4 on 3. You can turn it to evens, but DJ has the jump on him. Config and BlameF. I don't know where they want to work in from Jonji in the midst of this smoke. Will catch Config off in the end, so there's no way back in for BlameF. He's been stellar, so if there's one player in this server I trust in a 1v4, it would be him. But now with that kill, with 16 seconds on the clock, it should be easy pickings for Evil Geniuses to lock out their positions and just hold the round.
And just trying to see if he can get away with as much damage if at all possible. And not going to try and attempt to go out towards that B side. Probably would have had a decent chance of getting over to that bomb quickly, going out towards B. Wasn't sure if there was a heaven rotate though, so just opts to bring that AK into the next round. And Evil Geniuses find their 6th, and I think it's very similar signs to what we saw in the MIBR and Big Game on Nuke, where very dominant, one-sided first half. You've got some wiggle room. You get off to a good start into the second, and you can make it look more positive than it actually is.
Well, they haven't lost a round so far in the second half. So for Evil Geniuses, it's all positives for now. Positives in the buy-ups as well. Hero AK for BlameF. They tried this earlier on EG's D side when Jonji had the rifle. Wasn't as successful there. Let's see whether Astralis can change their own narrative on that sense. Fast plays into the default, into connector, into the short control ahead of that smoke that was put up by the T side. The CTs will try and gain information on Bentley's part. He sees nothing though.
Jonji just flashing him forwards, peeks out towards connector. It's information, but he gets spotted. BlameF, they don't know about this walk forward and the AK for the entry.
Close angle for Bentley, and Viz goes for the info play, trying to get down towards Monster, look towards that position, but get cut off at the short position instead. Another reboost, this could be interesting. They see BlameF, and now they can disrupt that whole play. Or do they? They're going to continue to commit here. Blame's going to give it a second, and eventually look up. What does he see? Nothing.
Look at DJ though. He has walked all the way forward out towards this fountain and party position. They know it's got to be a B play, Jay. They've got so much information here. He can just hold and wait for any connector play to come back up to A. If so, just stack it on B.
And they're still going to go passive on the B defensive, so the utility, if it's thrown correctly, could still send them back. They could get a bomb plant at the very least out of this round for Astralis. Bentley trying to hide away at water, peeking in ahead of the smokes. Jonji will get dealt with. BlameF detected, but still not dead. Players charging forward, has Config getting the next kill, and DJ being left alone at 7 points of health. Ponalone going to fall out of there and save the weapon. No way back in for Evil Geniuses. And that passiveness, despite having the stack involved, They're going to lose in their first of the half.
And this round is a prime example of just because you've got the right read, just because you've got the right setup to do the job, you don't always do it. You had the info play coming through from DJ. If there was any movement up towards the top of Con, they could have rotated players off of B. If not, you could have held, and instead they just get overwhelmed. Even the NWP out towards Long, doesn't actually go down, so he might be able to hold on to it.
They'll hunt him. They've still got a fair bit of time to go for the kill here for the Astralis side. Glaive in particular leaning in from that connect position. Poland doesn't know where to look, doesn't know where to go. Tech9 and M4 leaning forward. He does catch that shoulder shot and does get Zipex. Okay, there you go, Pone. A little bit of impressiveness. 11 kills on the board for him, matching some of his top fraggers. Unfortunately for EG, though, it's not good enough to be able to hold the round together. We mentioned that economy game as well, where it hadn't built up that much more since when we checked in with it last. So this buy is going to look at least weakened, if not weak.
Absolutely. And that kind of shows you that anti-ecos aren't throwaway rounds. They're not those rounds where, oh, okay, we're not up against much, let's just get it over and done with, because now you can see the knock-on effect. The fact that the previous rifle round didn't exactly have a mass amount of players staying alive. Astralis with the quick B play, getting the Mac 10 into the right position. Okay, they put a lot of pressure onto the AWP and they don't drop it, so there's not that extra added bonus. But as a whole, Astralis could be very happy with that round.
I can imagine there's a moment's respite here given up to the Evil Genius's side. Necessary to have discussions at this point. Necessary to figure out a new game plan because they are running out of time. Best of one can slip away from them, and their best crack at getting started here in the Pinnacle Cup Championship. They fall by the wayside to the hands of Astralis. Utility in, buy is indeed weak for them. There is still an AK and an AWP staying in, but the FAMAS and the SMG, if either of those two weapons had fallen in the previous round, like, that could have meant a disaster buy for the Evil Geniuses. And they're going to press forward to try and utilize the best that they can. That FAMAS Viz strikes first.
Yeah, crazy unorthodox right there for Evil Geniuses. So they put the monster smoke down from the CT perspective and flash over the top of it, and you've got to have that realization. When you're not working with the best weaponry, you've got to make a play. You've got to take the risk, and going through Monster grants them an opening pick for Viz.
Down to 22 HP for it, so got to rest heavily on his teammates to do the work. Minute on the clock, and there's Blame with the shot onto Bentley. So a 4-on-4, and Viz is still held out here towards Toxic. Glaive working in, flashes, they'll keep one player held at bay, and they'll make some noise towards it, and still Viz gets away with a decent kill. Farlig with the AWP shot, and now's John G's chance to strike. He's waiting with that bomb, just getting picked up. Farlig has no idea, nades up, but it's not even going down towards default. Back behind the pillar, John G can strike, bring it back to the advantage, but not for long. Farlig back involved, can't get the flick on DJ, so it's also Blame F for his 26th and 27th kill in this map-up. Watch out the site. Prepare to receive the two CTs inbound. Smokes go down. And they start the walk forward. Diffuse kit on both. Tapped once. Pone alone watching with the orb. It'll be blind sprays back and forth from both sides. They'll stick the whole thing. Pone alone making noise! Oh my god, Blame F! You can't blame anyone for EG for making that mistake. That was a ridiculous play.
What do you say? What do you say? You just got spammed twice like that. You have nightmares. Nightmares against that one because, like you said, Jay, you can't blame them. They didn't do anything wrong there. They smoke off Blame F. They go, right, we're going to tap the bomb once. We're going to draw the fight out into the open. And he finds both. He finds two. And, of course, Blame F just added more to the tally. Give him 30. Come on.
That was pure silliness. But pure perfection from him. The bright star on Astralis. And now charging their way forward here. Looking to try and end it. Number 16 to their board. Blame F another transfer. 29 now. Looking for number 30. Glaive giving his best shot to try and get through the smoke against Donji. Tapping, bursting, getting that kill in the end. Leaving it all to two members of the EG side to most likely fall down and get picked apart by the AWP and such. Pone alone, way too long range to use this Mag 7, and it will be Astralis to close this one out in style at 16-6 above Evil Geniuses. Optimism's probably a bit too optimistic from everyone out here in Lund, and certainly it was a result that you could have seen coming.
Yeah, it was a good effort right here for Evil Geniuses. I thought we saw some glimpses, Jay, over the course of this entire map, but Astralis were the outclassing element, and my goodness, BlameF was just an absolute tank. Pwn alone, just trying to make anything happen, but it's not going to be, and there's the win coming through from Astralis. Not really tested a massive amount, but a win's a win, and for Astralis, that's important.
Look, EG can be happy with the little comeback they had at the turn of the half, but ultimately 16-6 is not a great result, and with the impressive moments shown up there by certain players on the Astralis side. Again, Zipex had a lot of impact. BlameF, you can't fault those last 2 rounds from him, and in general, again, was the closest player to the 30 bomb. So yeah, Astralis, like you mentioned, not retested, not much that they could have redone against that for the EG side, and they gave it their best shot, but they're going to have to rest in the lower bracket best of 3s, and the teams that they could be up against, it's not going to be easy for them. The desk has more information on that and this matchup, so it's back to Paula and the boys.
Thank you, Jay and Dweg. Look, I don't want to hinge on the... What was it? The bit of information that we got from... Was it you, Pavlos, that spoke to one of the EG players? Yeah. That said, yeah, we're just happy to be here. I don't want to hinge on that too much, you know, but clearly, if it is a case of just being happy to be here, it's not getting the rounds needed. Only 6 for EGPA against Astralis, yeah, who win out. Yeah. I don't want to hinge on it too much, but we need to see more bite. We need to see more venom on the fangs of these evil geniuses, Pavlos and Dinko.
Yeah, they had too much control given over to Astralis right from the get-go, right? They didn't really stop the aggression that was coming through on the CT side. BlameF was pushing through Fountain, getting so much control, being very dominant on the CT side. Just a massive performance. He was pushing like 130 ADR on that first half, and you know the dominance in the opening duels for BlameF was incredible. He went 7-1 in total in opening duels across that map. Not a lot of rounds of play either, and he's able to dominate that hard. I'm glad we brought him up as the player to watch because he just dominated them.
Yeah, in BlameF simple fashion. And I think you also need to consider what you said earlier, right? Zipex kind of needing to perform, and I think he also did this time around. And I really think we can also attribute it to the sort of individual plays from Astralis, but I think it's also very noteworthy to say that Evil Geniuses, there were just some fundamental plays that were not there, and at a tournament of this caliber you kind of expect them to be here.
It's once again, it's the CT start you get as the better team. When you're the higher seed, you get to choose the side, and Astralis getting the CT start on a map like Overpass just lets BlameF get going early. Like I pointed out, he's one of the best CT players in the world. I would say right now with the numbers, the best. At a certain point, I feel like he's just incredible on the CT side alone. And so when you get him going that early on, it's super easy to just close it out at that point. You get too many rounds of play, 13 picked up CT side. You only need a few going into the second half. And BlameF, even on the T side, was putting up some numbers. So yeah, fantastic performance out of Astralis on the CT side. Once they get a good start, it's impossible to come back.
And you could also see how much they were suffocating Evil Geniuses all of those times, right? There were moments that they kind of got some hardcore pushes in, kind of really difficult for EG to kind of read what was going on. So at the same time, you may attribute it to Evil Geniuses just being really, really heavy on performance on BlameF's side, but at the same time, I think that Evil Geniuses didn't really have the responses to what Astralis was throwing at them on that CT side, right? It was very unpredictable for them.
What can EG do to make best use of their time here at Pinnacle? Because obviously, yeah, they're playing CS, they're going to be bringing their strats that they've been practicing, etc. But how can they best use their time here against these teams with the expectations they should realistically have, but at the same time trying to build confidence and, yeah, make this tournament help build them to the next level?
I think you really have to play in a style where you don't give them too much respect. These EU teams will just take that and run over the top of you. You need to gain their respect immediately in the start of these games. Otherwise, you're not going to have a lot of rounds to play. I want to see them take every opportunity in this to even focus on the vetoes, to focus and figure out what map you're going to be playing. You know, you look at their map pool, I think it's pretty weak. So I think at this point, it's trying to make your map pool a little bit better. Try and see how deep you can go in this competition, because I spoke to them, they had 1 week ahead of this event. That's not a lot of time to prepare. And also the fact that when they move forward from this, they're going right back to North America. So they're not going to be able to stick around in Europe. So this really is the only stint they have right now. So you have to try and get as much server time as possible and try and force some of these EU teams to respect you in the first few rounds. Otherwise, you will get run over time and time again.
Yeah, you pretty much covered me there, really, in regards of what they kind of need to do to get back into the game and maybe find some sort of win. But I think it's also a fundamental change of their mentality really coming into this one. Yeah, I understand they want to take it a little bit easier. I think they want to be a little bit more calm on themselves to not put too much pressure on them. But you know, it is going to be really difficult for them to kind of adapt in this situation.
Yeah, they need to take what you're doing right now with your shirt, Paula. They need to do what it says on your shirt right now.
Yeah,
and take everything they can to improve.
Well, we now have an interview ready. Tech Girl is down on the floor with BlameF, who I think is fully the MVP of this best of one.
There we go. Paula called you the MVP. Of course, a nice birthday present for Glaive, beating Evil Geniuses. Your birthday is on Friday, so is the expectation that you're going to win this on Saturday as your birthday present?
Probably not expectation to win the tournament, because I think if you go into a tournament and say like you expect to win it, then you have everything to lose. Now obviously Heroic is here as well. I think they are the favorites. But for sure, like we are hoping and expecting a little bit to go deep in the tournament, at least make it out the group. So I think it's a good start for us at least.
You say Heroic's the favorites, but they went down to Fnatic at the start of the day. Did that surprise you?
A little bit, but I also know how hard it can be to play against new teams that have like new rosters. You don't know what to expect, and you don't know what maps they could play and all that. So it can be hard, and I'm probably expecting them to win the next two and go through playoff.
I like how you're setting up these questions for me. You just played against Evil Geniuses, the rugby team, 15-man roster. How do you prep to play against them?
I mean, it can be a little bit hard, of course, because they didn't announce early like which teams they were going with. But we were pretty smart in Astralis, of course, and we checked all the Instagrams and saw that no one put up flight pictures from the main roster. So we were expecting it a little bit. But yeah, we're just like prepared like every other match, honestly.
Preparation for every other match, stalking other teams on social media. Got you. Everyone's going to do that now. My final question. I was going to come and ask you about the performance at the Major, and we were chatting, and you said to me, fine, I've had that question so many times, so I'm changing this up here. Does it get a bit exhausting, everyone constantly bringing up that poor performance?
I mean, I understand that, you know, a lot of people are watching us, and a lot of people are, some looking up to us and some are not, and a lot of people want us to perform as well, so of course everyone want to know why we feel like we're not performing. So I think it's a fair question for people to ask, but for us in the team, we have to move on at some point. You know, we cannot keep talking about it within the team, at least like the same tournament where we played bad in, you know, forever. We have to try to bring some positivity into the team and try to get away from that poor result, you know. So hopefully some better results are coming now.
Is the mindset in the team more positive?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm going to take your word for it. Hopefully we see you in the finals on Saturday. Thank you so much for chatting to us. Paolo, back to you.
Thank you so much, Tech Girl, and shout out to her for bringing a classic South African reference to rugby. But it's fitting because BlameF definitely has the build of a rugby star, but today he was our star on the server. I predicted that he's going to be our Pinnacle MVP, but we'll find out very soon. Guys, any closing thoughts on this matchup?
I think this is clearly a new chapter for Astralis. I think this is the best tournament for them to get started in this new venture. So I'm really excited that they were able to get such a dominating win, but I'm also really looking forward to what they can do against other teams.
Yeah, it was interesting to hit there from BlameF. You know, he won't make the statement that they expect to win this, or because with the results they've had, you can't really go into this saying you're going to win it publicly, right? In the back of their head, they're going to feel like they've got a good chance for it, but they're in a position where I should be expecting them to win it. We should be expecting them to have a chance of doing it. But, you know, we're looking at this team, they're not on the most confident path right now.
Yes, now it is time to check our official Pinnacle MVP. I'm hoping that I was correct. I think it's only right. We've had our statisticians, we've had like lab rats, we've had all types of calculations going on here to make sure we pick the right person. But yes, at the end of the day, it was a simple decision. BlameF. Benjamin Van Bremer, 29 frags, just shy of that fabled 30 that we all love to see, but nonetheless an amazing scoreline. 131.8 ADR. As you guys mentioned in your breakdown, so few rounds in this best of one. There were only 22 of them, and so that is a monstrous amount of damage to provide on average per round.
It was such a rare occurrence for him to actually lose a duel in this matchup. I don't think he got tested at all mechanically. So yeah, like honestly, where can you go wrong by placing this guy as the MVP? He's always been solid, and he's just been a level above, and he's looking to do that here in this tournament as well.
Yeah, when you get 13 rounds CT side for Astralis, there's usually no one else that's going to be the MVP in that situation other than BlameF. CT side specialist, absolutely dominating the EG side. I think you can see he's one of the elite players right now. I think if he keeps this up and Astralis gets some ground, with the performance that BlameF is constantly posting, Astralis pick up a little bit of form, maybe another player, or we see something in the future that really changes how they're performing. Having the likes of BlameF in your team can bring you real deep in competitions, because he is really right now an elite performing player at the top of the world. And when you're tearing up a team like Party Astronauts, who the last few times we've seen them play was the RMR over a couple of months ago now, and the fact that we just don't see them at events like this, he should be tearing them up, and he does exactly that. Oh, we finally muted Pala. Great.
Okay.
I requested this at the start of the day.
Yeah, we can just talk. We don't need Pala.
Let's quickly clarify what happened there.
You just called him a lab rat. You muted your mic, Pala.
Adam, there you go. Shush, be quiet, all right? Let me explain what happened there. I have my soundboard in front of me. Usually when I click it, it goes off when I release the pressure, but this time it had me muted. So anyway, I'm back. I want to say, yeah, we're now ready for a break, but I would just love to get you guys initial opinions on our next matchup that will be taking place at 3 p.m. CET, which is Imperial Finest. I give Imperial the edge here, but I always have hope for teams that include the Swedish talent of Twist.
I'm actually gonna fanboy a little bit here for Team Finest, because they completely are destroying the tier 2 scene right now, and that's what I've been really covering lately. And I think for teams that get the opportunity to play on LAN after a spree of good performance at that level, this is the perfect chance for them to prove what they've got against these upper tier teams. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to them actually performing against Imperial, and with the explosiveness that Imperial can bring to the table, where there are tons of experience, on their roster, this is the perfect way to get them started in this tournament.
Yeah, I feel Imperial coming into this should be favorites, heavy favorites. In fact, they've actually played on LAN recently. They had a good performance at the major. I think, when we look into how they're actually playing, a team that maybe people writ off at the beginning, but when you actually look into how they're playing Counter-Strike around now, they're a really difficult team to work against and predict and try and call against. They're very dynamic, very fluid. We're seeing big performances out of Bolts, seeing big performances out of Fur, and I feel like Imperial should have a significant advantage coming into the series.
Yeah, well, just to remind everybody at home, we started off today, Fnatic versus Heroic. Fnatic surprising victory, close 16-14. Big overcame Mibr 16-7. Astralis, which we just saw, 16-6 over EGPA. I have a feeling, and I hope, that Imperial versus Finest will be our closest match yet. After that Fnatic Heroic 16-14. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be 3 p.m. CET. We'll be back live on the desk probably about 10 minutes before then, if you'd like to hear us, talking about that and setting it up, introducing the casters, etc. Everybody, this is the Pinnacle Cup Championship 2022. I'm in this camera, actually, at the moment. The cameraman's telling me to look somewhere else. I'm in this one. I'm definitely in this one. I can see myself on the screen. All right. Yeah, I'll see you here about 10 minutes before then, so at 2:50 p.m. CET. Thank you very, very much for joining us, and we'll see you then.
Oh, Esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Hey buddy, let me show you how to fix that. Bitskins.com. Buy and sell skins instantly. Deposit and withdraw funds instantly with crypto or directly to your Visa card. Bitskins.com, the best skin marketplace.
Come have a good time, I fi drop it low. No need for rush now, come and take it slow. You can lead now, come and show the way. We there a jump up, party till late. Me see a jump up and inna the ear. Another jump up, we no have a key. Let go the day come, step inna the night. While I wine go till the morning light. La 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 la, moving right. Da 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 da, we so tight. La 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 la, feel the fire. Drop it till it gets slow. La 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 la, moving right. Da 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 da, we so tight. La 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 la, feel the fire. Drop it till it gets slow.
Drop, 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 drop to the beat. Drop, drop, drop to the beat. Drop, 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 drop to the beat. Drop, drop, drop to the beat. Drop, 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 drop to the beat. Drop, drop, drop to the beat. Drop, 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 drop to the beat. Drop it down low.
No, come and take it slow. You can lead now, come and show the way. Where they a jump up, party till late. Me see a jump up and inna the ear. Another jump up, we not have a key. Let go the day come, step inna the night. While I wine go till the morning light. La 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 la, moving right. Da 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 da, we so tight. La 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 la, feel the fire. Drop it till it gets low. Low, low, low. La 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 la, moving right. Drop to the beat, drop, drop, drop to the beat, drop, 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 drop to the beat, drop, drop, drop to the beat, drop, 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 drop to the beat, drop, drop, drop to the beat, drop, 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 drop to the beat, drop it down low. Shit, shit, drop it down, drop it down. Shit, I say drop it down, drop it down. Shit, drop it down, drop it down. 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 Shit, shit, drop it down, drop it down. Drop it down.
Another Friday night, I'm looking for a fight, I'm blowing off some steam. I got a little cash, a little sour mash to meet the girl of my dreams. You're like a beauty queen from a magazine, I gotta take my chance. If that door swing open wide, and here she comes. Everybody turns their head, the band just don't stop dead. She's crazy, beautiful. champagne. It's making me insane. It shouldn't be allowed. Yeah, but I'd do anything. I'd even buy a ring if I got the chance. Her favorite song came on, and here she comes. Everybody turns their head. The band just don't stop dead. She's crazy, beautiful. Oh, oh, oh. She's crazy, beautiful, and it's driving me wild. She's crazy, beautiful. Oh, oh, oh. I can't get that picture out of my head. 'Cause she's crazy, beautiful. Crazy, beautiful. Yeah. Oh. Everybody turns their head. The band just don't stop dead. She lights it up like gasoline. Crazy beautiful, you know what I mean. She lights it up like gasoline. And she's the hottest damn thing. She's crazy, beautiful. Oh, oh, oh. She's crazy, beautiful, and it's driving me wild. She's crazy, beautiful. Oh, oh, oh. I can't get that picture out of my head. 'Cause she's crazy, beautiful. Oh, yeah.
Pinnacle Cup Championship is brought to you by Pinnacle, Asus ROG, Intel, and Bitskins.
What's up, gamers, and welcome back to the Pinnacle Cup Championship 2022. Look at those rather familiar faces on screen right now. Brazilian legends that have come together once again to form Imperial. They're going to go up against the other guys that you just saw on screen, some which you might know, some which you might not, and they are the guys that make up the team finest. 3 guys from Sweden, then a couple from outside of the region. My name is Parla, I'm still your desk host, and I'm joined on the desk by 2 more than talented individuals. We've got, of course, XX Warrior and Dinko.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. I really appreciate that.
Pavlos, are we good? Gonna stick with that XX Warrior?
No, please not. I don't want an XX Warrior. Thanks.
XX Warrior _XX.
Please no. Please no.
I mean, we can
don't
just
do that. Let's just stick with Pavlos. All right, that's my real name. Let's stick with that. Is everybody okay with that?
It's a cool name.
All right, let's get it trending in the chat. XX Warrior. No, we're gonna work on this. We're gonna make it happen. But we can ask the chat. What do you prefer, Pavlos or XX Warrior? What I prefer right now is talking about our next matchup. And yes, it's Imperial versus Finest. Let's focus in on Imperial in this Bitskins matchup to start off. You know, not a good performance at IM Dallas, but they were close to a full fairy tale run at the major.
So what the main storyline around Imperial is right now is the fact that they started off this project early on this year, and since then they've gained massive following all across the globe. It's not just Brazil rooting for these guys, it's the entire world, a lot of familiar faces, and they want to reach the skies. You did mention it though. IM Dallas, not the event for them. Major though was quite a different endeavor. They managed to reach quite far.
Yeah, I think the thing about this Imperial team is many of us just expected this team to be a content team, a team put together because of the big names. We didn't really expect them to be competitive, but I think they earned that respect at the major, right, where they really have gone on and people have now started to take them seriously. You look into the games a little bit more, and the CS they're playing is fantastic. The one thing about this team is right now they have been lacking on some of the newer maps coming into the pool. I think FNX, obviously after being away from the game for so long, coming back into this, you know, Vertigo as a map, for example, they really struggle on. So yeah, there is still a lot of work to be done, which is actually kind of exciting because there's room for improvement for the side and they're already playing so well. And I'm really happy that this is actually a real competitive team that we can get excited about. Because Vinny, for example, it felt like this was a downward move for his career, but the fact that he's gone here and they're actually performing well, it gets me excited about what Imperial can give us.
And what this roster really gives me is the vibes that no matter how old you are, you can still play this game and play it to a very high level. Yes, we don't have Fallen in his prime days, but he is giving us instances of that. And I would say, and I'd even debate that Fer might be doing an even greater job than he was doing back in the days. Even the multi-major winners, right? But now you have some sort of flamboyance that comes with their play, some sort of just game-changing moments and the consistency that they can bring to the table is really what's important.
Guys, important question. Which Imperial do you think is going to show up on the server today? The Imperial from the Antwerp Major or the Imperial of IM Dallas?
Well, definitely going to be the Antwerp version. I think also at Dallas, I think their run was difficult. It was a 0-2 and you're out, and they played against Furia in the opening game, which is always a difficult matchup. You're playing against your countrymen. Furia, a difficult team to beat in the best-of-1 fashion. And then they had to play Liquid in the best-of-3. They lost out to them. But I think coming into this competition, Imperial should be better than a lot of teams, and in particular Finest. It just has to be a team that Imperial beat today. And Finest, good results online, yeah, sure, but that's the difference. It's online. Imperial have the LAN experience in buckets. They're not going to be feeling that nervous excitement about this. They're going to be feeling mainly the feeling of redemption needed after an early exit in Dallas, whereas Finest are going to feel the nerves of a LAN event. You're playing against legends on the other side of things.
Yeah, I do follow that idea as well. And I think Imperial have done exactly what Big were able to do, right? Come and go to those events, cross the Atlantic a couple of times, so jet lag might also be a factor. But for Big, that wasn't really the issue.
Yeah.
I think they may have gotten a bit lucky with their first matchup, really, not being such a devastating team to play against, MIBR. But Team Finest seem to be on the uprising, and I don't think you can underestimate them as a squad.
Yeah, let's focus in on that lineup now. Finest, majority Swedish, and then we have Shox and Anarkes. See, I don't know those two so well, but Pleston and Kreese, their names have been around in the Swedish scene for a while. Both younger guys that have sort of had potential that have not fully reached, but I'm super excited because a guy that I've known since the very start of me working in CS is Twist, and he's this sort of, he's like a very enigmatic figure in CS, but especially the Swedish scene. He's talked about so highly by his colleagues in the Swedish scene and throughout Europe, and he has so much respect, and he's been on some great rosters, but arguably we've always wanted to see more.
We really have, and I think in this roster, with some of the players in this team, there could be potential for that. Maybe not at this time. Maybe there's still more building to do and still experience to build in regards to playing against greater teams. But I think one of those players that you can highlight from this roster has to be Anarkes. He's been on the uprise for quite some time, and his consistency is getting better and better. He's starting to hit more scores, greater scores, and you know, as you said, Twist, we want to see more from him. I think we can start to expect that from the squad.
Yeah, the cool thing about Twist is you mentioned how, you know, everybody was touting him to be an exciting Swedish player, had a lot of opportunities that he maybe didn't take at the start of his career, and when he finally did with this NIP team, it was good for a while, but it kind of fizzled out, and he hasn't really been able to claim back to that spot. I don't think his individual level is at a point where he can still compete at the top level. So I think what he's doing is a role that Sweden missed out on for years, which is actually going back into the lower teams and bringing some players up and giving them a bit more experience and teaching them a bit more, because you bring out the fact that, you know, Kreese has been around for a while, certainly has, Plesson as well, but they've never really had the opportunity to make that next step up. Maybe this is where they can grow something from it and be a competitive team from that. And you mentioned Anarkes. Israel, for some reason, they just keep pumping players out. Every time, you know, you've had Flames come through, we've had Spinks, who's now a top 5 player in the world. Anarkes a bit more, I would say, more of a supportive element. I don't know. He's still a very talented individual, but it doesn't feel like he's got that same raw ability as the other players. So, yeah, I feel like this team, they've got a good mix of experience now coming into it, but now they really need to pick it up on LAN, and that's the question.
Yeah.
Talking about LAN, we are about to see which map these teams are going to play out on. Guys, we can see that Ancient's been banned, Nuke and Overpass. Any predictions for where we'll end up?
I mean, these two teams have a fairly similar map pool, maps that they do enjoy playing. Inferno, Mirage, Dust 2 is probably in their top 3 of both of them, maybe in a different order. So either one of those could definitely be in the mix. And you can see that they're still being held on to, right? None of them have been touched, none of them have been banned. So I think coming into this, both teams have been preparing these maps.
Yeah, I think Mirage and Inferno as the two maps are going to, either one of those will be fine with. I think coming into this, Imperial will feel like definitely the more confident side, the better side. And I think they're very capable on Mirage coming into this as well, but they've actually decided to get rid of that. Perhaps we'll see an Inferno come through. You know, we look at Inferno, it is a map that I think Finest, if they get it down to it, I feel like they're going to be feeling comfortable. I don't think they should drop the ball here at all. I think we've got to go Inferno at this point. It's got to feel like a good map for them, but actually they've gone for Dust 2. Okay.
Yeah. Kind of expected. Half expected, right? Inferno is kind of a map that you can really show sort of the rotation game and how well you can play together with your team. Dust 2 can be a little bit aim heavy, and, you know, it could mean that these teams, there's not much to prepare on this one, to be honest. There are some things that you can kind of shout on the Imperial side, but I think it all comes down to momentum, and what Imperial do really well is that once they grab it, once they get that flow in their favor, it's really hard for them to let go. So that's where Team Finest could struggle with on this map.
Since we've ended up on Dust 2, which is a map that can be commonly considered as more aim heavy, which two players, one from each team, can we expect or hope to see the most from?
For me, it's always on the Imperial side. It's probably going to be Fur as the main talking point. I think coming into this matchup, I'm expecting Fur to have a great time against some of the weaker teams. I would certainly call Finest one of the weaker teams at this event too. So yeah, I feel like bringing it down to Dust 2 is, maybe the stats don't really tell the prettiest picture for the side of Imperial, but they're still very capable on this map. It's a map you're not really going to see too many weaknesses on in terms of maybe not feeling so comfortable on the map that we see on Vertigo from FNX, etc. So yeah, I think Imperial are going to feel pretty good about it, Dust 2, and Fur is the player for me to watch.
Yeah, Fallen. I'd love to see a bit more of him. I want to see good old Fallen back at it again with his high shooting AWP ability here in Dust 2. Perfect map to do it. But for Team Finest, I'm going to continue talking about Anarkes here. I really believe that he can do quite a lot. And together with Twist, it'll be really interesting on that side. But yeah, that's kind of where I stand.
We are now ready for our Pinnacle predictions, whilst we see Fallen and his crew huddling, getting focused, stretching out those neck muscles. Yes, it's time for myself, Parla. Oh, look, they put you as ex-warrior, Pavlos. You're feeling triggered, buddy.
No. I mean, as long as it's not ex-warrior, right? You know. So
I'm the problem. Part of the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
X-rated warrior.
Pavlos, I'll let you go first.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with Team Finest here because I know you guys are gonna go with Imperial. To be fair, I gotta support the Tier 2 boys. I want to see how far they can get.
I think I'm good Imperial. I just think the class of the team is much higher. I think they've been playing some great Counter-Strike recently, especially on LAN. I also feel after their loss in Dallas, they're going to be searching for redemption to recover and get right back into things. I think Imperial's class should just outmatch them. I think they've been playing some great Counter-Strike. Then again, Dust 2 is always a little bit scary, but Imperial should absolutely have the edge here.
I sort of hinted to it earlier. I've been under the spell of Twist for a very long time, even if he doesn't appear necessarily at the top of Tier 1 CS as regularly as I'd like. He's a man of few words, very mysterious and interesting character, and I think he's got a lot of talent. That being said, I don't know the most about Forrest. I definitely trust Pavlos in thinking that they are doing fantastic work in the Tier 2 scene. That being said, I imagine that Imperial are going to be bouncing back from IEM DAS, and we're going to see more of the form that we saw at the Antwerp Major. Yes, so I'll be putting my heart on the line for the Brazilians on Imperial.
Yeah, I think it's a safe call there, Paula. I want to hear your main reason as to why you think Finest could take this.
Okay, so essentially, this is, first of all, it's going to be a good map for them. I think Dust 2 is where they can find a lot of performance on. Second of all, I think they've got some really strong mid-game decision-making, right? Ones which they can kind of adapt throughout it. They haven't... What I am worried about is not having to play against higher level of teams, and one of those teams that they'll have to play against now, it's Imperial, right? They're the most experienced of the lot. And the fact that now they have to play it in LAN, they can hear the other team screaming on the other side, that's got to put some extra nerves in players that they've never sort of experienced. But at the same time, I think that also could boost them, and that's what I'm hoping for.
Okay.
All right, guys, as you could see on screen, our teams are ready, and that means our casters are as well. It was a pleasure to introduce them for the first time earlier, and I'm excited to do so again. Jay and Dweg, over to you.
Thanks, boys. Yes, it's going to be a very interesting match. A bit of a split desk overall. I'm kind of surprised that Pavlos went the way of Finest, because for me, I have to ask the question to you, Dweg.
I think we've got a split.
Yeah, I think we have got a split as well. So it's going to be quite interesting to see who's going to come out on top of it in the talent predictions department. But the question that Parla asked on the desk was, which Imperial are we going to see? Are we going to see the Antwerp Dallas, or are we going to see the the Antwerp Imperial or the Dallas Imperial? So which one are you going with today?
You can't tell, can you? You have to wait to see what they do at this event. And what that means is we have to see what they do on Dust 2, we then have to see what they do in the next game, and then perhaps the next game after that. Very difficult to get a gauge on early. Think about here, though, for Finest, first international LAN for this team. That's got to be great.
For me, I'll take a look at the Antwerp run for the Imperial lads, and I always think that it was characterized by them as smacking about some very inexperienced rosters. And when you talk about inexperience for Finest, this is their first LAN as a unit. So this is going to be a first run to forget, I feel like, in this opening map. I'm riding Imperial all the way. Finest on the T-side start of things, already losing their first fall and full shots out of the round.
Yeah, very quick out for the long take there from Finest, being able to get Anarkes down towards a pit, get a twist on a jump up just to spot if anyone's out towards that car position. And for Imperial, knowing they got that opening fight, they can actually play this very retake heavy. They've got nades for both Fallen and Vinny, and they've got the kit to work with.
Continuous flashes coming in from the man himself. FNX going to back his main man up. Smokes up to the cross, and Twist to be able to get across pretty effectively. They'll tap through those pistols, and then they can catch something through the smoke. Unable to do so, though. Fur back at Gandalf. Waiting for Finest to make their moves in. Bomb can go down safe at default. That's the right call.
And they've got to deal with that player out towards Get Right, though. That's Fur. Finally been isolated out to the open and pushed down. Twister's going to find the pick.
4 versus 4, making it 4 on 3 as Kriaz and Plestin also chime in. And just like that, Finest are taking the fight back to Imperial, but so's Vinny, tapping his way through, getting 2 back-to-back heads, but not able to get the next 2 he needs to win the pistol. It's going to go the way of Finest.
And you can hear there up on screen the coach, Bogdan, the newer guy that comes through from the Finest side. What I think's fascinating is he's only coached Polish teams. He's done Aves, he's done Honoris, he's done Illumina. Now he's getting a bit of a taste here on Finest, and I mean, there's not even a Polish player. You'd think, oh, maybe there's some connection somewhere. He's having a stint in EU.
No, I mean, it's such a weird sort of dynamic as a result. I mean, to be fair, it is an international roster with such a mix of players, and it is core Sweden to be credit, but they've got such a diverse sort of group of players in that sort of sense. So seeing how that's going to impact the dynamics around the Finest camp, who have constantly been known for chopping and changing players as well. Like, it doesn't surprise me they'd bring in a coach a few days before LAN, but that's a bit of a difference from what we've seen so far this year. These guys haven't made a roster change in 3 months.
Do you know what's insane too about Finest? We always talk about the Tier 2 teams grinding events, playing every event under the sun, playing as many officials as possible. They've played 3 best of ones this entire year. How has that happened? They played like hundreds, right, of maps when it's in best of 3 contexts, but not in best of 1s. And for Imperial, they've played 18 so far this year.
Yeah, and as a result, you can sort of take a look at things and consider what the instability of those best of 1 results could mean. I mean, it could also apply the vice versa way for Imperial, because we all know that best of 1s are super unpredictable, even at the best of times, even at the best of tournaments. So it is one of those things that, unlike the EG side, which you talked about earlier, they've only lost 4 best of 1s now over the course of this year. Like, you haven't got the same sort of results to pull from when it comes to that unpredictable nature of Finest. But at least they've got that good start, right? They got that pistol down by a man so early, Storm back on the A side, able to get those trades and able to get back control of the situation. If they can continue to do that, then this map could still be positive for them. Pavlos mentioned it over on the desk. Dust 2, it is their home turf.
Well, they played it last night. We actually saw them pick it against the 30th best ranked team in the world of Sprout. They ended up getting a 13-16 loss on Dust 2, 11-4 up on the T side, struggled on their CT side. So now I start wondering, Jay, is that going to be a carry-on? I'm sure they would have had a conversation. I'm sure they would have been able to try and see, okay, we know our T side's solid, we'll work on the CT side later on. They've got to bring that come this game here.
Look, if they're going to float it in against a team like Imperial, you must imagine that there must be some amount of confidence in this map up. And in general, like, obviously we saw them play it last night, but what's their map of Dust 2 like in the Tier 2 teams that they play?
It's not bad, mate. It's a pretty good map. It's their second highest pick map in the pool. So you keep that in mind to think, okay, they actually pick Dust 2 quite a lot. They play it quite heavily. This is a comfortable territory. The uncomfortable nature is the team they're playing.
Absolutely. Again, experience trumps all in the Imperial side, and let's see whether that experience will come to the fold against the likes of Finest. We've got Pleasant first up and out into the long control. Seeing no CTs, because there's no CTs here. Not in long, not in A, not in this entire half of the map. In fact, not even anywhere outside of the B site.
And just knowing that there's a few players here on Finest that have never played a LAN outside of their own country. That comes through from Anarkes, that comes through on players like Shox, that comes from Pleasant as well. That all of those guys, maybe they've played on a Swedish LAN, or they've played in an Israeli LAN, or an Estonian LAN. They've never played on a European LAN in a European team.
Chance available for them to prove themselves to the world. Again, the world is their oyster for Finest today, and over the course of the rest of the weekend. Open site, that's definitely their oyster, one to take, nothing that the Imperial side can challenge, and it's an eco base, as they haven't invested that much at all. USBs brought forward and mowed down, as you would expect. At least 1 kill goes the way of Bolts. That's a slight positive entity. If they can get that AK, that'd be even better, but they're just going to suppress with the util, the burst fire from Twist. Should be able to get that weapon back. Shox indeed will look for it. Make sure that all the main rifles stay in for the Finest side. Not much for Imperial in this one, 2-0 start, and the guns can come through safely.
And if you're maybe not too familiar with Finest, remember Israeli Org used to have an Israeli team for a very long portion of time, and it did take a little while. I mean, we certainly saw last year how many roster changes had come through from the team. One of the highest in all of Tier 2, you'd have to say, in Europe, of how many chopping and changings we had of that rotating door. But it feels like finally they've cracked a 5-man lineup that they're satisfied with, because we haven't seen a roster change for quite a while.
And they still kept those Israeli roots as well in Anarkes.
Yeah, that's very true.
Doing work right now, one of a handful of Israeli players who are doing decently on the international stage. It's Kriaz and Twist to be the first couple of players involved for the opening duels of Finest. The Kriaz to fall to the likes of Fur to get traded back immediately. A 4-on-4 is gained. With long control for Finest, they're not tentative on taking all sorts of control though. They'll creep their way up slowly to the corner.
And just simplicity with that long take. Get the long corner smoke down, flash high over the top, trade 1-for-1, Shox out for mid, should get caught. That's a very good pick coming through from Vinny. And now with the lurk dealt with, it falls down to the long players to make action.
Yeah, great stuff. Back to the advantage of Imperial once again. The utility is being set up, however, again, they've got long house control, they've got top long control. Smoke to the cross, it's worked in the pistol, but they've got an advanced angle for Fallen, he can take Pleston back, so now left to Twist and Anarchez here. Twist the forward man, he has got Fallen on low HP, and FNX with his back turn makes it an easy frag. Vinny with a fast response, so it's all left to Twist, and he's not going to make much happen here. Fallen with the final frag of the round in the first round for Imperial.
And I think that really just showed how important that mid kill was to come in for Vinny. First of all, it dealt with the lurk, and second off, it just gave a lot of information. It realized that the A players needed to buckle in, they knew that the long take was going to come in. You saw Fallen playing very defensive, playing around the util, a lot of spam coming through, and then even that pounce, that slight acceleration of the flash through the smoke, a lot of distraction being pulled up there on A from Imperial.
It's a good start for them. Again, shut down the Rifles with Rifles. There'll be a rebuy back for Finest, expecting some sort of mid play, but there is no AWP to challenge the mid doors. They'll sit passive in these spawn and suicide angles, but see nothing of the CT side. Imperial have their standard defensive setup, a 1-2-2. It's got bolts on that B side, the most exploitable part of the map right now.
I haven't seen any walkout towards that upper tunnels over towards B. Haven't really seen much mid pressure other than that last round. Fur gonna get flashed in, well done, but Shox actually doesn't peek with it. They were trying to see if they could bait at least some gunfire, and they actually didn't get anything, so they might not know he's there.
Yeah, Flash is going over as they continue to try to look forward on the CT forces. Twist taking angles as Imperial try and take stock in the defense, seeing nothing so far. They are hearing footsteps though, that should be some info gained.
And they're draining a fair amount of util to follow Fur with this HE placement. This could be chunky.
Not that much, unfortunately. Finest back up. The right call at the right time, taking no damage. They need to start thinking about the execution. They've only got this mid control.
Yeah, Bolts is one of the defenders over towards B and only has a smoke, so get a couple of smokes down towards that right-hand side. And now there's not even a mid player, so Finest have got a lot of map control for free.
Shox to be isolated, 2 utility thrown down, the 2 smokes in at the CT spawn. 2 players to deal with on the B side, all sorts of 2s, 20 seconds on the clock. Vinny executes 2 individuals. Twist and Anarchez get lost as the Shox go down. And 2 left here for the Finest camp, but they've been shut down in this round. Imperial will take their second. They've got no choice but to save here in Kriaz and Pleston. And Pleston doesn't even have a rifle as well.
Very difficult to make anything happen. Try and see if he could fight out a duel towards the city spawn. Fur might even drop him after time. That could be huge, just decimating the economy entirely. Pleston, does he stay alive? Oh, just. Okay, just stays alive. Disappointing round as a whole, though, from Finest. When you think about the way that they exploited open mid, they've got a lurk in the upper tunnels, they're trying to put pressure down onto the B-side anchors where Bolts only had a smoke and a flash. They actually just really couldn't find an entry on the side. They couldn't trade Vinny either at the car.
Yeah, they played that round perfectly up until the execution. Default was right there. They avoided the utility in the counteraction. They gave no duels up to Imperial. They gave very little info up to Imperial. Even then, it was a bait and switch with the jump faced out towards shore. Like that baited in the nades, so again, it was perfect play up until they tried to storm the B site. From there, it all falls apart. Tech9 will stay in, the AK, of course, saved by Kriaz. A scout brought down by Anarchez will try to do something. The AK at first, standing with you two. We didn't see the players incoming. Pleston can get that kill. Look towards the A site where Fallen is standing by to receive them. Gets his double. Shox trades. FNX trying to look out of the longhouse, dealing with Kriaz. That one AK, but Twist Steagle chimes back into evens. Bomb will go down.
This is an excellent force buy so far, but now they've really got to deliver up in the post plant. Try and slow it down. Get the rifle in a good position.
Seen the head for FNX, but can't connect the shot. Twist still watching out with his pistol in play, and he'll get a headshot, as will Shox. And that will be a steal for Finest to force investment. It works well. They maintain the lead.
That's a classic that we would say we see in the Pinnacle Cups online, right? Some of those force buys, light on investment, don't have a lot to work with, and Finest are no strangers to them. They've played in the last 2 Pinnacle Cups, the 4th one in which was the one that got them here to the event, winning it entirely. Dust 2, last map. 3rd map in the best of 3 series against Eternal Fire in the grand finals, 16-14. It was a close one.
The thing as well, they beat Eternal Fire, right? Like, they've been to the major, and although there wasn't the greatest run of the major, that's still a powerful team, and in the online space especially, they do wonders.
Hey, they beat Spirit in the first round. They dip in, dip out. Get out of there immediately, hold on to the man advantage. Finest have been consistently targeting this long control, and Imperial aren't really giving them too much of a fight at long. Instead, they're giving the freedom for them to take it for free.
Yeah, I mean, outside of the pistol, they've been pretty good at defending from the back of the smokes, one of which will go down, and Fallen actually might press forward on it. Secondary smoke comes out in the end. That's actually a flashbang, excuse me. I don't know where that second smoke landed. It might not even have been thrown. Anarkes lurks forward, takes some damage, sees at least 2 players looking for Fur here on the short position, runs out of ammo and gets even more tagged up to 4 HP. Kriaz is forced to respond as the CTs continue to hold their own. Boost up for the M4, sees the head of Shocks, drops that bomb. Pleston took some tags as well. Further utility coming in with that HE. Kriaz is forced to try and bag, and the bomb will get planted in the end.
Oh, Pleston's got to get one. Surely try and strike out from the car, and he's got Kriaz on the side.
2v2, sees the head of Bolts, but is unable to do much with it. It's all Kriaz now. On for the 4K, swings out, sees one, but just can't get the head he needs. And Imperial will equalize at 3-3.
Yeah, definitely a scrappy round there from Finest, and it comes down to a situation where I think they wanted to peek before that second smoke goes down. Get Anarkes in a position to maybe catch one of the CT players with a knife out or over in the open. He doesn't quite find that connection to the short angle, and because of that, they struggled to find composure on the side. Even Pleston, for him to get a 1-for-1 in that car, he did as much as he could. It came down to Kriaz. The clutch doesn't come in, and we're tied up at 3 apiece.
Indeed we are, keeping pace. Finest might have gained the early lead, but Imperial are not willing to let them get away with it. T-side reduced to pistols now. The Deagle's in for Pleston and Shock, saving for the guns. They got that bomb plant bonus, and the money line still looks decent. If they invest here, they lose the chance to get the AWP out. Kriaz is at 4,300, so he'll bring that weapon to the fold.
Imperial trying to see if they could put some nades in towards that longhouse. Overall, from Finest, you're looking for some exploitations. They know that, obviously, there was aggression towards top mid come the last round. Want to try and see if they can find some picks, make it as damaging as possible.
The lean forward for now. Does get tagged up, 40 HP. Matches in for him and Vinny as they'll lean together, but the teams have taken the advantage that they've had to force those players out of position, take their position up on short. Try play in towards the A site. Shocks, however, caught by the backstab of FNX and fallen again with the lineups, makes it a triple. Fur with his own frag. I mean, no major casualties, no major damage being done to Imperial here. All 5 alive, and the pistols get locked out.
And when we think about goals, expectations, something that we went into detail with Evil Geniuses for Finest, they've just made top 30 on HLTV. That's got to be a massive goal for a team like that, because we've always looked at Finest and said, all right, they're a decent contender, but when's that next step? Getting that higher end of Tier 2 is very difficult, and for Finest, this sort of event, knowing it's their first international LAN, could be that opportunity to use some of the experience of not only Twist, but the Tier 2 players, and put it in this sort of an environment.
I do feel like there's a level of inflation to that top 30 position for Finest,
Possibly.
right? Because they did win a Pinnacle Cup, but the tournaments prior to that point weren't exactly 100% there.
That is true.
A lot of failed open qualifiers. They came last place in Challenger. So it's not like they've had the best of performances leading into this tournament, which is the one thing that has me concerned, and the reason why the desk was saying they're probably the weakest team in show.
Sometimes you need the run, though, and I think we've seen that before. We saw it in the Pinnacle Cup, the fact that you play Spirit, Tyloo, Movistar Riders, Eternal Fire, all decent teams there in the playoffs and still come through on top. Now gives yourself a bit of a hope, a bit of a glimmer. Kriaz striking out towards long, just spamming through that long smoke.
Hell of a way to kick off the 8th round. They're going to continue with that aggression. Twist out towards the mid door. Vinny has other plans. Makes it a double. Looking for the triple, in fact. Anarkes drops, and so does Kriaz, so does Shocks. That is decimation from Imperial.
Come on. Come on, you got to rip in a little bit there and think, okay, Kriaz got you an opportunity, got you a strike out towards long. Where's the util? It's so dry. They thought as if because there was 2 players towards long that they could have caught a timing. As soon as Twist goes down, it's individual faces. It's offering up jewels. There's no util in the matter. And Finest have got to be kicking themselves because that was such a great start to the round by Kriaz.
An opening frag that you don't lose off the back of usually. Take that longhouse control, go from there, but go back into mid and go back into the worst player possible, it feels like. And back to the pistols is where Finest will be. Not like it stopped Pleston. The Eagle shot on Fur. FNX with 2 back on the turn. Flash forward in towards that mid control, aware of their progress up towards Catwalk. Still, Bolts is going to hold his own. Anarkes will get a trade. Does make it a 2-on-3, so Imperial haven't gotten away completely unscathed. Anarkes will try cross with the bomb, try and make his way up towards the side, but it's been marked by the AWP, so it's all Kriaz. Deagle in hand for the clutch.
And this is where I think we see the momentum shift, where Imperial start coming into their own, keeping more players alive, making the rounds more deadly. Kriaz is trying to isolate a fight with the Deagle. They get away with a couple of kills, so they make it slightly expensive. As an overall picture, though, you think about what Imperial are bringing to the table, and it's looking good so far.
Oh, certainly.
I mean, they lost Pistol, they lost the anti-ecos, they were down 0-2, they're now up 6-3. At least from a scoreline perspective, looks very positive.
Yeah, again, to maintain control of the situation when they lost that early lead and then to gain it back above the finest side. Everything played perfectly there for Imperial to lead them into this position now with their 3 rounds ahead. Pleston, first man out, sees one player. Again, into the longhouse they'll look to go. The nades will do some damage towards him, they're aware. Incendiaries are counteracted by the smokes put down by the T-side line, so Pleston can escape with his life.
Now, this is one of the first times they've been a little bit more on the back foot with the long take first. Still trying to see if he can spam out to the back of the blue bin. Pleston's going.
Reaggressing, trying to look for his man and gets that kill. Has FNX with a higher HP. Jump face round the corner to try bait in some sort of shot, maybe for an AWP, which we'll get here. 3 players still on long. Mid and B are very exposed on the CT defense.
Now, they could retake this long control if they really wanted to. And Kreaz and Pleston have got a decent crossfire to deal with the CTs, even the molly to car.
Here at one angle. How does Pleston face this? How does he survive against both FNX and Vinny? Well, apparently they don't. Anarchez, Pleston, Kreaz running into the meat grinder. Just like that, Imperial get back control. Nades will be sent down to the site as Twist attacks from short, but the bomb's been dropped at long. Shots can strike on bolts at least, clear up the one rotator, but still got to deal with that long force. 40 seconds to do it.
Oh, this is done. There's no way you can recover this round. It's already been smoked off. You probably just have to try and back off and save. It's so difficult to recover it. And for Imperial's sake, it just felt as if they were in the right position at the right time. There wasn't a crazy amount of util for Finest to work with, but at the same point, Jay, it's very dry in some of these situations.
Again, overwhelming from the Imperial side. And you mentioned how they haven't really challenged the long control. They've been giving that up to Finest quite a lot. The one round where they do force forward with the majority of their players, they just wreck them. Again, 4 shocks and Twist to go for the save, a 7th to the board of Imperial. I believe that's 5 rounds in a row as well. Finest. Definitely the opposite of their namesake right now. Things are very not fun.
No, and we start having to look at certain individuals. Where is Anarchez? We know he has been a very, very capable AWPer in the Tier 2 scene. We saw him on the Secret team with Duran Flatru and Synopsy there. We saw him in Hellraisers playing with the CIS team, Lingby Vikings for a little bit, and he's their highest rated player on Dust 2, averages a 1.17 rating, 12 maps played in the last 3 months, and as of right now, you need him at the helm. He's only managed 1 kill, Jay.
A tactical timeout for Finest to figure out how they can enable him or what else they can do to try and outplay the opposition. Imperial most certainly are looking like they're all right. Discussion definitely feels tense over in that side. A lot of emphasis on that long control, right? And again, that was the key point that Finest were able to utilize, that they were able to get so much long control and play on the pistol because of that. Is that the angle they should go with here, Dweg?
Well, the angle could be, okay, what do we need to change and adjust with our adaptability of taking the long control? But if they are really taking it and there's not really much we can do against it, do we go quicker mid? I mean, so far their mid takes have unfortunately not been that successful, but at the same time, throw a little bit more utility behind it and it could be.
They have guns for this round, so they can definitely do whatever they want to. No limitations of firepower, all down to the execution here for Finest. And this is the most passive that we've seen them play. All held outside along for 4 individuals. 1 man lurking in the lower tunnels. But no contact and no aggressive face. It's a similar story for Imperial.
Even for FNX, he's going to have to get forced back. He's the only player at long without any util now. Vinny waiting for a cross or a slight jiggle of information. Get those double AWPs out and try and get him striking.
Footstep heard. Shock's going to bait in those shots. As the AWP is out towards mid, and smokes go down towards the long corner. Imperial fall back and regroup as Finest just fall away. They've made a lot of noise, drawn a lot of attention. They're not going to do anything with it, though.
The issue is, now look at what's remaining. You've got a single smoke, and that is it for Finest. They're going to have to dig deep and hit hard. In a round like this, you need your individuals to really step up. Your trading game's got to be on point, and even leaning back out towards the B site. As soon as Bolts gets contact, he can just re-smoke off the upper tunnels.
He's going to do that right now here. Maybe a little bit premature. Got 1 more smoke on further. He could just quickly peek back in with the support now of Vinny, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Bolster that B site. So this smoke towards doors is going to be pretty useless. Fur with an aid. Ready to receive. Puts that up to position as Pleston strikes on Bolts, and that's a lot of damage being done. The Molotov might just tear them up. Fur does so. a 4-on-4 situation. 15 seconds to go back in with another resmoke. FNX continuing with the backstab. They have no idea. And first still knocking them down. FNX deals with Kriaz. And Shox is left out towards mid. Caught off on the lurk. With the main force dying, there is nothing he can do.
They've been outclassed by experience, and right there, they're not baiting enough util. Because they showed long presence and they didn't show anything in mid, they didn't find enough out of Shox on the lurk, you're not drawing the util. There's, what, 40-odd seconds left on the clock? A resmoke goes down from the backside player of Bolt, and then, like you mentioned, Fur's got the util. He's got a smoke, he's got a HG, he's got an incendiary. There is so much util on that mid player that they end up just cancelling. Twist gets run out, and everybody else is thinking, do we go? Do we go back? Because you're limited on the time, you're also limited on the options.
Mowed down again. Once again, they try and play into the CT side, and once again, they just get hit hard by the M4s. Already, Vinny has taken Pleston's life. Finest didn't have much to work with in this round to begin with, but now it's even less. Scout thrown over to Anakez to get something, anything out of him.
Vinny been very consistent so far out from this mid control, always being a nuisance. A very capable secondary AWPer, that hybrid entity that Imperial can work with, especially on a map like Dust 2. And it's so passive right now for Imperial. Even these upgraded ecos are just trying to create a jewel.
Smokes are set, Fallen wins the sniper battle. Doubles up on Twist. Makes it look easy as well. Incendiary's held back, nades back, Kriaz leaning forward, Molotov's sent down, and he'll just continue to jump face forward. Shox with the AK. Strike. Lose a lot of HP for his own money, and eventually will fall to the trade. The scout Kriaz doesn't get much, doesn't get anything.
And 9 on the board for Imperial, and for Finest, we've obviously seen a fair amount of adaptation. The entry frags have been slightly uneasy. And when you just think about, not even from the scoreline perspective, but that shift, that first maybe 4, 5 rounds of the game felt very close, felt very competitive. These last handful of rounds have been anything but that, completely the opposite.
And in general, the streak has just continued. Imperial, 6 rounds on the trot, I believe. Finest. They're certainly in trouble. Kriaz does at least strike first on FNX. Fur can get the responsive. Just immediately then dipping in, dipping out, falling back to position, ready to receive them. Finest actually going to give chase this time. The 3 players are looking the wrong way, and Twist gets nothing for it. The AWP just Fallen gets 2, wins the AWP battle against Anakez, and it's disaster for Finest again.
Oh my goodness, what a round. And one moment we didn't even capture was Bolts clearing the upper tunnels. There was so much information right there from Imperial of, oh, it's got to be a long take, and there's a slight timing. Yeah, Bolts clears out the upper tunnels. They don't realize there's a short commitment, and for Finest, they buckle it. That is the chance. That is the window. And when you're facing a team like Imperial, you've got to take that opportunity. Great AWPing coming out from Fallen, just continuing to rail off the shots and find the connections.
That's so disappointing as well, because all 3 players from Imperial were looking up long. They thought short was completely safe. Oh, that nade doesn't quite get Shox on this occasion. The follow-up should do. Oh, also not. Imperial continuing to charge forward. They do lose that opening fight against Anakez. So again, the hand cannon's brought up as he looks like he's had enough. Can he get enough in this round?
And they've done some damage out to Vinny towards the bottom of mid control, and even that HE not bouncing back, at least the incendiary is to slow it down. Anakez to work with the M4A1S. This is promising. They've got to find some more though.
Yeah, 5 on 4, still with a player being low HP for Shox. There are 2 tagged up individuals from Imperial, and Vinny is on a similar line towards Shox. Both players on the sniper as well. The AWP can do one better. Finest set utility up to go towards the mid to be play. I've got players up on the split as well. Anakez leaning in with Twist. That smoke about to fade. Spot 2, again struggle with the spray, again struggle with the kill. Get caught up on your teammates. Another lineup for Bolts who gets a 1, a 2, a 3. And everybody just... It's again the same story for Finest, right? They have that moment, they have the opportunity. At least Kriaz can try to recover it. I think Bolts might have heard the man. He certainly has now and will get overwhelmed, but he's the last player left for the T side. Got to go back for the bomb in the tunnels, and they'll just charge him from here. AWP is at least recovered. Can you get the kill? I don't think so.
Not to be. Krea's not bad with the AWP, but in a situation like that, you're just trying to present the fights. And as an overall marker, I think the issue that we're seeing from Finest is hesitation. And that might be the inexperience to play on LAN, to be in this sort of an environment, is that you've got Annikez wanting to cancel, but then the rest of the team wanting to go. And it's those slight moments of hesitation where you can just get capitalized on. You think about the util point, Bolt had nothing. He had a HE and that was it. Even his teammate that was out towards the doors that fell had hardly anything either. That was one of the rare cases that the B site players did not have mass util. And for Imperial, Bolts just makes that look easy when really it shouldn't have been.
Yeah, another tactical called in by Finest, and what was set to be, at least over on Pinnacle, a dead set even match turns to a one-sided affair. 11-3. Look at that big wall of blue on the top of your screen as well. Like, it really has been a dominating affair.
Yeah. No, it has, and they've been outclassed, and it does separate the strong from the weak in the best of ones, and it definitely feels as if, other than the opening game that we had to start off the day, we have seen some stompers. Bolts putting in some early util, even looking to follow, maybe get further aggressive behind the util.
And for in, and Flexen out, and Twist out as well. Shocked with the trade. Smokes will come down, but the nades will come back and respond, and Vinny will try and hold the defensive. Smokes will block off vision for the T side at least. He's got a good read onto where they're playing from. Spot Annikez shocked for the trade. His Kriaz has fallen. It's all left to Shocks to ace clutch this round. It will be the most magical ace if he can pull it off. But I have my doubts here. First, so close.
Get a smoke down, try and buy some more cover. He needs fights. And just with Imperial, knowing that there's still 3 alive, they can slow this down completely.
Flash in, trying to indicate they're going to go for the entry. Shocks will challenge Fallen and lose it. Great kill for him. Brilliant stuff in general for Imperial. The defensive held, the retake held. When you have a 1 versus 3 like that, it's so difficult to win it. He was already tagged in the interim, so even if he faced against one of the rifles, it's likely that kill would have gone the way of Imperial anyway.
And we could sit here and say, oh, there's been some chances, we've seen some very good moments. There has been from Finest, but you also need to look at it from the other point of view and think Imperial were just class. They really played well in that first half. Once they got that streak going and they had the confidence behind them, they played as a unit. They peeked off each other really well. They were multi-fragging. Their util usage was on point. And we just saw a lot of stacks coming involved. Finest not getting the players fired up and ready to go. And just knowing the start of this match, I thought we'd get more from Finest.
Yeah, I mean, I thought so too. I thought so too. That's not been the case though, unfortunately, has it? 12-3 and a lot of work to do on the CT side. A ridiculous comeback for Finest. One that I doubt they can pull off. USP is charging up. Vinny, pistol pulled in, ready for the stack angle, ready to receive the T-side members. Flexen deals with him. Effective. Good start.
A desperation coming through from Finest, realizing, okay, we need an info play. We need something to strike out towards long. Even Fur's just pulling more distraction and deals with Kriaz. That keeps the A site open while the rest of the T's are still in the upper tunnel.
It's not getting much better, is it? Oh, disaster. Oh, disaster. Taps the Shocks. Spots another. Able to get the kills against them. Twisted 19 HP. Imperial just counter-rotate back into a very open A-bomb site. Twist will be the next player on the defensive, but again, he's so low, and he's the only man that's there. Annikez will look to join him. Taps forward, need a kill, not going to get it. Fur will get dropped by Annikez at least, who doubles up. Finally, some big moments from him at last. A 2 versus 3 still have to deal with. And the block of Vinny trying to strike Annikez with another good headshot. Needs to get Fallen next, unable to do so. Shocks now, sandwiched between the last 2 players of the T-side forces. Sees Fallen's head, jump facing, challenging Bolts. Needs the one tap desperately, but he's just not going to get it. And Imperial will win the pistol regardless.
That's an incredible effort coming through from Annikez. There really was not a lot of positives in that round. The fact that you've lost your 2 side A players as quickly as it happened, he had to try and make something magical. He finds 3, it's still not enough. And for Imperial, it really felt as if the idea in the pistol was sell the distraction out to long, try and do some damage, we're going to end up on B. What they end up finding is they haven't over-rotated. So, okay, we've got the Goosh down in mid, let's work with the advantages we already found and make our way over to A instead.
You've got a force by Finest. No choice in the matter. No way they can really take control if they don't. Now play it slow on the Imperial side, knowing that this could be the momentum shift for Finest all the same. All they got to do is lock down the round, make it confident, give it no room to breathe.
Imperial just trying to see if they can continue to put the pressure on, keep the streak going. Even Twist getting down towards an aggressive position from the short position. And Pleston out from mid. If they can pull a distraction and try and force the tees out to mid, it could open up that cheeky left-hand position for Anarkaz.
Trying to find something here. The problem is they smoked the doors and the tees are not going to extend ahead of that smoke. No further opportunities. The taps will continue from Pleston. But just gaining nothing at all here. A man walks forward, FNX, caught off, okay. Finally, something decent for the City side. Fallen, putting the Notch Smoke back in as the two players look to cross. There's a crossfire, however, from Kriaz and co. They'll get Vinny, look for Fallen next. It's right below the Xbox. He does get his kill, but no more than that. Okay, 4-on-2, bomb drop, 20 seconds. Finest trying to pull this off.
Yeah, of course they have. They put so much pressure down, and it was obviously a very good read. You had a couple of mid players built in with a couple of aggressive short players. And just knowing that Imperial are trying to take back that Xbox control, they want to split up towards the A site when you've got that many players all around, and especially Anarkaz to make the info play and drop the bomb. It's wild to think he was the one that initiated the first duel, dropped the bomb. He somehow still found 2 in that round.
Let's go. There you go. It's an important round for Finest to find in general. The Eagles doing work. It's a big recovery moment for them and everything. Again, they needed a round like that because had they let the conversion fall out, had they let the eco come to fruition, they would have been fighting for overtime from a 15-3 deficit, and that's just impossible. Put the onus back onto Imperial, who have their scout and their AK. Forced buy in against them. Anarkaz will already take down Fallen, kick things off on the right foot.
And no respect come this round, really charging up from the top of the mid position, shows what Finest want to try and achieve in this second half. A nice kill down onto Fur, and pretty much that's all the rifles dealt with now.
Yeah, 2v5. Go for 1v5, FNX with a scout. Trying to look in, does do some damage to a player. Still being flanked, still being tagged up. Meanwhile, Vinny doesn't get caught off in the end, FNX will drop. That D will be all that remains. Bomb in full CT control, no casualties taken. If they can keep it that way, that'd be great, and indeed they will be able to do so. So anti-force buy dealt with, and now comes the eco round for the Imperial side. Just that one. Just that one. That's all they need to take.
And what we've really seen from some of the underdog teams so far in the best of ones, Jay, is obviously having very small margins of breathing room. I think right here now for Finest, Imperial aren't up to 15, so you've got a little bit to work with. You're now getting a couple of rounds in a row. You've obviously reset the economy from Imperial, so it's going to have to be an eco round. They can't force again. And now, what I want to see is Finest comfortable, because that is the Finest that we've come here to see. Obviously, it's very difficult to say, right, just turn it on, just play comfortable, because it is a very fresh and new environment for this team and for some of the players. But if we see Finest play the comfortable style of Counter-Strike they play online, we might get more positivity and a better look for them.
Well, look, they've got reason to be positive now, right? They've got an opportunity to start to bring the comeback. They've won an all-important anti-eco. They've converted it off the back of that as well. Great chance now with only Glocks being pulled in, so they can work into the 6th round on their side. If they can do that, then it just starts to build the comeback, and that's all you need to do from here. Take it round by round, build in piece by piece. Come up with a game plan from there. So the nades already doing that damage. Bolts, Fallen, Vinny, all tagged up by a HE.
Yeah, fine. It's not getting too aggressive into the meta. Trying to see if they can peek behind the incendiary, try and fight up towards that top mid portion. As a whole, though, for Imperial, I'm not imagining too much success in a round like this. Kriaz maybe getting too hungry for the meta, going out towards a long house, but realizing probably doesn't need to continue peeking. They're going to peek out from mid instead, and they're really trying to show themselves here.
2, 3, easy frags. Bit overly aggressive still from Kriaz, and will get overwhelmed and lose his life, but Anarkaz will have the Quadra and have the round. Can he get the AK? They can get the AK. Yeah. It's Twist that gets it. And that's more than fine for Finest. Again, keep that AK in. Keep that firepower in play. Now use it against the firepower of Imperial, who are now buying into the AKs themselves.
I gotta think, as soon as they've got the money for it and they're in a situation, they're gonna get the double AWP, and here we are. That's exactly what we see. We know that Plesson can double AWP, we know that Kriaz can double AWP. There is a few players on this Finest side that can pick up the big green.
Pass the parcel, except for adults. A lot more deadly at that as well. This will put Anakez and Plessin for the time being. The AK will be over on Kriaz's part, so those are the guys you want to watch out for the most in this round. I'm going to play that AK aggressive again for Kriaz. He's pushed all the way up towards that longhouse angle. And in the last round, it didn't make a lot of sense because it was an eco basis. But if he can hold this angle and try and play off the shadows that the T-side players will make, that could be a great opening start and one that could catch Imperial off guard.
It's not even that. If they get enough information out towards mid, he can actually start walking forward and hope to catch a timing on a big backstab. And Plestin now starting to at least show the presence into mid. And Fur making noise. Krez would have heard that.
Those that are at least behind Car. It's just one set of footsteps. They won't have the info as to whether they're playing up towards mid itself. Anakez will have the info that they're playing on short at least. Vinny force him off angle. I don't think Fur made the noise of the rotation towards mid because Kriaz is not moving at all. Plessin's all posted aggressive. Bolt's looking to challenge, but he just can't find the inkling to do so.
I'm surprised how aggressive Plessin is, considering the HP bar's really important to be able to capitalize on this shot and bring that rotation in from Shox too. Lurk smoke for the tees.
Shot will ring out, so they'll be aware that he's here on B. It's FNX to find Kriaz, meanwhile out towards short. Important start, but Plessin still one to work against. Flashbang evaded, almost lined up two. Shox will get the second man, and Fallen gets the trade. A 3-on-3. Shox flash back in, we'll see two, but struggles to find the spray, so Fallen can double up, and the man advantage takes the way of Imperial. 10 seconds though, the AWP's on site. Anakez just got to stall for time, and he looks the wrong way at the wrong time. Fallen will get the kill and the plant down, and Twist will be up for the retake against two. We'll see Fur as the smoke clears. Will he get the kill? His back will be turned towards Fallen. Now quick 180, trying to isolate the headshot, and he gets him at the right time as Fallen peeks into the spray. And it will be another round for Finest.
Just what they're looking for. And you could just get the sense that before that bomb even went down, they wanted to apply pressure. They don't want to play it passive. They don't want to play the 3v3 retake, slow it down, get the util set up. No, we want to get in there and make it chaotic. Make sure that that bomb doesn't go down, or if it does, it's going to get very pressured. Lovely clutch coming through from the most experienced man on the team of Twist, the caller. Absolutely.
Need him to lead from the front as well. Especially when some of your stars aren't quite performing in their own right. You need to see some leadership and turn the tide in this kind of a matchup. Finest up on the right position. In the right gear, if you will. Charging straight forward. And once again, opening the frag counts here in round 21. Plessin straight into the Fallen. Talk about leaders. His leadership cut down in round 21.
Oh, Anakez double dipping back out here towards the lower tunnel, starting to get some comfortability. Got Plessin with the crossfires, and the AWPers, they're having a field day.
And Kriaz gets one of his own. Little piece of the pie. A small piece at that, because it's a 1v5 now for Vinny. And he might get no pie today. It was apple crumble and you missed out, sir. The number 8 for Finest, and continuing to grind up. And they have done exactly what we talked about. Take it step by step, one round at a time. Let's see if you can just get any trade for Vinny. At least one player will fall in. Kriaz, no more than that, though. The difference has been brought from, what was it, 13 to 3, so 10 round difference, only to 5 now.
It's been quite a lot, and often when we look at those one-sided scorelines, you lose pistol, you can sometimes pack it in and say, all right, it's done, isn't it? But they lost pistol, won the force buy, and they've been able to turn it around. Really feel the impact of that Deagle round where we saw the aggression out towards mid, we saw the aggression towards short, and scrambling the bomb in and around that Xbox position, and what that tail has been able to filter out to. Imperial, I wouldn't say they're probably sweating it, but they're in a position now where they realise we've got a game on our hands.
Indeed they do. Considering that we were writing them off for 12 to 3, we were just like, right, well, that's a shame. The CT side has really come alive. Maybe it's all in the CT halves today. Certainly on this map, you can make the argument. AWP have fallen again. Going to lose the fight in mid. Plessin legs him. Doesn't kill him this time. AWP forced to reposition and hold back passive. Evade those nades that are thrown out typically by the CT side. They've been using that same wombo combo over the course of this map. Not to affect in round 22 though.
And that's exactly what you want from your second AWPer. Consistency. Always fighting in damage. Looking for those mid picks. Making it uncomfortable from the offense when it comes to the mid control. And then getting back passive when necessary. Shox playing out towards the hug in the wall on that right-hand side perspective. might get mollied on any sort of B contact, and Plesson's just allowing the walk forward in mid if it comes at all.
Give it up. Ooh, Kriaz with aggressive plays. Fur might catch him off. Yeah. Headshot, landed the wallbang. Dink down, left him at no HP, and now down a player on the CT side. An aggressive player that in the grand scale of things probably wasn't worth it. New smokes up. Vinny is also going to catch off Twist. Now it's all on Anarkez, the AWP that has been so quiet throughout this game, really stepping up lately. Got one more kill to him, but unable to count for Vinny being so close, and Shocks will get dealt with by Bolts. And it feels like that confidence just flows right back from Imperial at the drop of a dime.
Yeah, of course it does. And we always know that all you need is one good round in it, and it can reset your team. And right there from Finest, it came down to Kriaz, obviously walking forward. I think he's been very inconsistent with those long plays. On the anti-ecos, he's been finding success, but in the rifle rounds, he's been caught a couple of times. And now it comes down to the stance of, that was the start. That was really what drew it even further. And even falling into the mid pick, it's Anarkez this time, not Plesson.
He still wins it. And that's another Orb battle in mid that's gone the way of Finest, an important one. Cuts Imperial down, they lose the opening frag. And when Finest can't afford to make any mistakes, a play like that carries its risks. It's worked out well for them on this occasion. They just need to convert the round for it.
Start working back in towards that long take. You've got the angle out towards car. We haven't actually seen many defensive holds on the city side play from the car. In fact, the majority of the position's actually been taken by the T's in the post plant.
Reposition backup is on the way. Yes, behind the car, unmolotoved. Being watched here for Fur and Bolts. Will that stay the same? Not forever. Flash is still going to keep him blind, but they haven't checked it. Easy lineups and 2 kills that will go his way. FNX will make it a triple, in fact. And Vinny is left alone to fall alone. To fall down and leave Finest back within 5 again.
And that's got to feel good from Kriaz, because think about the perspective of him. He's almost thrown the round previously. He was the one that gave up that opening man advantage, which led into the 14th. Now, he's done himself a solid. He's done Finest a solid, really stepping up from that car position, not being checked, not being mollied, and having the trigger discipline to make an impactful play.
Yeah, beauty of a play at that. Perfect discipline, perfect accuracy. A missed shot from the AWP did give him up that triple. Should have been a double. Either way, it has gone the way of Finest, and that is the bottom line. Fur looking to make the kill against Kriaz's bottom line, but Plesson immediate responsive. The double orbs continuing to have impact for Finest. And Twist is looking for more. He'll fall back, though. Concede long control.
Ooh, Shox is in the upper tunnels, and FNX is on the other side. This could be a slight misdirection, because Shox is going to clear out all of this area and say there's no presence whatsoever. What he doesn't know about is FNX just on the other side towards T-spawn.
We'll have to try and protect this position. You're going to leave Anarkez out towards that mid control on catwalks, who are watch for any T-side players that will come in from here, and Shox will maintain his position in the top of tunnels. Everybody else, A-site locked and loaded. The only thing they're missing is an execute.
And they don't want to overpeak towards this long position either, because they want to put themselves in a state of being as defensive as possible. Even Twist is just trying to toy with them to set up Plesson.
Keep your eyes on that mini-map as well. FNX is looking to make plays. The question is, when does he strike? Fallen's going to strike first. Plesson next to drop. The AWP taken back out of play, and now Anarkez is forced to try and join the A defensive. FNX back turn leaves Shox in with a decent kill. A 3-on-3. That throws no misdirection at all. The execution now forced to move forward from Imperial. They've got 2 CTs to deal with. Anarkez looking to go big again. Slowly walks, sees one, misses the shot though. Caught by inaccuracy and caught by a flashbang. Forced away behind the short boxes, looking for some harder cover. It's Vinny that moves in as Anarkez finally strikes on Fallen. Shox gets Vinny next. And Bolts won't last long. 10 to the board of Finest, a moment's reprise as they continue to close the gap.
Mate, this was 13-3.
Yeah.
This is starting to really get out of hand now. And you just start thinking to yourself, like, is even that amount of rounds enough? Because this has been a crazy resurgence coming through from Finest, really sticking in. They've been winning a lot of opening duels. They're working with the information well. And for Anarkez' point of view, maybe it looked uncomfortable. The support was there.
Oh, Fallen, okay. We'll take that. Scout wins the mid fight, but unfortunately 2 players fall in turn, so there's not really an advantage to speak of from Imperial because of that duel. Responded to so effectively. A P90 out for Kriaz. Need to hold out in the tunnels itself alongside Shox. Twist are going to be ready to receive as well on the A site. Got Fur and Fallen making their moves in, but the bomb's back over to that B tunnels on FNX.
Now, Twist getting that re-smoke in, and those rotations are so quick, aren't they? They're going to boost the AWP up.
Gets tagged, 3 peaks. Doesn't even land. Fallen again with a scout. A triple, in fact, with a headshot on Twist. The P90 is going to go for the engagement. And Shox has left the B site. Now FNX's chance to strike. The backs are turned. Oh, this is utterly perfect. He doesn't even strike. He's going to bait and switch. Oh, no. This is not good. Shox, is he ready? No, he's not. Imperial are about to steal this one.
Oh, no, it's an eco chain. It's such a light eco at that. Oh, that's heartbreaking. They've worked so hard in this second half to recover it, and they lose the match point. The match point to a round like this. Kriya's just got to hold on to the M for A1S, bring it into the next round. Oh, you feel for them. Imperial have got such a sick steal, and Fallen finds 3 on the scout. That's unreal.
Yeah.
No one could have seen that in a round like this.
He's had a blinder of a map. 29 frags. Now the AWP of Fur to close out against the save AWP attempt of Kriaz. And you're right, it is heartbreaking. An eco from Imperial going to get them up on map and match points. Oh, the money is okay, I believe, for Finest. I think they can just about scrape together a buy. The AWP really would have helped them. But they are in trouble, Dweg. They've been in trouble for a long time, and you saw the light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
That might get caved in very soon.
Yeah, you always have to entertain it when you've got a comeback like that. And sometimes if you lose the 15th to a rifle round, you can say, all right, fair play. We did this wrong. But when it's up against an eco, it hurts. It digs deep because you know that is the round you should never lose. That's the round in which you should never give up as an opportunity to the opposition. And it came off some excellent shooting. The opening pick to come through. Annika's obviously missing that shot with the scout.
Oh.
That one there onto Twist. Poor. Banger.
Lightning fast.
It's not bad.
Now only 1 AWP for Annika's here. 2 M4s. Shox and Twist. Setup not ideal for Finest, to say the least. Problems extend, but Annika's takes one of those problems out of round 26. Vinny, first to fall.
And that's what you need in a round like this, where you know you're light on the weaponry. Try and get as much out of that AWP as possible. Fallen trying to see if he can open up the AWP. Oh! He gets the damage done, but Annika's follows up again.
How did he get away with that? That is insane. And that is a lifeline gifted back to Finest. How lucky can one team get? Now reduced to FNX, Bolts and Fur, who are all unscathed to their credit. Up against some very weak weapons, depending on where they go to it. They're going to lean into the A side, where there are 3 individuals. Kriaz with that FAMAS. AWP of Annika's being so low, and Twist watching long. So it is not the ideal setup, honestly.
Yeah, they're going to have to play it retake. They're going to have to give the respect up. It's difficult to fight when you're in a position like this. At least the information's coming over. How quickly do the rotates come in?
FAMAS ready to receive it. Goose, Annika's hearing footsteps, turning away from what he thought was a flashbang. It was a Molotov towards Kriya's position. Now he's sandwiched, now he's flanked. Twist forced to try and back in. Knees back up desperately. They are on the way, and Twist can't afford to go down. The bomb will get planted.
Getting to that AWP is going to be so difficult. Twist just really needs to find something here.
He's doing his damage, but Fur's alive, as is Bolts. Continuous taps as now Plesser makes his way in. Deagle in hand, AWP on his back. And Smoke's starting to give a bit of harder cover. Spray back off, so much damage under those 2. Twist going to take his chance as Plesser still strikes with the Deagle, gets them both, and keeps Finest alive.
Oh, little bit of luck coming through in that round. So much spam. Connections to low HP, but not enough to drop those players. Plesser finding a couple of kills with the dig. And keep in mind, in that round, we had the AWP for Annika's. We had a couple of odd rifles here or there. Plesser was on a pistol, and he was the one that closed the round.
Watch how he did it as well. Straight through, headshot on one, tag up on the other. Low HP across both those 2 individuals. And another lifeline is gained, another chance for Finest to make this up. 4 to overtime. And then you've got to win that overtime as well. It's not an easy feat, it's still a long way back. And Imperial just need to get that one good round. They'll look for the first good frag on Fallen. Again with the AWP, this time placed out towards long. Planning to miss the smokes. Annika's out towards mid will fall back. It's Kriaz, however, that strikes first.
Yeah, Fallen trying to play anti-flash, working around the smoke, get the pick, but not find the connection, so he has to try and fall back, and unfortunately just gets picked off in the process. Even that AWP being thrown further back, so no way that Imperial could try and recover it from Fur.
Maybe they can get it back in the hands of Pleasant. That double AWP setup was working real well for them. He's on the opposite end of the map for now. Could be a worthy save as Twist takes point on the long defense here. Playing offside anchor. Kriaz also in the pit, which just is coming away. So no opportunities for Imperial to get any easy picks. And once again, they're down by 2.
Yeah, smartly played right now from Finest, holding on to quite a lot of their util. They're playing quite passively, directly in the sights in tow, not sort of over-facing at all. And Pleston just trying to see if he could spam up to the upper tunnels. As an overall picture, though, for Imperial, they need one of the defaulting players to just find some success.
Oh, and Pleston, I think he might have spotted FNX at the edge of the smoke, got that spray through through smoke kill, but almost dealt with. Bolt certainly is. 23 HP for the last round of the T side, and it's going to be a perfect round as well for Finest. Not any damage being done. The confidence has returned, and the gap continues to close.
But the job's not done. That's what we know. 3-13 down to recover it into overtime would be one hell of a feat. And for a team participating at their first international LAN, you couldn't even imagine that. So keep that in mind of what the potential could be here from Finest, but they still need 3 more rounds. And knowing they're up against a hero rifle, this should be theirs for the taking.
Mach 10 and 3 Tech 9s with the Galil for Imperial. The setup is weak, and on paper, Finest should get to 14 before the next true guns come out. So long as they don't stumble at this hurdle, and we have seen them fall at the hands of upgrade pistols only so far in this map-up. Is this going to be one of those occasions that seals the deal on their best of 1?
The rotation from Pleston is going to be out here to defend and B. Even the timing on that resmoke is going to cancel it for a moment. They've still got that Lurker Fur outside of the longhouse towards top mid. Hasn't seen anything at the moment. He's just trying to sell some presence over to A, trying to over-rotate.
That man's going to land on bolts pretty perfectly. The flashes go over and the T's will execute. Shocks, tanking damage for it. Ahead of the big box, Pleston with the kill. Fnatic with a responsive, and Bolt finds an angle at the edge of the smoke. A bit of a one-way there. Shocks didn't register. So once again, the B-side has been busted open, and Anarchez is forced to make his way in. Sees 2 players, gets one. Completely unawares of the second man. Unfortunately, the nades back towards him won't do much. Bolt's tagged. Foe on the way. The backstab though, Twist has checked it, and that's all important. Now they're so heavily tagged up here from Imperial, but still fighting. Bolt's with a kill on the Mach 10. FNX rather. Everyone is back. Looking for a decent angle here. Time's ticking.
Yeah, Anarchez trying to get into the side, but he needs his teammate, needs anything, and the Mach 10's going to win it out. Kriaz now to clutch in a similar position for Twist to make the magic happen. No one peeking, no one overextending, just playing the timer. Kriaz doesn't quite find the jewel, and there it is from Imperial. They close when it matters the most, Jay. An awkward situation, but the job gets done, and the match is theirs.
What an effort from Finest to try and bring that back, but ultimately it was too little too late. And to think that is too little, right? Like, they did so much to get back in control of this, and just look how dejected they look here. Like, that has got to be one of the most unfortunate losses, because once again it was a force buy, and they've really got to pick that up if they want to try and continue on here in the championship.
Unreal. For them to come back 3-13, it sucks, but sometimes, Jay, it's just what happens.
It is what happens indeed, and what happens now as we head toward the desk with the second best hairstyle in the LAN. It's Pal.
As Jay said, that is an unfortunate loss for Finest. They really clawed their way back into that matchup, but it was Imperial that got the deciding round, 16-12. Pavlos, Dinko, nonetheless, I am quite impressed by what I saw from Finest in their finest moments. Start the match, let's put that to the side. What can we take away in terms of positives for this team before we look at why Imperial won?
You're right to be impressed, because I think as soon as they were able to get onto the CT side, they were able to have a full mental reset. And at the same time, you could see Anarchez gaining a lot more space. You could see him a little bit more fluid around the map. You could see him moving a lot more freely to do what he wants to do and get those early picks from different directions that Imperial many times weren't expecting. So on many of those occasions, they were able to get those early man's advantages. And from then, they were able to close up that gap little by little.
I mean, the first half performance, they pick up their first 3 rounds very early on the Finest side. Imperial CT side really kicks into action, right? They were quite dynamic, quite fluid in terms of how they were taking map control. They were taking short early on in the game. That opened up a bit of a gap towards long side, but we've seen so many rounds that the Imperial side were able to actually drop back. Even with that short control, they were able to either stop them from getting to the side or retake it, no problem. There's a couple of openings early for Team Finest, but after they pick up these 3 rounds early, not a single shot. Imperial did a great job in terms of the anchor players. Those are the two players I really want to talk about is Fallen and even Bolts over on that B side. Bolts wasn't tested as much, but every time he did, just getting these multi-kills in the back platform. When he went down, Fur was then set up. And you could see in that first half the nerves for Team Finest. They had little bits of nerves showing in terms of not being on the same page with coordination, not going through at the right time. And you can see, you know, trying to trade onto Fur in one round, I think specifically in round 11, they try and trade Fur out in that B site, and they don't pass the info on. Someone commits a little too early, and you can just see a couple of the nerves. But the turning point in the second half of Twist being able to win that 1 versus 2 retake, that got them back into believing.
So I really follow the testament of the anchoring being really strong from Imperial, and I think one of the reasons they were able to do so good was the balancing of that utility, right? Team Finest often, wherever they went, they were greeted by some sort of nade, molly, smoke, and it was always so difficult for them to pull the trigger on the attack. And that's why many of those occasions they were lingering, right? Who goes in first? What's going on? It looked a little bit frantic from them, and obviously they didn't make the right mistakes because it was kind of left to the last vestige of the round. And yeah, Imperial were just a level above from that point on, and it was really tough for Team Finest to kind of grab anything out of that.
I also think the second half scoreline's a little overinflated, Paula. I think that second half for Finest could have been more one-sided, but I think the fact that you have a significant lead going into the second half, if you're the side of Imperial, you want to try and close it early. You have confidence to force buy, you make decisions to buy up, but then if you don't win those rounds, you're put down to the pistols, and you get a couple of rounds where you're constantly reset back down to the weaker weapons, and I think those rounds, just by the fact that Imperial tried to close it early, allowed the Finest side into a few extra rounds to be picked up. So I feel like that should have been more convincing on the closure for Imperial, but I think they got a little ahead of themselves and wanted to close it too early, and that gives chances for Finest.
Overinflated.
Yeah, definitely overinflated.
I'm super impressed, man. You just passed your GCSEs. You learned that there.
Yeah, my GCSE English, bro. Banged it out the park. I'm now moving on to my BTECs.
Congratulations, Adam. Congratulations to Imperial. And I'm going to offer a third congratulations to Tech Girl, because she's down on the sidelines with a player that she is a huge fan of. She told myself and others earlier. I'm also a huge fan of the guy. It's Fallen, who dropped 29 frags.
Fallen, I was trying to be very cool and professional, and Paula's just ruined my secrets and told everyone that I'm a huge fan. Bom jogo, bem jogado. Did I get that right?
Yeah, perfect. Hello, guys.
Fantastic. I can now speak Portuguese. Were you expecting it to be that close? I mean, it was 13-3 at one point. Were you expecting Finest to bring it back like that?
I think we had the chance to close it earlier, but we didn't manage to win the second round of the second half, which they had Deagles and Scout only. A little bit unlucky. I got timed on mid. I was holding for like 1 minute and 10 seconds. Decided to pick up a grenade from Vinny, and the guy pushed mid, and that's when they started sandwiching mid. So cost us the round, and then after on, I think they managed to do some good picks. I was losing some AWP battles at the mid as well, and it was quite hard to win some rounds. But it was a crazy game at the end, so quite happy with that.
They're pretty much unproven on LAN. Obviously, they have Twist there, but a lot of those other players, their first big international tournament. What did you think of their performance?
I think they play the way they have been playing online. I studied a little bit on their games and checked their play style, and they're very aggressive. They kind of have an idea on what they want to do on the maps, and they did exactly what they were doing before here. So props to them to be able to show their faces and see if that's going to win games. And it's not just the beginning for them. A lot of new names. Some of those guys play FPL. I have played a couple of them. I think their WP is pretty capable. So yeah, it's a team that's very promising.
Let's talk now about your performance. Obviously, coming off the back of Dallas, not the greatest run for Imperial. Coming here now, how do you get your minds reset? Is it experience for all of you? You just know now that you've got to focus on the next event?
Yeah, going to Dallas was a little bit tough for us. I think we did everything we could at the major, and including energy-wise, so all the focus was there. So going straight to another tournament felt like overwhelming a little bit for us. But it was a good learning experience because we know what to change for this one. Got to bring a little bit more hype, a little bit more energy, just like the way we like it. And we couldn't do that in Dallas because obviously a little bit burnout and too much going on over the last months. But right now we're enjoying the last part of the season. It starts here on Pinnacle, and it's a very nice tournament. I'm excited to go further, and it's great to start with a BO1 win.
One final question. It's a little bit of a cheeky one. We keep referring to it as the last dance. How long does the song play for?
Yeah, that's the question, right? The $1 million question. We don't know how long it's going to be. We have in our minds that we want to stick out for 1.5 years more, 2 years more, but you never know. Maybe 1.5 years, we're playing our best sets of our lives, and who's going to want to stop?
Thank you so much. This was an absolute honor for me. I am fangirling now. Obrigado. I hope I get to do this again later in the tournament.
Thank you, guys.
I love to see that. It's always, you know, very enjoyable to meet people that you've looked up to. I think we've all been there. And so, TechGirl, hope you enjoyed that. It was a fantastic interview. Some brilliant questions there and, yeah, suitably brilliant answers from Fallen. You know, he mentioned that going into Dallas, they were a bit burnt out from the major. Makes sense, right? They reached huge peaks. They overachieved massively at the major and then Dallas, a bit of a dip. Maybe here at Pinnacle, they are going to be on the up again. Would you agree?
I would, because quite frankly, as I said, The Last Dance, this is a project that all began in the idea of giving them a last opportunity before they think about retiring to get that damn major, get another one in the bag, right? Because Brazilian CS has been in the shadows for a little bit too long now. They've had their successes. They want that again. And I'm sure everybody's looking at Imperial to achieve that at some point. And for good reason, right? So much talent, so much experience. And if anyone's going to do it, it looks like Imperial is on that trajectory.
Yeah, I mean, the last opening they had versus in Dallas actually was against Furious, so this opening best of one's a little easier, lets them settle into the competition a bit more, and great to hear that the hunger's still there. Obviously, I think when you're a team that hasn't played at this level for a long time, going back on that travel grind as well for some of the players that were out of it, it does become a little intense to try and keep that level up event to event, because they just come from Dallas straight to here now as well. They've been on a run, but yeah, it's great for them to get an easier opening, and I think Fallen even touched on the interview, the fact that they should have closed that game earlier, they absolutely should have, but when you lose to the force buy and you're unable to win any of those force buy wars back, you give them a few extra rounds to play with, and the scoreline was never really ever going to get out of hand for Imperial. They were in full control of that matchup for pretty much all of it. A couple of little moments there from Finest to look at, but for this competition, we're looking at Finest that just looking to pick up some experience.
The question is now, who is our Pinnacle MVP? Surprise, surprise, it's the man himself, a legend of the game, the person that just did an interview with TechGirl. It's Fallen. Yeah, 29 frags, as I mentioned before, matching Blame F. Not a 30 bomb yet here at Pinnacle Cup Championship 2022, but I can feel it in the air. I can feel it coming. I'm not going to sing that, though. That was a bad idea. 96.8 ADR.
Yeah, it's insane. It really is. And I think it follows a narrative that we painted earlier of Fallen sort of bringing in those performances that we are used to in the past. And the fact that we want to see more and more of these more consistently is just an indication to come. Which, what I really like about this is, though, he was really enabled on this map in particular. I think Dust 2 is one which he's very, very comfortable. And I think when you talk about Anarchist trying to challenge him, it never felt like it was that back-to-back battle. Yeah. It never felt like he was really challenged in that way.
Yeah, I like how fluid the long setup was. They were constantly changing him out towards long, early, getting FNX into pit, but also towards short. And I think when Vinny brought out that secondary op, that just freed Fallen up to focus on one side of the map, which he shut down time and time again. A couple of multi-kills there on the CT side. So yeah, Fallen definitely feeling comfortable against this level of competition. And the great thing is, he's got everybody else alongside of him. Fallen head and shoulders above them on this map, but not too far away was the likes of Vinny having a good performance. And we also seen Bolts having some anchor plays. So Fallen was just in the right positions at the right times in this game, and they did focus in spots, and he delivered it.
All right, guys, I think it's time to remind everybody at home what we've seen so far. Fnatic came out on top of Heroic, a bit surprising, 16-14, very close nonetheless. Big 16-7 over Mibr. Astralis overcame EGPA, that's Party Astronauts that have been bought by Evil Geniuses, 16-6. And yeah, we just saw Imperial 16-12 over Finest. I've got two predictions, right? I don't take mine very seriously, by the way. All right, wow. Now Maui was giving it large on Twitter, but I'm 50-50 right now, and I could kind of claim that I got a third right, because I said that Imperial Finest would be the closest yet behind Fnatic Heroic. So,
all right, Paula, covering up your tracks. Well, you seem to be talking about predictions a lot if you don't care about them, Paula.
Well,
ooh, busted!
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
It's just the game, Paula. It's just the game.
You spin me right around. You spin me right around,
spinning,
Dinko. Yeah. All right, guys, any final thoughts before we go to this break and come back for it's Heroic versus Mibr at 5 PM. Anything else that you'd like to add?
Yeah, I'm glad Finest were able to show at least some expertise on that Dust 2. They showed some talent and what they're capable of to some regard, although they need to get their CTs, their Ts a little bit more solid, really. And that's hopefully I can see a win from them this tournament.
No, I have nothing really. I have to go to a break, figure out what I'm picking for my A levels. So that's what I'm up to now, bro.
All right, thank you so much, Pavlos and Dinko. Yes, to all of you at home, do not forget, so at the end of today, well, it's just about an hour from now, we're going to have 2 best of 3s running simultaneously. One here on the A stream, which will be Heroic versus Mibr, and then over on the B stream, we'll have EG Party Astronauts versus Finest. They take place at 5 PM CET, BO3s, and yeah, that is pretty much it. Will be live on the desk about 15 minutes before, so be sure to tune back in then for some banter and good times. Thank you very much for joining us so far here at Pinnacle Cup Championship 2022. It's been a blast and there is more to come.
Oh, Esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Stuck ranking up? Lost the motivation to grind? Bored of clicking heads on aim maps? Get some colour into your game. Bitskins.com. Buying and selling skins made easy. Tons of payment methods and instant cash outs. Just choose your dream skins, select your preferred payment method, and start grinding again. If you want to play like the pros, you gotta look like the pros.
on. Bring it, bring it, bring it 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 on. We're living overdrive. We're living overdrive.
Ding, ding. Sick and tired of the whole damn thing, yeah. Stick a move in the ring. You can hit me with the words you fling. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. Be lucky if I stick around. Maybe foolish, but I ain't a clown. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, 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 no. Got the belt like a king. Heavyweight champion of the whole damn thing, yo. Full of gas, full of spin. Jekyll and Hyde, you're the evil twin. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, you're never gonna. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. Be lucky if I stick around. Maybe foolish, but I ain't a clown. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, 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 no. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. Be lucky if I stick around. Maybe foolish, but I ain't a clown. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, 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 no. Keep telling me that it can't be done. One move, one big setup. Had to walk before I could run, but the second I learn, I could move on. Gotta move, just can't be done. You gotta run from morning to midnight, and in the morning when it turns to light, you gotta crawl and walk, then run again. 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 And I wanted to feel the fire that's keeping me alive. And if you don't feed the flames, ain't ever gonna change. Oh no. You gotta crawl and walk, then run again. You're telling me that it can't be wrong. In this life, you got to be strong. You can't stop till you cross the line. You gotta run from morning to midnight. I had the feeling that you wanted more and more. Then I gave you more and more and more. Had the feeling that you wanted more and more. Then I gave you more and more and more. And I wanted to feel the fire that's keeping me alive.
is done. Sweet little whispers he will say in your ear. I know that Mr. Man is loving my dear. He'll break your heart like it's fun, 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 fun. That boy's a loaded gun. Ooh, take it to the grave. Ooh, all the loving you gave. Take it to the grave. And don't admit to all the loving you gave. Take it to the grave. Every kiss upon your lips, you're gonna wish that they were his. These words of warning, do with them what you will. I know you're falling, I remember the thrill. He'll play your heart like a drum, 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 drum. The damage is done. You're young and foolish and you think you will stay. Girl, I was foolish, don't end up the same way, yeah. He'll break your heart, girl, and run, 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 run. That boy's a loaded gun. Ooh, take it to the grave. Ooh, all the loving you gave. Take it to the grave. And don't admit to all the loving you gave. Take it to the grave. Every kiss upon your lips, you're gonna wish that they were his. Yeah, 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 yeah. Got a fever and you're burning up fast. He'll love and leave you like a thing of the past. 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 Take it to the grave. Take it to the grave. And don't admit to all the loving you gave. Take it to the grave. Every kiss upon your lips, you're gonna wish that they were his. Take it to the grave. And don't admit to all the loving you gave. Take it to the grave. Every kiss upon your lips, you're gonna wish that they were his. Oh, no, no, no. Take it to the grave.
Yo, yeah. Yeah. I will love it when you're touching me. Yeah. I go crazy when you're touching me. Yeah. I will love it when you're touching me. I go crazy when you're touching me. Hey, you got my love tonight. We are gonna party through the night. Yo, touch, touch, touch. Yo, touch, touch, touch. Oh, let me take you there. I'm gonna dance without the care. Yo, touch, touch, touch. Yo, touch, touch, touch. Smooth on the dance floor, touch everyone there. Yo, there we go. Make love on the dance floor. Smooth on the dance floor, touch everyone more. Well, everybody stand more. Make love on the dance floor. Baby, oh yeah, I love it. Let's touch me on my body. Well, everybody stand dance now, baby. Oh yeah, I love it. Touch me on my body. I try your hand in the ear now. Every time I look deep in your eyes, I see you, baby, I see you. Oh, now I feel I'm frozen in time. I feel you, yes, I feel you, yeah. Hey, you got my love tonight. We are gonna party through the night. Yo, touch, touch, touch. Yo, touch, touch, touch. Oh, let me take you there. I'm gonna dance without the care. Yo, touch, touch, touch. Yo, touch, touch, touch. Smooth on the dance floor, touch everyone, touch, touch, touch. Wake up on the dance floor. Smooth on the dance floor, touch everyone more. Wake up on the dance floor. Crazy now, baby. Oh yeah, I love it. Touch
Give me motion. Love sink deep like in a ocean. We a party like a devotion. If me sick, then you touch a devotion.
blowing off some steam. I got a little cash, a little sour mash to meet the girl of my dreams. You're like a beauty queen from a magazine. I gotta take my chance. That door swing open wide, and here she comes. Everybody turns their head. The band just don't stop dead. She's crazy, beautiful. Oh, oh, oh. She's crazy, beautiful, and it's driving me wild. She's crazy, beautiful. Oh, oh, oh. I can't get that picture out of my head. 'Cause she's crazy, beautiful. sweet-ass champagne. It's making me insane. It shouldn't be allowed. Yeah, but I'd do anything. I'd even buy a ring if I got the chance. Her favorite song came on, and here she comes. Everybody turns their head. The band just don't stop dead. She's crazy, beautiful. Oh, oh, oh. She's crazy, beautiful, and it's driving me wild. She's crazy, beautiful. Oh, oh, oh. I can't get that picture out of my head. 'Cause she's crazy, beautiful. Crazy, beautiful. Yeah. Oh. Everybody turns their head. The band just don't stop dead. She lights it up like gasoline. Crazy beautiful, you know what I mean. She lights it up like gasoline. And she's the hottest damn thing. She's crazy, beautiful. Oh, oh, oh. She's crazy, beautiful, and it's driving me wild. She's crazy, beautiful. Oh, oh, oh. I can't get that picture out of my head. 'Cause she's crazy, beautiful. Oh, yeah.
face. This your guilt that I know I must face. When I picture your voice, I can hear from the side, not alive. Leak your eyes, but now I can sleep. This your guilt I know I must face. When I turn through your skin, I can feel I'm dead inside, I'm alive. This is the end of it all. Why can't they see what's wrong with me? I reach to you. What's wrong with me? Touch the mist that taunts me today. Like a dream you keep flying away. From the corner of my eyes I can see it's a game. Like a knife and I know that I can hurt you. Like a dream you just keep me away. In this world, in this blood, I know I have you. It's no use, run away. Why can't they see what's wrong with me? I'll reach to you, but what's wrong with me? This is the end of it all, yeah. Listen to me, get away from me. Listen to me, get away from me. Listen to me, get away from me. Listen to me, get away from me.
너의 느낌에 난 취했어. 어디 숨어 있었던 거야. 나를 사로잡아 버렸어. 라라라. 너의 몸은 눈이 부셔. 너의 몸은 눈이 부셔. 이렇게 계속해줘. 너의 몸은 눈이 부셔. 내게도 다가와줘. 정신 나갔어. 널 봐버렸어. 너 때문에 난 팝인 all the time. 무릎 꿇었어. 달콤함에 절대 없어. Stop 가질 때까지 난 너 원하던 여왕님 꿈에서 나 보던 oh yeah 넌 대체로 다 이거냐 넌 같이 다이아같이 유일무이하지 너의 그 빛이 좋아 너무 환상적이야 별들 사이에 빛나서 사랑과 미의 여신 나는 God 나를 뛰게 해 또 원하게 해 쓰러질지도 몰라 내가 타오르게 하잖아
그녀는 리그의 빛넌지 프리마돈나 가장 높은 퀄리티 완벽하게 beautiful 작은 하나까지도 다이나모 햇달로 쓰러진 마치 도미노
달콤한 퀸야 완벽한 시야 날 무릎 꿇게 만들어 모든 생각에 그친 그녀 향해 모든 내 말에 그친 흐릿해 너의 몸은 눈이 부셔 너의 몸은 눈이 부셔 너의 몸은 눈이 부셔 내게도 다가와줘 너 원하던 여왕님 꿈에서 나 보던 oh yeah 넌 대체로 다 이거냐 넌 같이 다이아같이 유일무이하지 너의 그 빛이 좋아 너무 환상적이야 별들 사이에 빛나서 사랑과 미의 여신 나는 God 나를 뛰게 해 또 원하게 해 쓰러질지도 몰라 내가 타오르게 하잖아 쓰러질지도 몰라 내가 타오르게 하잖아 너는 최고의 트로피 말할 필요 없어 무조건 이기겠어 Going for gold 너 원하던 여왕님 꿈에
Pinnacle Cup Championship is brought to you by Pinnacle, Asus ROG, Intel, and Bitskins.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Pinnacle Cup Championship 2022. It's time for our first elimination match of the tournament. It's a best of 3 between Heroic and Mibr. Earlier today, Heroic were just bested by Fnatic 16-14, and Mibr fell to big 16-7. My name is Parla. I am still your desk host, and now on the desk I am joined once again by Golden, and I've still got old Dinkums on the left-hand side, the very left-hand side.
You happy about that, Paula?
It's all right. I can deal with you for now.
Yeah, see Golden. He's all right with you for now, but
hey, love Golden. Love me some Golden. Michael, what have you been up to in the break that you've had off? Were you just relaxing, doing some research, enjoying the sun outside? That's what I was doing in the break.
I didn't enjoy anything.
Life is just a misery.
You don't enjoy anything, or
no, I didn't.
You didn't enjoy anything.
No.
Oh, okay, just hanging out.
Yeah, just hanging out.
He only enjoys being on the desk with you, Paula. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, this is where I bloom.
Yeah,
I feel comfortable here.
Yeah.
looking into your eyes.
It's great to have you back. And as I've alluded to, it's time for our Bitskins matchup of the day. It's an elimination match between Heroic and Mibr. It's going to be a good one. I think Heroic are going to be looking to come out strong, Golden.
Yeah, for sure. And I like watching them play against Fnatic. I didn't feel like they were playing their own playstyle. They kind of fell into Fnatic's momentum, and then from on there, they could never come back. And I feel like now they had a good talk within themselves, and just start playing our game.
Yeah, I think coming into this, Heroic wouldn't have been expecting to be down here in the elimination game on day one, right? The favorites for the event, everybody says it should be Heroic, they should be favorites for this, it's their tournament to lose. You'd have to agree, but going up against Fnatic in a best-of-1 with a new roster, it's quite scary. You can drop those series, and they're now down here in an elimination. The benefit is, though, the luxury for them is, they're playing Mibr, right? And Mibr, first event with their new player, Bruno, coming into this one, they've replaced their caller, which you don't want to have a new IGL straight away, first event in, making a different role. I think it's Cello that's taking up the mantle now. You have a lot of new things to deal with, and their T-size didn't look so good today, right? So there's a couple of problems here, but I think this should be the recovery, the bounce back for Heroic.
Now, before we break down each of these teams and their matchup in further detail, we can check in with Tech Girl, who had a chat with not one of the players from Heroic, but their coach, who is another Swedish legend of CS, Exist.
What's going on, everybody? It is the Pinnacle Cup Championship. My name is Tekel, and I'm sitting here with a CSGO legend, Exist. So what's it like going from being this incredible player, top of your game, to now having to be the dad of this team and make sure that they practice on time and they know what they need to do in managing them?
Yeah, I mean, CS players has always been, it was probably the same for me when I was a player. I mean, they're hard to handle, and but it's been fine. I mean, they're good kids. So.
You mentioned there about not winning a tournament on LAN, and I mean that's something that a lot of the critics for Heroic will say is that the team struggles during crunch time. They can't quite get over the finish line. What do you think about statements like that?
I mean, it is true. We've been struggling a lot on LAN, and it's not that we're bad players on LAN. It's just like you need time to get used to playing the big games in front of a big crowd, and it is a work in progress. It's something that we're working really hard on, and something that we've acknowledged, and something that we're talking about.
Do you think some players, because of that love for CS, don't realize when it's time to retire from competitive play? Do you think they hang on a little bit longer than they should?
I don't think that matters, honestly. Like, if you really love what you're doing and you love playing, and it doesn't like affect you that you're playing bad or something, or worse than you've done before, then just keep playing. But for me, I just wasn't enjoying it anymore. It was just a struggle to even like join the server sometimes. I wasn't enjoying it, and that's why I decided to retire. But.
And what do you think of Evil Genius's rugby team, 15-player lineup?
That's interesting for sure. I mean, I don't know. Who's their main team even?
I mean, maybe that's the trick, right? It's to try to get into opponents' heads?
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, you don't know if when you wake up in the morning, you have a game against EG, maybe you're going to play against 5 oppers, you don't know.
Thank you so much for chatting to us. Good luck with the competition, and hopefully we'll see you in the finals.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tech Girl and Exist, for that chat. Exist, a former legendary player now trying to be a legendary coach. He mentioned that they're still working on these big LAN games, getting used to stadiums, arenas, fans, etc., all the things that come with it. Is Pinnacle a good chance for them to get more experience in this sort of arena?
Yeah, it's a Kickstarter for sure to get that confidence, or just build up the confidence to some degree. Maybe getting to the grand finals, or just show good CS.
Yeah, if they win the event, I think it can give them a lot of confidence, right? It proves that when they're not on the biggest stage, when they're not there in the highest pressure situation in terms of having thousands and thousands of people around you wishing for your downfall as well. I think that's the other thing. Heroic are the villains of the scene at times, right? People get behind them and in the wrong way. And it's hard as a young team to deal with the pressure from the outside when people are constantly throwing it your way. Cadian is very vocal. He can handle it, but maybe some of the younger players, it maybe gets them a little bit into those situations. But right at this event, you know, we're in the studio still. We're not in the big arena just at the moment, right? We haven't got the crowd in or anything. So for Heroic, it would be an absolute disaster to go out today. It could have the opposite effect, right? It could be the effect of, well, this event was there for confidence. It could kick them while they're down. So that is a slight issue. They definitely have to pick this one up. And against MIBR, I don't think they should be having too many problems with that.
How difficult is it going to be for MIBR to work their way up into this, Heroic matchup? You know, earlier today, they really didn't get much time to get going. They got absolutely crushed by Big on Nuke.
I feel like right now, you look at MIBR, their T-side's the biggest weakness, right? It feels like the calling game isn't quite there because we now have Cello stepping into that. It used to be Woody. They've lost the AWPer. They've made Bernstein at AWPer, and he didn't really ever play that role before. So there's a lot of new pieces you have to work here with MIBR, and Heroic play the most fluid, dynamic CT side. It's really hard to call against the style of play that Heroic bring to the server.
Yeah, I feel like if MLBR don't get groove on the T side, it's gonna be really hard, difficult for them. Looking for like their last game example, they had no mid-game adaptation. They had lackluster, like the team play wasn't even there. There's one guy running there, one guy running there, and that's it. The round is over. And I don't see, I didn't see anything tactical from their point, like from watching.
Golden, as a professional player yourself, is it easier or harder to reset after a matchup like MIBR had against Big?
It is for sure, because you didn't get any rounds, you didn't get to play your own game, you just lost. And you kind of feel empty, and you have to tell yourself, like, as teammates, we have to let that go, because they had a better day, and try to go from that point of view and not actually looking too much into your gameplay, because it was lackluster.
Dinko, is there anyone on MIBR that needs to stand out?
I think coming into this, I am looking at the newer player to see what he's got. But Cello, for me, he's going to be IGLing, and he seems to be a big emotional pillar within the team. I feel like he's essential for firing them up when it's going well, and especially now that he is the IGL, right? He's the guy calling the shots. He's even more important, more of a pillar that he should be feeling good, right? His emotions really help the team out, fire them up. You can see some of the younger players really love it when he's in a good mood. But yeah, he's probably the player for me to watch, mainly because of the calling, and also will he be able to maintain the emotional support for the team and keep them in focus. Because earlier today, it was a frustrating game. You never give yourself enough on the T side to start to actually compete going into the second half. And that's the worst feeling, when you can't actually get into it. So at least it's a best of 3 today. So we should be seeing a little bit more out of MIBR.
Earlier, we saw Heroic play Inferno against Fnatic, and MIBR, we saw them play Big on Nuke. We've got the veto up on screen now, and this is the first best of 3 of the tournament. Remember, this is an elimination matchup, so whoever loses is out. Golden, Dinko, any expectations going into this veto, the first best of 3 of the tournament?
Well, Dust 2 going out, Heroic's perma ban. Vertigo, I thought this could have been a very good pick for Heroic, so MIBR obviously thought that too. They got rid of it.
Yeah, it's either like it's gonna be Inferno or Nuke. I can see them as first or third map.
Okay, yeah, I feel like Inferno could be a good pick here for MIBR, given the fact that they're comfortable on it, but Heroic have actually gone for the pick over there. So we're going to look at Nuke likely to be the pick here for MIBR, I think. Because I think this is the map they've wanted to play the most, they've had the most experience on. Haven't looked great, but if they go with the Nuke, I feel like coming into this, they'll at least have had some practice. But if they actually decided to go with the Mirage, that's worrying for me.
Ripping the Mirage. Okay, so you're not a big fan of that one, Dinko. What about you, Golden? MIBR going with Mirage, is it inspired or a mistake?
I think they're trying to go a different route here, and they know Heroic's good in almost every map, and they just have to pick him up there. They could be a bit more random than just Nuke.
Yeah, I feel like the Mirage is really difficult here for MIBR. I think obviously they haven't looked great on Nuke. They've had enough of it, basically. If you want to try something else, have a different crack at it. Mirage is a map where the CT side of Heroic is so difficult to deal with. You know, they're constantly pushing you from multiple sides. If you're on the T side and you're struggling with the new calling, the new identity, and putting all these pieces together, getting a Mirage T side is going to be very difficult here for MIBR. And that's worrying because it's their map pick.
Yeah, I think this is somewhat favouring Heroic starting off on Inferno, considering it was so close against Fnatic. I feel like they're going to be quite warm on that map.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, Golden brings up a point that Heroic are very good on pretty much everything, right? They get rid of Dust too, but every other map is serviceable for them. You know, even if it has to go to a third, I still got to favour the Danes as we can hear them behind us. But yeah, it feels very, very good for Heroic. I think they should be taking this series 2-0. I feel like we've just seen MLBR trying something different here with the Mirage, but I don't feel like it's going to go very well for them. If you look back at the results over on Mirage, is actually the lowest rated map at 33.3%.
So yeah, Golden, then some sort of attempt at trickery and deceit, or it's something they've been working on secretly that we're not aware of?
No, I don't think so. I think it's just you know, a gut pick going for something. I'm not really sure what they're trying to do here.
MIBR throwing us all a curveball. All right, everybody, it's now time for us to make our Pinnacle predictions. Who's going to win Golden?
Heroic.
Heroic 2-0 coming into this. I think it's going to be actually quite one-sided in the first two maps as well. I feel like Heroic has a significant advantage here, so I'm going with Heroic on the 2-0 column.
2-0. Do you have a score line?
2-0 as well.
Golden, yeah, 2-0.
16-10 on map 1, 16-7 on map 2.
Yeah, do you want to say what they're going to be buying in each round as well, Dinko? Like how...
First round's going to be a little bit of Kevlar, a little bit of utility. This is what I've been studying. The numbers, Paul, I'm breaking it down. We're going to see it.
You're like the Rain Man of an analysis, you know? You can see all the numbers and like
just fly through my galaxy brain.
Through the galaxy brain, yeah. So Dinko and Golden going with Heroic 2-0. Look, I think it would be silly of me to go against my analysts here and the logic of it. Yeah, Heroic 2-0 for myself as well. But who knows? Maybe MIBR can upset. Only a very small chance, though, I think we agree. Right, Golden?
Yeah, I mean, it's really small. It's not... I don't think there's a... I don't think Heroic is going to be wanting to go home too early.
They can. Reputation's on the line. They're going to be giving it everything here. You know, if they go out on day one of Pinnacle to a new Fnatic roster and then they lose to MIBR in the elimination game, it's just unthinkable that Heroic would do that. So they've got to pick it up. They've got to be convincing in this win, and I think they will recover. I feel like that little best-of-one loss is a blip on the radar, and this is the recovery mission to get into that championship form we know Heroic can be in. And then they'll start looking like that contender for the competition that we all expected at the start of the event.
Yeah, I'm still slightly confused by the fact that they lost to Fnatic earlier. I'm very excited to see how that Fnatic roster builds into the tournament. But I agree that Heroic, I think, in this matchup against MIBR, you know, they're the favourites. They're going to be best at bouncing back, especially given the context of how those best-of-ones went earlier today.
And you look at Stown as a player that is elite here, right? He's on the precipice of nearly breaking through to be one of those real elite top 5 players in the world. He has that capability. It's just whether or not he can find that consistency at it. But you see glimpses of it. You know, back at Pro League, his numbers were at the top. Like, he was with the Zywos, the Simples, the highest level players in the competition. So if Stown can tear up this competition, which he should, I mean, this really makes Heroic such a scary side. The fact that you've got so much firepower within the team.
Golden, any quick final thoughts before we get into this matchup?
No, I think we're going to see Heroic just playing their own game and being random as fuck.
All right, thank you so much, Golden, for that tidbit at the end. We are ready now, everybody, for this first elimination match of Pinnacle Cup Championship 2022. It's Group A, Heroic versus MIBR. We need to get our casters involved. Harry and Hugo have been off at the local park having a go in the kids' playground. Hopefully they have got some energy to give us in this best of 3.
Wow, what a great introduction there from Parla.
For the swings or the roundabout, Harry?
For me, it's all in the roundabout.
Yeah.
You know, I love going quickly and in the same route over and over again.
Yeah.
It's very fun. Hugo, this is a bit of an interesting one, right? MIBR on one side of things. Now, for this squad, I think it would be a bit of a shame to go from looking, having that kind of like dream run through the RMRs, making it to the challenge stage of the major, then falling on deaf ears a bit, and then coming here and like getting eliminated on day one. It would suck for MIBR, but on the other side of things, I think it would suck even more for Heroic, considering the expectations on this team.
Yeah,
so I find myself, you know, a little bit young, dumb, and full of conflicting emotion on this one, Hugo. It's a push down through middle for Turtle, and that's with 2 U's in the name.
Big Turtle. MIBR, they'll meet him there. They've got players coming down Banana, a bit of a jiggle in the apartments. Exit almost hunts it, but 2 T's waiting. Cello will find first blood, and they've actually taken full control of middle. They've lost the A side, but they don't seem to care. Heroic are coming back to take fight, and they're losing all of them. Everyone dead. Blink, you'll miss it. It's over. It's done. It's just Cadian. And as good as he's been, Harry, as much as he's given us,
yeah.
This is an MIBR pistol round teed up.
All right, let's see.
That fly dead as well.
Oh, no. Yeah, it's on a Flavy. Flavy Peaks. Are you kidding me, Cadian?
Cadian
You can put them all together.
Yeah, it's nice. Every line at the same time.
Jumping double from Cadian.
Not yet.
It's coming, though. Look.
Oh, the standing single.
Oh, he's going to come. Here he is, Cadian, up towards.
Okay, round's over. Go next.
Oh, right, that one was a pretty abrupt end, wasn't it? That pistol round kind of...
delete the VOD.
It just very, very quickly amounted to nothing. It was a complete and utter mow down for MIBR.
Firstly, it's a taste of your own medicine. Heroic love a mid-push on this map. But also, I kind of love the pace that MIBR set. They go, yo, if we're going to win this game, we have to be, as Golden said, random AF. You know, that's how Heroic play. That's how they love to run their CT sides. But yeah, MIBR just throw themselves into Heroic's face and they steal all the kills. So little force buy coming out in round 2. Heroic going to try and match them. Deeks out for the boys. Couple of guys with a couple of Deeks just having fun. Smoked out though, they're going to go jumping through with a flashbang. Jota gets a 1, and Cello has to back all the way out, drop his smoke at the choke point to stop the commit for Heroic.
Ooh. Right, here they go. Moving in, Heroic. Oh, it's a little bit awkward with Turtle hanging around inside of these 2 smokes.
Oh, he's dead.
He's going to try and deny the plant, or will not be able to find it in time. Refresh does a good job of soaking up the bullets, but it's the end of the road for Stown. And so there we have a round maintained for the MIBR squad. Oh, I like that we can hear them. I like that we can hear them.
Yeah, I like the alternative plant as well. Knowing that the best player MIBR have in that position is to pop through the smoke, right? That is their best player to, you know, stop the money. But Heroic plant in the one place that actually has a little bit of cover, and it makes all the difference, right? You're going to go through the smoke looking at coffins under expectation. Also, players nading coffins. You don't really nade oranges. Stan with a hero AK. I'm all for it. Rest of them just pistoled up right now, and Heroic sends down into Banana. Smoke on the Molotov, but nades will follow. He's going to eat a bit of damage. Oh, but dish out even more. Cello gone. Re-aggression. Jota's caught. He's blind. He can't escape. Luckily, it goes the same way. Heroic flashed out, and Turtle now with a Tech 9 tap is going to have to bait for his teammates somehow, some way. They've seen Jota. Can he get out? Does he even want to? The flash. He wants to re-peek. He'll catch them by surprise. 2-3, and the pistols come flying to a quick stop, otherwise known as crashing.
Yeah. And now it's just Refresh, Hugo. Funny how that works.
Well, I mean, as good as Refresh has been,
and as much as he's given us,
this is a conversion round teed up.
All day long. You just can't win these. It doesn't ever happen. Never has. And
hello? Someone shouted it.
Someone just said, bro, you saw him. Okay, there we go. He gets exit.
Yeah,
that is a gun right there.
Save.
He's not content with just, you know, a couple of little snacks, right? He wants the whole damn meal out of this one, Hugo.
Rip dropping off the balk. He wants to go for kills and try and make, not make money, break money for MIBR. Set them up for a eco if Heroic can win the next gun round, but no kills provided, and so Refresh will survive 3-0. Solid start for the MIBR side on Heroic's map pick as well. I don't think it really matters what map you're going to get in this series. Heroic will always going to be comfortable, always going to be favoured. But the game certainly hasn't started that way.
Yeah, it would be a pretty weird world to live in if Heroic were to get eliminated today. I don't know what that would mean. You know, what do we do? What do we do if Heroic get eliminated on day one?
We freak out a little bit, but also we're 3 rounds in, so I'm not really going to run down that train of thought just yet. We'll give it another round or two and before we start freaking out. Nades down Banana. Here's the buy round. Cadian's going to be left with a Mac 10. There was a hero rifle for Stown in the last. He's fighting up Banana again. Cadian has set him up. More nades. Cello pick a side, and it will be the escape. Retake utility coming in. So the early chess game that is Inferno has begun.
Heroic looking like they just want to explode into top middle here. Turtle getting flashed in for a peek is going to fall early, and now his teammates in top middle have got to hold on. Right now, MIBR are starting to shuffle this defense around, and at least Exit is going to hold the line with Katie and just kind of gracing his crosshair for free. MIBR now start to peel this rotate away, and they go back to the double B setup. Heroic don't know it yet, but they're in for a bit of a rough time trying to take this B site.
Oh, again, the re-aggression, man. It keeps coming through. MIBR, I love how much pressure they're trying to keep Heroic on. Tight up against the smoke. This can get cleared very easily. The smoke might just do him favors as Heroic pop. As it fades, Jota's not going to get cleared. Can Cello sell his position for him? Even contact is enough. Getting spotted. Jota waits. The bomb is there. He's dropped it, but he does get traded by Shush, who already made it into the pit. Cello backs out. Good stuff. 13 seconds. Heroic need to plant. MIBR can risk a man going through the smoke. They try, and they die. Shush shuts down Cello, and now it's an AWP in the retake with no kit.
Yeah, AWP scoped up, but he's waiting for Exit to move on in and help out. Nade's nice, but it's only going to be a bit of chip damage there onto Shush. Him and Refresh just waiting for contact. They can swing this one together. And with so much time already ticked off this bomb, MIBR have got to make a move. There's Exit with the opener. Refresh now in it dark, looking to take the round away. 1v2. And even though Exit finds him, it's super close. He doesn't have the kit. He's out of there. And so Heroic, they're on the board. Might not have any survivors, but they do get the round when all is said and done.
The kit was there, man. It was right there at the top of Banana. They could have grabbed it. Is that Heroic? Is that... we only see 2 of them, and they're calm and stoic, but I'm sure Cadian is roaring to life.
There's like one guy on Heroic who makes most of the noise. But it isn't.
It isn't. There is another game going on at the same time, of course. And of course, it's going on the B stream right now. Finest taking on EG.PA. Egpa.
Egpa, yeah, my favorite team.
Although, the other one, obviously, you got main EG, you've also got EGCD. Do you know why they're called EGCD?
No.
Oh, well, guess you'll never know.
What?
See these nuts?
Oh,
got him!
There it is! Yo, that was straight fire! Someone clip that. See, it's unfortunate where you at. Dog, come on now. Jeez.
Bombing.
Right, look, out into top mid, MIBR. They're having to concede a decent bit of real estate here because of this triple B lean out of the gate. That's given a lot of room for Heroic to exploit.
they're scared of spawn. Rotates are in. They know there could be players past. They've just missed the timing by a moment. No one exposed to the long side right now. Turtle's watching it for the boost in the sight. Cello gets 2 out of Arch through the smoke. No surprise our observers didn't catch that. That was out of nowhere. Random spam does it all. 4 on 2. And this one's just kind of been churned up for Heroic. Mac 10's been grabbed. Cello's on the gun game right now. From the MP9, Big Mac, and he's shut down quick. They can wrap. There's still a library player to get past with an angle to CT spawn. Jota's got his next, and Tessez alone. They know exactly where he is. 1v4 for the ace, and I'm not a believer.
No. Oh, how right you were, Hugo. MIBR looking good to open up this CT side.
It's MIBR screaming, Harry. They're trying to get in Heroic's head now because they go, yo, you know, we may be expected to be in the lower bracket game. Y'all didn't. Welcome to the lower bracket. Welcome to elimination on the line. This is what it feels like, and Heroic cannot crumble. Not now. They're not even in front of the stage yet, Harry. They've not even got crowd jitters.
Oh, the AWP in middle, scoped up and ready to go. Oh, they are running him down. Wow. They're through the Molotov. Full pace here at a Heroic, but Exit gonna deal with this double long component, and at this point you're no longer too worried. It's just Down all alone in a world of hurt. Look at the minimap, man. It's a terrifying time to be Down. And there's Cello aggroing all the way down Banana. Full send for MIBR. 5-1, Hugo. 5-1.
Yeah, but again, you know what I remind myself of? Actually, I'm not really supporting my point here, but I'm going to say it anyway. Fnatic went 8-7 on the T side of this map, and Heroic still managed to make that game very close. Yes, they lost, I remember, but they made it very close. You know, a strong start isn't going to lock the door on Heroic. We just need to wait for them to wake up. It's got to be here and now. Kading with the green.
Maybe they'll almost win this
yeah, exactly.
as well.
That'd be great, wouldn't it? It's a BO3, Harry. You got a bit more breathing room. Great grenades. Stout gets churned. Tessus gets burned. And they've got a bail from Banana. MIBR own the real estate again. Heroic just can't seem to get a foot in the door right now. And if they do, MIBR slam it shut. We got sticky toes right now. You heard me.
Sticky toes.
Whoa! That was like Maui would call that fast. Maui would call that a really fast flick.
It was kind of style over substance on that one. You know.
I am more of a quantity over quality man. Who cares if it's good? If you've got a lot of it, it'll get the job done.
Yeah, can't fault the logic there, right? Throw enough of anything at a problem, and you don't have a problem anymore. You got a lot of something. Here we go, Jota with the smoke spout. Now, one guy did make it in, and they don't know about him, but now they do. Cello just gonna pluck Tessez out of the round. And right now, Heroic, it's looking a little dicey. Refresh is gonna try and give them some room over here towards A. Creeping in on the short side. Timing is very unfortunate for Refresh. And whoop, there's the AWP. Cadian constantly getting bested by the MIBR AWPer.
Who is called Bia Era Ena Zan.
Yeah, straight fire, you know?
Straight fire. And yeah, again, this is a guy who wasn't really a primary AWPer.
Nailed it. Just missed the cough button. Sorry about that.
Right down the mic. Thank you, Harry. He wasn't really a primary AWPer in the academy squad, or even when we saw him in this team at Blast Spring at the start of the year. It was obviously when Woody was still here. So yeah, it's not really been something we've seen, but he's wielding it very well today and putting on a show for us. MIBR underwhelming against Big, right? No doubt, but as Golden talked about the game on the desk, saying, it's just one of those games where you don't get to do what you want to do. You just lose. You get wrecked. Everything you do gets shut down. Their game plan was a lot of top site hits on the T side and Nuke, and they got a really rough first half. So it was about what you'd expect at that point. Meanwhile, someone's having fun. I'm loving this. Who is doing that? It's neither of these teams.
No, I'm starting to think it's... I don't know. It's either
Finest
Eggpert
or
it's
EG
Finest.
just getting loud.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey.
Let's keep listening. Keep on.
maybe we can
Hugo,
work out
you've
the
got
accent.
an ear for accents.
I don't know. I can't get an accent
I know
out of
it's out of screams, but everyone's scream sounds a little different.
Okay.
You'd know all about it.
Saved AWP into pistols. I just ignore most of what you say.
No, yeah, fair play. I think that was definitely the choice on that one. Take a kind of dark turn. Scoped in. Oh, the timing on that little jiggle, man. It's always scary. Luckily enough, right? Get the molly out. He's not going to come at you through it, so given a bit more room now. There's a quad A lead, and it's all facilitated by Cello just being the point man at Banana. They are deep up the short side, and MIBR weren't actually aware of this. It comes as a bit of a surprise. And now you had a quad A stack, but everyone was on long, apart from one dude who's still inside of the site. How? Trying to hold on. Exit's like, guys, how am I alone? We played 4A, and it's just me.
Good info.
But he's at least stopped that bomb plant for now. They've got him trapped in this corner. Uh-oh, Cello, Exit, Turtle, they're all dying. One by one, they're taken out of the round. They've got Stown trapped in a corner. He's low on health, but he's going to get out of there. This is wild. Oh, they're running down the open side of the site now, and Refresh will take one to the grave with him. Just Stown left to beat. This has been a wild round. This is not how it was meant to go. It's the full stick, the full commit. Stown doesn't believe. Pros don't fake. MIBR are up onto 7.
Who would stick that? Who on earth would stick that, Harry? It makes absolutely no sense. And that is what makes the most sense. You do exactly what they don't expect. In your head, rent-free. And when MIBR are winning rounds like that, when Heroic, yeah, okay, they're only on pistols, but like you said, they got a one-man solo trapped in the site. They baited his information by faking the bomb. And then they go and murder everybody, put everyone on 10 health, and still the bomb gets stuck in a 1v1. That one hurts. Stown knows he can't jiggle an AWP. It's not a rifle where he can bait a shot out and get confirmation, and he's still going! Bia, Eda, and Azan. Banging Cadian's head out of the round. 0-0-9. New bond for Heroic. These secret agents, they're playing for the other side, Harry.
Yeah, man. This is crazy. And also, yeah, man, like what's happened at Cadian? Consistently dying to MIBR's AWPing counterpart on the other side. Having a really rough go at it to open this one up. And it's always tricky, you know, when you're the guy burdened with cooling, but you've also got to worry about turning your individual game around. That can feel like a hell of a lot to undertake.
Oh, dear.
Jota poised at long. Gonna go 1-for-1, but that's fine. He still keeps MIBR looking pretty here. Do you need these guys inside of the site to put on a bit of a show, right? They trade evenly, gonna still leave like a 1v2 open to Heroic with site control. So you would love a multi-kill out of one of these guys, but that's not the case. Instead, they're both gone without anything happening. A 2 versus 3, and MIBR are out of there. They are saving, they are done with this one. And so Heroic, it takes them a little while, but they find themselves another round on the board. It cannot afford to be a one and done though. Hoping that they can chain together some rounds soon.
Yeah, 3v5 that was, coming up on long side after Jota got his kill from the Cubby. That was really nice from Shush. Simply a one-man destruction there. Gets every entry, walks through the smoke. MIBR were expecting it, but they can't stop it. Nice round for Heroic, but again, it's predicated by all of this problem, which is the AWP on the other side, which is Cadian starting slow, like you said, trying to come back in, not just in cooling, but in kills as well. 2-for-1. No discount here for Heroic. They've got to, work hard for these rounds. Beautiful shooting from this CTA WP at the moment. And that was what, was consistent for Heroic in their Inferno BO1 against Fnatic. Cadian started strong, and other players rose up around him as the game went on. So he needs the inverse today. He needs his boys around him. AWP starts on the A side for MIBR. Cadian holding for the mid peak. Taking a backseat for now is good. Going to be the guy often to lob in flashes and setup executes on this T side. Put him in a post barn, a lot more effective with an AWP in this map. Plenty of noise being made in middle, but it's all a fake out. And luckily enough, this is a round where Mibr are just gambling. Or not gambling, but committed with their setup. They're 3 on short side towards apps. They're not going to be moving. It's coming down to the B hold as to whether this round is to be won or lost. But it started well. 5 on 4 for Cello.
And Cadian is the first to fall again.
Ouch.
0-10 now. I've not seen a Cadian scoreline like this for a long while. So this is going to be a pretty interesting series potentially. Ooh, that's a lot of damage right there. Jota through the smoke, gonna light them up. Cello just stripping away at these now weakened players. It's not even a contest on this B play, man. They are getting shut out every step of the way. Cello's ace is denied. And a 2v4 now served up to Heroic. Rotate's already arriving. To grind your way back into this one. And where does it even begin? Every corner you turn just has so many bad guys behind it. And so there's Turtle really adding insult to injury. Just going to find that timing. Stound's out of there, mate, but you are dead to the mid flank. You're not getting given respect here. And so it's 8 now on the board for Mibr.
I mean, Stound's just saving orbs for Cadian for the next round so he can die and give it to Stound so he can save it for the next round for Cadian. And that kind of cycle has just been repeating this game so far. So this is a really worrying situation.
Quantitative easing has come to Counter-Strike, you know, and it's just... It's meant to keep feeding the economy, keeping everything ticking over. But yeah, man, well, you know, what can I say? I'm
almost economics major.
Almost, yeah.
Not quite, though.
And, you know, it's not really at all like quantitative easing, but it sounded good.
I prefer quality. No, we already established I prefer quantity.
Qualitative, you know, ramming, I think, would be the... Is that the opposite of like easing?
Yeah, ramming.
Because that's kind of, you know.
Well, this is unprecedented, Harry. Safe to say, this is a beating. We thought
Heroic
this was
getting rammed.
Yeah, they're getting rammed, right. We thought this was going to be a beating the other way. We thought Heroic were going to kind of roll over Mibr. I don't know what they ate in between their games. Maybe some raw chicken. I don't know. It's looking fishy though, maybe.
That was a really good chance at the opener, but it's just sailed on by.
Hey, I believe in a Cadian comeback. But it's got to start now. Don't have a lot more breathing room on this T side. A few more rounds will make all the difference for Mibr. They could sweep this one. 2 players at the top and middle. Cadian scoped up. Turtle on the boost.
They have 4 smokes and 1 flashbang. Like, I don't love the util left in the round. You know, it's going to let you kind of like double pump one of these site plays if you wanted to. You could try throwing a bit of a fake here. But you are going to be hard pressed to get it.
Oh, dear.
That's oh my God. Tess says the human Beyblade over in top mid. Cadian got a kill. He's on the board, Hugo. 1 and 10. Let's go, Cadian.
What's the spinny thing that he used in the online era? You know, the thing you hold and goes clack, 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 clack.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, was that? I feel like, no, that was maybe... No, he used an air horn. I don't know.
Yeah.
He's got
Cadian
an
air
array
horn,
of...
but he also had a
he has an array
spinny,
of noise-making
winny,
tools.
click-clack machine.
Well, Cello, bit bungled here on the V side.
What are you talking about, mate? Full control. He's going to annihilate everyone who comes his way. Peep this, Hugo. You're about to be amazed.
Peeping.
Can't spell cello without hello. And so he's going to stay high and dry inside of the church.
He did eliminate everyone who came his way. 1 person. Almost everyone, I guess. Otherwise, Heroic back in. Beautiful shots. Look at this from Tess's. The recovery.
Dude, this was
with a
unreal.
nade out. He knew he'd been spotted and he wanted to change position, but he didn't think he'd get an instant repeat by a low player. Ha! You don't know who you're up against.
I'll say this much. The change in position, very legitimate move. You know you've been spotted. The nade pull, like, it kind of feels like you You tried to do every option you could have undertaken in that position there at the same time. I would have loved to have seen him drop off and be ready for a fight while trying to get out.
Heroic don't look like mentally out of it, though. You know, Katie's still talking to the boys, still trying to get back in, wake up. It's T-side Inferno after all. We are seeing a lot of very CT-sided games.
Although, you know, I'll say this much. Like, the idea that he's still talking to them and, like, there's still, like, you know, folks chatting. It's not like this scoreline and so Katie is just going to sit there, like, sulking like a child.
Hey, you never know. But, no, they don't look tilted. Game face is on. Armchair psychologist here.
If you look, his eye twinged twice, so that means he will win this round. So let's see. Is that how it works? Picking up on subtle but prominent social cues of the body. My book. Releasing next Wednesday. Here we go.
Dr. Mantis to boss.
Cello, he's been good in this banana fight, hasn't he, man? He really has. Kind of answered my own question on that one there, Hugo.
Yeah. Heroic, they've got 3 rounds, haven't they? Yeah, they have. We're going back to middle now. It's down, backing out of B. Shut up, Harry. He's made a bit of noise. They're going to pop this A site. Long smoke in. 1 flashbang in spawn. He can lob it super high, and Heroic are going to exec into it. It's going to go in the pool a bit early. But it's not a worry. That molly failed. Oh, it's going to spread. Bit of cover. Jota needed 1 there. Cello's up on top of the boost. They're going to have to check this. They will. He lines up a double and drops out to buy time. 20 seconds of which there's not a lot left. Cello finds 3, but it might be all in vain right now. Heroic have broken through. The AWP stays on the angle to allow for Shush to do the heavy lifting. Bomb picked back up, looking for cover. They don't have the banana. That CT peek. Oh, what? Baited, baby. Cadian's out of the round, and Shush has got to make them all quiet in the 1v2. Quick kill. MP9 sprayed down, and Shush, 1 bullet will do it. He will deliver. Heroic find 4, just about. Cadian has got to be tilted after that one. He's getting played with.
Yeah, and like, I don't know, man. That wasn't, you know, I don't want to like minimize his his problems here, but like that's not a shot that Cadian misses. You know, like that wasn't. It's not like he got run boosted, so he was going at the. It was like a bad B hop out through the little. I can't even think of the word, railing in CT. Like, you know, it was kind of slower than running, if anything.
That's how they get you.
But on the upside, Hugo, they've broken the economy.
Yeah, and this is the way back in, right? This game was horrendous at the beginning. They can go 7-round T-side. That is phenomenal. I kind of would have expected more coming into this game, but at the same time, given how well MIBR have played up to the task, 7-round T-side, no complaint for Heroic. We're not there yet, though, but they should be 5. They are taking a lot of space on B. MIBR are going to move their gamble over towards that side of the map, but this is, again, the fake out for Heroic. They've pulled the wool right over their eyes. MIBR fighting blind on the B site and fighting no one but ghosts. As Heroic waltz into what they don't know is a completely empty bomb site. I like that flash as well for Tessus, right? Not just clears the corner, or sorry, flashes the corner and anyone on long, but it clears the corner. If a player's there, that flash likely hits them, and you hear the impact noise of, you know, the fleshy grenade impact.
Like the...
Yeah, I was going to ask you to the sound effect. It's a bit more wet than...
Sorry, what the real, like you're saying, the sound in game is a bit more wet, or my sound?
That was a very
I was going to
wet
say,
noise
I don't think
you.
it is much more wet.
No, you are more wet.
Okay, it's more like...
Yeah.
No, I think that was closer.
Louder.
Pump it.
Come on, Cadian.
It's nearly a unicorn round, but I hope Cadian just goes and pads his stats, man. This is like the DM server right now. Ooh,
or at least.
Ooh. Watch as he slowly kind of
go refresh. Make some money.
To life. Refresh, man. Go forth. Seriously, go.
Go.
Refresh. Go. Here it is.
Why? Yeah, I guess he's going to upgrade anyway, but unicorn round, everyone survives.
the best rounds you get to watch, in my opinion.
Definitely.
Because it shows, you know, we're stronger together.
Pacifists. Hands held separately on different sides of the map. Everyone lives. Shush is going to take that Mac. Taking a spawn, perhaps, up banana. No warp here for MIBR, and that's been a huge piece of their weaponry on the city side. Has gotten a lot of 5-on-4 smoke and molly. They're going to go. Team kill, not ideal. But Cello at least makes up for it with a double kill. It's still a mess. Turtle murdering these Danes. And bit by bit, they will drip dry at the top of B. It's even got a re-smoke for the bomb. Tesses had that triple entry. Now he needs a triple exit.
Okay. You heard him change guns.
Yeah, he's still in the position that he was when he killed my entire team. That's good to know.
I was more just worried because, like, Turtle's low, he could have got spammed. Yeah. But it's all good. He doesn't commit to that, and so never becomes a worry. I am behind the car. Yeah, Enazan just lying in wait. Not afraid to bait Turtle if that's what it takes. And they hear the molly pull, and there's the swing, right? It is immediate. You know, you hear that nade go out, and you go, lol, he's unarmed right now. Perfect. Goes running out. Deals with that. The fast attempt at a banana take for Heroic kind of falls on its face. And MIBR up onto a 9.
Yeah, it was all looking like it was coming back for Heroic, but then they just try a Hail Mary into that B site, into the triple banana setup, and they get kind of shredded by the A1Ss. And also, MIBR's utility continues to be really, really good. So good, in fact, they want to push off the back of it. Exit with a deep nade, going to face all the way to the ramp, but that's a bit of a whiff. Stown is going to get away with a kill. There's still Tessis trying to catch his mid-men out of position. He could have caught Bia at Enazan, but instead now he's ready on this angle. Tessis is still going to go for it though. Oh, it's dangerous, it's messy. Turtle mops him up in the boiler. And cold showers now for Heroic. Kick in the teeth, back to B.
Okay, that's a bit of an invitation right there, Hugo.
They're still going to go B. They just faked the B site firstly, and now it's not even a fake. Now they're using the utility just before it fades. Good grenade. Shows it's half. Oh, and they're going to leave Stown here. They think it's a fake. It's not. I mean, it is kind of, because Shush is in A, and the bomb is in middle.
Actually took the bomb to top mid.
What's going on?
Yeah,
Heroic is playing both bomb sides.
It's under control,
One
right?
of them will work.
I mean, Yvette, like, how did MIBR know what you're doing? You don't know what you're doing. And there's Stown to close. The king of this round. 4 kills for him. Thank God someone was able to navigate that madness and make it look calculated.
Yeah,
but
around such an example of what we just watched in the first half.
yeah, I gotta say,
kind of.
This doesn't feel like the Heroic I know and love. It's but I think this kind of comes with the territory of Cadian being 2 and 13. You know, I think at some point he has to kind of pick, like, do I try to get involved individually and maybe take, you know, a bit of a backseat in terms of how effective the calling is? You know, because right now he doesn't feel like he has any reads. You know, like he doesn't feel like he's doing too hot. You know, like he's missing kind of every shot. He's missing all the normal beats that you can normally rely on Cadian to hit. And I think that's probably going to be reflected in maybe the calls being a little messier than normal. You know, he's feeling the pressure for a change.
I'd like to think he will, once he gets to Orb CT, he'll just go back to his winning ways. But yeah, right now, MIBR, this is a threat. Like, this is a 9-round CT side. Very happy with that right now. In a good position, with a pistol on top of it. World's your oyster, mate. They see food, they eat it. Double nades on the logs, and they get baited. MIBR move out of that position after they get spotted. Down, still headshots Cello through the wall.
Thank God this guy's just so good, right? Like, or else this could just be spiraling madly out of control right now.
Oh, are they Heroic? No, you don't need to. You don't need to gamble.
Madly
you don't need
spirals out
to
of control right now.
Don't gamble, Heroic. Why? They're doing it, and they're right. They might be right, Harry. Heroic is just so, like, this is this is like Outsiders-esque, man. This is crazy. And they're going to 4-man peak mid. What is happening? It's a massacre.
It's like a wave-based game mode right now. Now you're going to go back to B, but look at the minimap. Look at Heroic.
Ooh, they're coming.
God, man, they're out of breath. They're really tired on this one. They're running from B to A to back to B. But what if? What if you go, oh, hang on, they've lost the A player. Will they change their mind now, MIBR? Do they commit? It looks like it. If this fight is lost, that's the round as well. The bomb's on short alone. If Exit dies, so does the pistol for MIBR. Turtle with one, but his teammate dead on short, and that's the round right there.
Very, very strange game we have here. I don't know what's going on, to be perfectly honest, but I'm enjoying my time. And that's, I think, all that matters. We're having fun. And I hope you are as well. Heroic probably aren't. This has got to be very stressful right now as they try and claw this game back from what was an extremely dominant 8-1 beginning for MIBR. But now, the gap can close. Full eco. Blocky walkies. Little ult peek for Slushy Boy. Oh, they're dinking him, but he'll get out. Just about.
Now hear me out here, Hugo. What if right now, Cadian's saying, okay guys, everyone leave A, we're going to 5-man push Banana, then go back from Banana, back to A and 5-man push mid.
Why wait for all 5? You've got 3 here, and you've already taken middle.
3 is bigger than 5, you're right.
Yeah.
I don't know why I didn't think of it
The
like
less
that.
the merrier, that's what they say. I mean, MIBR are holding for this, at least, for some reason.
Dude, it's actually so cooked. Like, yeah, Heroic just go, I don't like it. You know what? I don't like it. We went through Banana. Yeah. These guys are waiting in the apartments. Like, it's cringe. We'll off and leave. We'll go fight somewhere else. And I like that from MIBR. I like that they just denied, you know, what is normally like the bread and butter of an anti-eco round. You know, like you try to get stuck in. You know, they only have Glocks. So you want to try and take a lot of room, get up in their face with the SMGs.
And they
MIBR,
hold,
and it's like
the window's gone now.
Yeah, you know, you're not winning this round. That was never going to happen. Oh, block kill.
Yeah, take them every day of the week, but churned up by the FAMAS. And it will amass 2, and looking for a 3rd, but not quite.
I feel like every round just goes on like 20 seconds longer than it really should. Like, oh, it's just, I love this game, man. This might be game of the year.
Game of the year. Yeah, Spirit Phase, who cared about that one? Heroic MIBR, game of the year.
No, it's actually pretty ugly right now,
Yeah.
but like in a fun way.
In a fun way. I mean, ugly CS is always entertaining, not to play, but to spectate. When you can see all the ridiculousness of the minimap and the rotations, especially with Heroic CT side, always funny. They gotta go right down Banana, Harry. Again with 3, they're trapped in front of the flames. Kaden gets out just about. He's not, 2 and 13, but he's not worried. He's not gonna let that hold him back from playing his own game. And he'll leave once more Stown on that B-bomb site with a Molotov left. I mean, yeah, Stown goes back for a smoke and spawn. We like that. Heroic making use of every penny. And MIBR, before they do a thing, they're going to wait out all this util down Banana. There is a 3rd smoke, however. So it's going to be quite a wait. That's only to take the Banana control. I do like the patience from MIBR. I just don't think they were ready for 3 in a row. Now they know, okay, this is our bomb site now. This is our area. We just need to flash our way back in, molly the car, and try and get Stown off this angle.
Yeah, flash to help them on their way. There's the flash. It's gone in, but Stown already down off the half wall, looking to peek in a little bit later with a flash of his own. Lobbed over from the B site. He's going to get the info that there's no one on Banana right now, and that is an immediate rotate out of Cadian. Moving away from the B side. Going to go reinforce the A bomb site.
Oh, they even wait for him. 15 seconds, they haven't cleared the corner, and Shush will double up. This is a mess. They may have killed the flank, but they can't go back to it. There's no time. Bomb's committed into the death. Tesses will stop it right then and there, and this has to be a save for Mibr. Maybe a peek at the end to grab a gun, but otherwise it's 9 for Heroic. That's a bit of a mess. I think they waited all 3 of those banana smokes to not even peek banana. Yeah, they may kill Stown, but it comes so late in the round, and at that point they were already committed to their game plan. Heroic more than ready, and this game stays weird. But you are noticing a changing of the guard, perhaps.
Am I?
Yeah, Heroic are playing a lot better than the first 9 rounds of this game.
Yeah, you know, I think also, like, for Mibr, that was just like a kind of oddity in terms of a lot of build-up, a lot of kind of shuffling and, like, trying to get people into the right positions, only for, you know, what I would consider to be very, like, kind of simple mistakes to have cost them everything. Even the spacing on the bomb was pretty problematic. Like, it was up short alone, everyone else was either apartments or long, and you're pushing in the final 15 seconds, like, similar to when we had that last A take round with I think it was Exit running up the short side in the pistol. It's like, he dies, that was it anyway. The round was just 1 kill away from being lost at any moment. So, yeah, you know, I think Mibr's T-side's got some pretty clear problems. And Heroic are, you're dead on, like, starting to look a lot better here.
They get so much respect in these rounds. We just saw Refresh push down on the edge of the mid-smoke, and Tesses, who had a better spawn, jump through the mid-smoke and peek all the way down alt mid. And then they got out, and they didn't even get shot at. And Mibr were, yeah, mainly banana, but no one even tried to challenge that. They let Heroic get a 5-on-4 and then just disappear. And now they could be anywhere. We know Heroic. Mibr just have to pick a site and hope for the best. And with 1 smoke as their entire kit in utility, B is the best option. It's going to be a wall smoke. Try and fight towards the spawn. That will at least be where Cadian is sitting, but CT smoke not needed. 1 comes down in the choke. Climbs down, can see this. If they jump on the head, oh, he heard a jump. He knows exactly what's up, and he sees 2 as well. There will be a trade somehow, some way, but Cadian still has an open line of sight, and they've got no more util to cut him out.
Yeah, the lack of util means they are pretty screwed in this one. Ooh, okay, flushing Shush out ain't bad, and the fact that you managed to get past the CT group is pretty mental in and of itself. Now in a 2-on-3 with Cadian at 1 health, this could get wacky, this could get wild. Mibr doing everything they can to keep themselves afloat here on Inferno. However, Exit turns on a dime and is actually going to win that. Looked like Refresh had him locked in. Cadian, oh my god, he's running, and it's so awkward in the 1v2. That is, I'm kind of lost for words. That's a little bit messy there. So Cadian got that kill, ran up to the door of ruins. Cello didn't quite react in time, was hoping that the banana play is, you know, it's awkward timing for Cello. I don't really think there was much he could have done there. But well, it's just kind of another weird ending to a round.
I mean, Heroic, they made the read. You got to give it to them. Exit may have got that kill on the first player coming back, but they realized, like, oh, we're not getting pushed. They have to either be trapped at quad and new box, or same position, quad and dark, or they have to be in CT spawn. So they came back for it, but I just don't think they were ready for 2 players in the same position there for Mibr, and it almost worked out, but Kit on Test says just enough time. And yeah, it has been other players of Heroic saving the day. Incredible utility. This is what Heroic were battering Fnatic with in their CT side of this map earlier. Just great HGs down banana. Look at the damage done. Not even a player's been spotted yet. Finally, a fight comes through for Stown. Yeah, and Azan with the AWP, but T-side not going to have anywhere nearly as much room. That chicken gets turned into a nug. And Mibr want to batter their way through this B-bomb site. To do so, they've got to get through one of the hottest prospects of Danish CS.
Yes, downtown, baby. Look at him, up on the coffins. Hoping they come his way. Hoping they give him this big old mow down moment. Flashed over the top, and that smoke's going to nullify his position. He's flashed in by his teammate in CT. And after getting rid of one, just ducks on out of there. Okay. That's one way to deal with him. Oh, Cello's got his eyes up on the boost. Smokes or not, he'll find his way. And he's opened up a 3-on-3 here for MIBR.
Still a retake available, right? There's a kit, there's double H's, there's a molly. This is really good utility for Heroic to still have in a post-plant. If they can get them in dark, they can do some serious damage. Hello, oh dear, in the open, Cello. They've got to clear him. That other player's walked into the banana smoke. There's no time. This round is over, folks. They happen to be on the defuse in seconds, and the kills just come flying through for MIBR. That takes far too long to amass for Heroic, and by the time they do, MIBR come to them 10-10, and they're getting loud now. They know they're in this game, Harry. They have been all the way, but considering Heroic come back, and now you break them on a rifle round like that.
And dude, something that's like super concerning for me is that like, okay, when we look at like the whole veto for this game, it's like Inferno, I think was a pretty ballsy pick, if I'm honest, from Heroic anyway. You know, Dinko even said that like he thought MIBR was going to pick Inferno. Yeah. So the fact that Heroic picked into it, I thought was like ballsy to begin with. MIBR stylistically kind of went to try and find their opponent's weakness for their pick, as opposed to a map that they themselves feel too strong on, obviously Mirage. And you know, the idea that like that's going to be even scrappier, it's going to be even kind of messier, and with this one being so competitive from the get-go on a map that both these teams are very, very confident on, while still looking, you know, kind of rough around the edges, I am left wondering, you know, what's Mirage going to be like, and if MIBR win this map, is there a world where Heroic get 2-0?
I don't want to walk that road just yet, Harry. I want to keep believing. I mean, this is the highest rated team of the event, the favorites to win it all, without the pressure of a massive stadium. There will be a crowd here on Friday, Saturday, but it's not the, you know, the major stage for Heroic. There shouldn't be really any excuses. Can't afford to lose this one of all. The elimination game on day one. Double long setup, nice spray for KD, and he had to commit. They will half-assed clear. Refresh gets 2. Yeah, lazy check from Cello. He looks in, but he turns around immediately, and Refresh smokes the Molotov and even sprays more. The Glock, oh, it's not done a single point of damage. The AK will help us down, is even more effective, and he will bail Refresh out, leaving Jota with not enough time to even win this round, even if he got both kills right here, right now. It doesn't matter. There's Refresh. Here's the second. It does not matter. It's done. Tassis is here to kill him after time if he shall. 11-10 there for Heroic.
Yeah, man, that damn long cubby. You know, betraying MIBR again. And you were dead on, man. That was the definition of a half-ass check. It's like Cello had already decided there was no one in that position, despite, you know, looking at it. And,
yeah, they got a double kill on long.
Yeah, no,
so,
exactly, right?
You know.
Like, it's a good little bait and switch out of Heroic. The fact that they're not ready for Refresh there is exactly as you say. They just got 2, so they assume that that's the entire long component. I think now, you know, they've got to be warmed up to this idea that the long cubby is often going to harbor a Heroic player. Also, I do want to draw your attention to the old scoreboard.
I was going to say
Look at Cello, man!
Yeah, I can't rag on him too much, can I? 30-13. That snuck up very fast. Where did that come from? How's he done that?
And, you know, I said he's like... I called him the emotional spirit level of MIBR. I still think that's very much the case. This was something they even said back at the major, was like, if Cello's feeling good, we're all feeling good. Nice. You know, like, and I think the fact that he's 30 kills deep is only going to help you get more mileage out of this MIBR squad. Like, not even from his individual ability. I think it's going to rub off on everyone else.
They take... Heroic timed the molly very well. They see the smoke coming over the top. Still going to have to forfeit mid. Molly only lasts half as long as the smoke, if that. Out they go. Free real estate, mate. Exit holds for a banana push. Options are open to double back. Smoke on short side. Spam. Oh, look what it does. Cello down to 20. Not the guy you want to get beat up early by this random spray. They've got the gap to spawn. Cadian's on the boost. He'll have to eventually turn around. Someone must consider this. But Mibr, do they even want to go for the B play? They could just wrap Library and commit to the A attack. But just off of the position alone, you almost want to call, guys, forget what we had planned. Look at how much room we have. But without Banana, they will just be tightening the net on this A site. Refresh has a lot to do right now. He has plenty of positions to worry about, and they are in Library. He had no idea. Oh dear, just one man. Shush up in the apartments, flashed out, nothing to do. The bomb is not open. This round is Mibr's.
Oh, that's a little awkward, man. Shush. He had a chance, but it sailed on past. Jota will die in the apartments going hunting. Maybe that spurs Heroic on, but they're still super far removed from the round, right? They're just going to duck out of this one, concede it, and Mibr, they keep this competitive. It's just Cello, man. He gets that opener, and it very much, very much teased them up for the round, as it were.
Yeah, T-Size may have been troubling as of late for Mibr, but right now they are playing up to the level. Maybe that level isn't as high for Heroic as we have seen before, but well, this is all that matters for Mibr. Bit by bit, round by round, building in. It was a very dominant lead, a very dominant beginning to the game, that of which Heroic have tightened up well, but still reliant on just a couple of carry players in Stown and Shush. Tess has had some big T-side entry rounds as well. Right now, still waiting on Cadian to activate, yet to have that CTAWP.
Very composed from both squads, man. It's kind of for different reasons. It's like Mibr, they're trying to stay tuned in, channeled in, right, in a series that was supposed to belong to Heroic in this head-to-head. For Heroic, they're kind of calm in nature because this is not at all how this is meant to go. There's none of these kind of grandiose, over-the-top celebrations out of Heroic right now. Normally if they're in a close game, if they win an important round, they all get very, very hyped. They all get very, very vocal. That's not happening here because, well, firstly, they're still battling for the lead. Secondly, I think they know that this isn't one that was supposed to be this close anyway. I think this is going to be one of the rare examples of, even if Heroic do win this map, I doubt we're going to see any kind of celebration from them. No matter how this goes from this point onwards, it's been kind of dismal for the standards that are meant to be around this Heroic squad. Right back in. Mibr. Slow mid-take once again, trying to work this default. Right, there's a bit of banana aggro out of Heroic. Stown's pushed all the way down to the logs. Tesses is able to support him here with his utility from top banana.
For the contact mid, Cadian may have nades up, but timing is everything. The Molly forces a commit, at least out of Turtle. He will beat the utility in through middle, but they smoke him right off at the short side. This smoke is scary as well. You get paranoid that someone's boosting inside of it, going on the half wall. No one is, but it's not info Mibr have. Pop out long, Cadian with a teammate debate with him. He's going to swing out, look for these fights, throwing himself back in. There's still the MP9 up close. It chooses two. Teslas gets a double and the bomb. A nice surprise here for Heroic in what is a 4-on-2. Stown even spots exit leaving B. No questions now for Heroic.
Yeah, car smoke dropped in, trying to give the illusion that someone could be working the apartments. If it does keep bodies over towards short, that's nice for Mibr. It gives them a chance to get this bomb back. Still, with only 20 seconds, they want to save, and they've at least got a path to do that now with Stown dealt with. Still, it's not really what they were hoping for here. A much-needed round for Heroic, one that they keep 3 alive in as well. And they're just kind of break even on the back of this one, make a bit of money on these 3 guys. And for Mibr, they can keep on investing at a bare minimum, right? They can still keep this back and forth going.
Yeah, definitely looking like a change for Heroic. They're already pretty calm, even when things weren't going well, but right there, I think they're realizing that they are starting to get control back of this game right now, and that's all that matters. It doesn't matter how it starts, it matters how it ends. And it could end sour for Mibr if they drop the ball here after being 8-1 up. No up for Cadian, but that was a choice. He's been very willing to go 1-for-1 and just set his teammates up for multi-kills. They've been delivering on that promise. And that's fine. When you know you're having a bad game, find different ways to be effective. Trap between mollies. Again, Stan will survive at the sandbags. Doesn't need to stay here, but he wants to, and for good reason. Rids Turtle of the round. More powerful grenades for Heroic as they back out, conceding Banana. But that's of little value right now. More smokes being put down to keep Mibr out of an execute. Stown's even looking for gaps. Further info to enforce this A bomb site. Currently only 2 strong. Might need some support. See if Refresh considers it, or if Mibr get a chance to execute into a 4-on-2.
We're starting to get that rotate now. Stown left alone at top Banana. Oh, he's even creeping down it. Heroic feel like they've got the read here, and they certainly do. We know it, and they're about to find it out as they get all the way down Banana. They know now that it is this A play. Cello's going to turn and check for Stown. At this point, you kind of know you're walking into a stack, but you don't have the time to go anywhere else. It's going to be a 4-on-4 brawl for this A bomb site, and well, the results are not there for Mibr. They might get 1 on the opener, but that is the extent of it. Cello left saving, and Heroic onto 13 as they claim another round.
Yeah, they would have loved to go back there, but there were actually 3 in the hallway of apartments with the bomb committed, ready to go. Heroic panic. The second they lose down, they start to rotate 2 players out, but Cello throws, or whoever throws in that Moto smoke, and that basically confirms it to Heroic. Like, yeah, they're committing off this. They are ready to go. Watch out. Heroic suddenly flip and look ready for a pop, and yeah, just from Graveyard getting mauled. 13-11. This game is definitely no longer what it once was. This is the Danes in control, as always should have been the case. Aids down B, Banana gets controlled again by Heroic. Mibr were very good at taking this on their CT side, but that's been the same case here in the second as well. Through the smoke, this Deagle leading the way. And here's a lot of footsteps. Ooh. Yeah, no chance there, Tess says. And look at the space.
Yeah, this is pretty huge. Heroic coming back to try and plug this hole, and Stown will at least. I don't know the full extent of how many guys made it by, but they're content with dealing with the point man. Now giving all their attention back to Banana as Mibr move in. Stown and Cadian are clearing this up, and Cadian is throwing himself into these gunfights. Wanted to try and get back into the game, and it feels like we're getting Cadian returning to form here at just the right time.
Not even been AWPing really, just been, like said, throwing himself into fights, setting his teammates up in bait and switch positions, getting traded after 1. Just, yeah, nothing wrong with that when you have so many players capable of going on big multi-kill rounds. And yeah, Cadian 3 there, manages to keep it clean. 14-11, that 1 gap on long gifted by Tessers, otherwise no problem. This has to be it for Mibr. They have to get back on this T side. It's been a minute. And oh, I love the mid push. Ballsy cool. Sign of the times. Perhaps the flash, refresh fights and takes 1 with him. AWP removed, or at least the AWP. Cello will make use of that weapon. Turtle gets mollied. It goes both ways. Tessus is forced out of position, and Stown is stuck committed, but he's okay. Tessus doesn't need to smoke that Molotov. He can wait it out and play off the back of his teammate yet again. Ooh.
There's still a lot of utility in play here for Heroic, you know, and a lot of these rounds, as they were kind of going back and forth, Heroic could run out of utility a hell of a lot. They never had a lot of money, but here they can molly this, they can re-smoke it, and if any of these players are left in a retake, they've got all the util in the world on the Heroic side of things. It might not even come down to that. Stown, trapped in a corner, will get dealt with eventually. But it doesn't give you a lot to go off of here if you're Mibr. A 2v3 where both your players are super low. Now that is a big opener for Jota. But you don't have a re-smoke for CT, and they're getting flanked through Banana. They've not only got to somehow make it past Cadian's AWP unscathed. Okay, they managed that, that's fine. But this is where the Banana component should have it all locked in. Exit dead, and Jota spotted. The nade's going to do it. Ooh, 1 damage on the nade. He gets away. 5 bullets in the AK. Now 3 bullets, and Cadian's there to put a stop to him. Heroic up onto 15. As they do grind this one out, the results are there in the end. And they're looking to lock in their map pick.
Yeah, I mean, just scary shooting for Cadian right now. Like, I'm a little worried, especially with Mirage as the next map. He needs to wake up, warm up between maps, because even though, yeah, they've come in with a save here, have Heroic, just some of these basic shots is being missed by Cadian. Not what we expect to see. Slow day for him, or at least slow afternoon. The morning was fine. Morning was good. Stown has just continued to put Heroic in the backpack. Individually, at least. Cadian not deterred. And again, missed shot. Looked basic, looked on it, to be honest, but not going to get away. Stown will, however. 10 health. Just about. Still keeping Triple B. But it's not like Mibr have had a consistency, have found a gap, found a weakness that they can manage to bully on this T side. So Heroic aren't feeling the pressure too much.
Turtle is feigning top mid control right now. Hoping he can keep some bodies over towards this A bomb site. Yeah, Cello rather.
Missed his moto smoke.
Yeah, not ideal. Heroic is still 3 strong over towards A. This boost in CT's nice for Tesses. Up here, bright and early. Cadian also able to lob in some util, right? He's holding that incendiary. And it's going to slow down this push. Mibr, as they wait for that to fade, they're going to have about 9 seconds as that Molotov runs out. And so here they go. 1 kill could define the round. And there it is. The bomb goes tumbling away. There isn't time anymore. And so that's Heroic locking in the W on their map pick. 16-11. It might have been a slow start for the gang, but they do manage to get their map pick of Inferno over the line eventually.
Yeah, and I'll give it to Cadian, to be honest, because he came in, he had a stinker first half. He did really nothing, and he was just falling apart. 0-10 to begin that game. Just 0 impact, really, individually. And then, even in that round, like, he's setting up his team. He's running through smokes, so his teammates' positions don't get cleared. They're trading him. Like, there was a good bit of synergy there for Heroic, at least on their CT side, to actually put together the comeback and close it out. And that's what we'll do. Our first map done and dusted. We'll be back with Mirage up next.
Oh, Esport. I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Hey buddy, let me show you how to fix that. Bitskins.com. Buy and sell skins instantly. Deposit and withdraw funds instantly with crypto or directly to your Visa card. Bitskins.com, the best skin marketplace.
Every word I hear rings true, as long as I can be here with you.
Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Show me the money. Show me the money. Yeah. 'Cause it feels good right now. Yeah. Gotta show me the money. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Never been around wealth, now I'm surrounded. Nice cars at the the mansion right next to the fountain. CEOs in business suits and private accountants. Yeah. Summertime parties by the pool, we lounging. Then by night we out stunting on the main strip. Out of state trips, cars with the paint drip. How could you hate this? Jewelry in my chain sit. That's the life I wanna live. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. Yeah. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. Haha. Never have to worry if I have enough dough. Fashion show out in Paris in the front row. Party every night, I don't have time to sleep. Next day it's the same, just rinse and repeat. Summertime trips on the yacht to the island. Squad rolling with me and we do a lot of wildin'. A bottle of whatever you want, just put your order in. You can have as much as you want, there's plenty more of them. Yeah, show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money.
Pinnacle Cup Championship is brought to you by Pinnacle, Asus ROG, Intel, and Bitskins.
What's up, gamers, and welcome back to the Pinnacle Cup Championship 2022. We're in our first elimination best of 3 Group A between Heroic and Mibr. And Heroic won out on Inferno 16-11. It's not the tightest scoreline, but Mibr did have some moments. They started off that CT side 9-6, but then they just couldn't hold on and eventually close it out. Dinko, you look like you want to jump in instantly.
I have to, because there's so much to talk about. Heroic are very lucky that they have so much firepower on the team, because that first half was terrible. It was really bad in the first 2 rounds. I think they'll admit to themselves they were off to a pretty shaky start, right? There was a lot of missed rounds. The first gun round, for example, Cadian goes up in mid, gives away the opening. They lose a 2v2 post plant. That was potentially a chance to get into it early on. And then we seen, again, the next gun round after that, Cadian smokes Arch, pushes through his own smoke, dies, gives the double kill over to Cello. They lose that round pretty cleanly. And then we had a couple of other misplays from the sides where, you know, we had like Testes peeking out long sword with his knife out, getting caught and and giving too many chances away. They were very lucky the firepower was there to pull off a couple of important rounds. In particular, the one where in round 9 they took a timeout. Ahead of that, they pulled out the half buy, and they were able to bring the economy within touching distance. They still lost the round, but it gave them a chance to break them a little bit earlier on. And then also we've seen Testes pop off 3K, Shush with a double kill he shouldn't have found. If they don't find those kills, man, they probably just lose that half buy even worse. So it's very important they have a lot of individual skill just to get them through a couple of shaky rounds.
Yeah, I mean, when you have Stavans, Shush, and Testes, like those 3 players, they are insane. Like I just spoke with the Fnatic manager Samuelsson, and I told him these are one of the most defining complete players I've seen play their roles. They're so good at what they're doing, and they complement each other in a way where it's very rare to find in a team. Most likely you'll see players have a lot of qualities, but these 3 players have qualities in their specific areas which they expel very well on. And for their start, their shaky start on T side was looked like a bit of way too many gambles to start off with. They didn't play how they usually play on their T side, and just, you know, they didn't adapt to until later.
It took 11 rounds for Kedian to get his first kill. So, I mean, it was a quiet performance from him. You know, the usual risks we see work for Heroic did not work in the early round. They weren't getting those opening kills. And it was those 3 players you mentioned that won all of the important rounds, right? We had that last round before the end of the half where Stown pushes up Banana on his own. He's able to get 2 picks inside of B. And those are the rounds where the individuals carried them through, but it wasn't the system put together. It wasn't the actual team play or how well they were playing the T side. It was literally individuals taking the round into their own hands, which is very good for them to pick up at least a few going into that next half. You know, 6 being picked up gives them an opportunity. And when we see them get onto the CT side, I mean, that's where Heroic start to actually get into the game.
Yeah, those gambles were insane.
Inferno was Heroic's pick. Now, looking ahead at MIBR's pick, it's Mirage. In the pre-match segment, we all felt like that was a bit of a curveball. Do you think that's going to pay off for MIBR? We didn't before, and after seeing Inferno, I think it's still going to play out that way.
I feel like Kedian, it depends on Kedian's performance coming into this thing. Harry, Hugo were mentioning that in the cast. You know, if Kedian isn't having a good game, if he's still playing like he was in that previous map, there's a chance here for MIBR because the AWP is integral to the CT side success and even T side on this map. So I've got to see Kedian step up.
Yeah, I would agree. Like, I think he had 2 frags going to the CT half, and he kept missing shots with the AWP. And I hope he recovers and just like resets and comes back into this like thinking, hey, it was just a bad map, and they need the AWP. It's the most impactful weapon in the game, but mostly on Mirage as well.
Yeah, I would agree, but also the fact that Heroic's Mirage hasn't been great recently. I would say, you know, they're playing against difficult opponents. You know, in there you've got the Ences, the Vitalities, the Navis, but they haven't won a lot recently on this map in particular. So I guess this is where MIBR were looking at a potential weakness statistically to try and pick into Heroic. And Mirage does seem like the map they haven't had the most success on lately, but you also have to look at the teams they're playing. They're playing very solid teams that have been playing this map quite consistently. So for me, I still feel like the CT side of Heroic is going to be too much for MIBR to handle, and I feel like Mirage, even though statistically doesn't look great for Heroic, still should be better than what MIBR will bring us.
If Heroic play at the same level that they did Inferno, do you think they can squeeze the win also on Mirage? For me, I think it would be enough.
Yeah, for sure. Like Dinko mentioned, they're starting off on the CT side, and when we look back at Inferno, how they played their CT side, and we had no answer because they were taking so much like random gambles, going there. Let's move 4 or 5 people at one point towards A. Like, it was insane to watch. And then Mirage is going to be even easier for them to do these kind of plays or moves, especially in middle or underground. And Heroic are very well. They are very good on it.
Yeah, I would say, you know, coming into the CT side start also negates the problem of that slow start they had, right? The scrappy start on the T side. You start on CT side, that should really help settle the nerves, get everybody on the same page and coordinated as they head into the second. So I feel like Heroic should be taking the series 2-0 and should be settling their nerves coming into it. Well, I wouldn't even say, maybe it's not nervous, but it just looked off at the beginning of the game. So a CT side should allow them to get ready for a second half and not be so scrappy on heading into the T side.
Well, I can tell you Mirage is ready to go. And Dinko, talking about nerves, we've got two of the most neurotic, annoying people in the casters booth right now who I'm sure teeth are chattering. Harry and Hugo, over to you.
Where are they, Paula? I don't see them. This is a really small room. I don't know why I'm looking over my shoulder. There's just corners here on either side. We're here at the booth. We're here by the field that you play sport. This is the gymnasium. I don't know where we are, Harry. There's seats, there's bleachers, there's a big stage getting set up behind us. I'll dodge, you can see it. It's getting ready to go Friday and Saturday. Get your tickets here in Lund, Sweden. Lovely city. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I do agree, Hugo. It is, I've thoroughly, I almost said thoroughly. I've thoroughly enjoyed I am a Londoner through and through, all right? That's just how it is.
Yeah, we've had a great time so far, and I'm sure it's going to get better. It needs to for Heroic, especially that first half. My golly gosh, that was a dire beginning.
Yeah, man.
But boy, did they pull it back, Harry.
Exactly. And no one remembers, you know, the terrible first half. Everyone just goes, oh, they won. Okay, cool. You know, like at this point, that's what matters most to Heroic. If they can stick the landing, the shaky start will be quickly forgotten about. Let's find out if they can, though. It's a CT side start and a quad A lean. That means 4 leaning A.
Going to get the quad lean. Tesso's tapping. Put down to 1, but he lives, and that makes all the difference to set up for the retake. Jota in middle, Glock, but no armor. He's going to get chewed up, and Stown deals with him well. Smoke to give a bit of room, bit of space here on the retake for Heroic. 5-on-3, even with that low player, they've got the kit. They should be fine.
Three up the short side, 2 through the market. Tessa's taking them out of the rank. Shush as well. They've just swarmed the bomb site, haven't they? Exit 1v5, trying to keep the dream alive. They're on the bomb, they're sticking it, and there's nothing he can do. Trapped in a little prison. And so there's Heroic stealing the pistol.
That would be the worst. A little prison? You don't even have space? You're just in a box, Harry? Solitary confinement. Yeah, Heroic keep it nice and clean on the retake there. 1 man on B, but he gets a kill and gets out, and that's pretty much more than you could ever need to poise for that round. Some very clean headshots, and Heroic's head removal service is, well, business is booming.
The surgery called where you get your head removed?
A lobotomy?
Yeah.
It's not a head removed. They actually take a bit out of your brain, Harry. That's what you got. That's why you can't remember it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, lobotomized.
The 4th one's free, they said. So I'm up
Why
to
do you collect your stamps?
Yeah, yeah. Right. The Deagles have opened up. But can they go any further? That's the big question. MIBR leaking out through the ramp right now.
Oh, it's saucy, all right. Cadian gets a decaf lobotomy, and Cello has opened up another. It's going to be Ness quick for refreshes down though to respond, and 2-3. That will do. Heroic have already won this round, it feels like, unless Jota does something just ridiculous. Refresh been spotted. Spam is optimistic at best, and the round will be laid to rest. It's 2-0 for Heroic. It's down starting strong. As said on the desk, thank God Heroic have firepower coming out the wazoo. Down, he was the savior of Inferno, and he started strong as well.
Are you a Stan, yeah.
Stan, yeah.
But I tried to say it like with
Stan. Yeah, I'm a Stan. Da-da-da-da-da. Refresh on the ramp. He's only baiting for his teammate. He can tuck and blind, but not his shush as he deals the man on ramp. This is the bomb right now coming through, and it's gone in front of the Molotov. Refresh finds that kill. 5-on-3. Cello, lovely timing. Catches Tessa's throwing nades. He needs to, maybe even a third. Cello, what do you got? Nothing. No more than the double up. He had an incredible game back on Inferno, but it didn't mean much. It didn't matter, did it? 3-on-2, and again, his heroics could be all in vain.
Oh, hang on.
Spicy.
Hang on. Jota's here. On the scene.
Oh,
Head
Refresh.
detective. Come on, Inspector. Let's go. Go, go, Gadget Jota. Up through Con. Position he was just in. Got around the world and back again. Refresh about to uncover the bomb at ramp. Just solidify that it's still here and play around it. Jota is sneaking all the way. Having a run now eventually, right? Time is kind of the essence here. Having to pick up the pace a bit as he wraps through spawn. It puts a lot of weight on this fight versus Refresh. If this isn't won by the T-spawn wrap out of Jota, if he doesn't win this head-to-head, that is the round. MIBR, man, they put a lot of these rounds just on the back of one engagement, essentially. And, well, the engagement didn't plan out. And so that's the round. Done deal. Heroic 3-0 to open up Mirage.
I wish I heard what he said there, but Cadian, he's already started, hasn't he? Not really the guy to talk shit after the last map, I will say that much, but hey, win's a win.
That's why, you know,
that's why it's even better, Nothing worse than the bottom fragger writing GG easy. Nothing worse.
Well, not only that, it wasn't like as passionate as normal. It was kind of, he went like, yeah.
Thanks for the round, buddies. Yeah, that was a super long con for Jota, and unfortunately the time wasn't there, but he's still walking, right? And we see the shadow advantage from Refresh's perspective.
You know, I gotta say, I think that, like, that there's a fair few moments in this series already where I wish that MIBR would just kind of buddy system and trade, like, around the bomb. And be that with the bomb dropped is in that situation there, or, as we saw in Inferno, like, there were countless times where the bomb would go up short alone while everyone else was going apartments and long, and it's like, guys, you need that. Like, I don't know how else to say
Relying
it. Like,
too much on one player,
yeah, exactly.
Right? Yeah.
And it's like, it comes down to this situation where if everything goes right and then you just lose, like, the wrong fight, as it were, the round still is just snatched away anyway.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's been a few moments like that now. I hope it kind of tightens up, or else MIBR might not be on this, you know, at the event much longer. 3-0 down to open up Mirage, their map pick. And onto Pistols, it might be about to get even better for Heroic.
And even worse for MIBR. Cello gets one traded just with a spray down, and 3 out of 5 will certainly do as Heroic take the 4th round. Easy done. Yeah, I mean, Dinko called this map the punish pick for MIBR coming into the series. I think it was, you know, obviously not a great map for them in recent results, but neither for Heroic. One of their weaker areas for MIBR to try and exploit. Depends how much prep they've done, because that's the funny thing. Even if you try to play like 4D chess and prep for your second matchup, be it winners or losers, I don't think you were ready to face Heroic in the losers matchup. It's a really hard draw after Fnatic took that opening dub on the BO1. All very close. Tessus gets dinked, but he will survive and escape. 4 on 5, MIBR scrimming out ramp. Turtles crept into the A side, but that Molotov's going to give it all up and away. Orb trying to hold the peak, but which angle do they come from? He's read it well. Bia and Azan gets the kill, but he's gone to Stown. That's the bomb again, lost on ramp, and they know that there's another man here who threw the molly in the first place. Turtle dueling, does lose it. Stown's ready for Palace as well, but Exit wins the fight, and Refresh is thrown into a clutch.
Oh, okay.
That works.
Can't believe Jota just won that. It looked like he was kind of screwed on that one there. But he's able to walk it over the line, and so MIBR, they will put their first on the board here and now. That's in spite of an initial, you know, like nice start to the round out of Heroic. It quickly turns sour. All right, MIBR, can they build up upon this? That's the $1 million question right now. Heroic, okay, Okay. This is kind of, you know, classic heroic, like willing to get a little crazy. They're throwing a buy in here. It's got an AWP for Stound, Deagle for Shush, very limited utility, no kit. So you really are relying on the individuals just shutting this round down. If it comes down to a retake, you're probably saving, you're probably in for a bad time. Let's find out though.
That's why they want to win mid, try and fight this position and win the round before it even begins. Cello's going to get caught down under, refresh. Heil drives his head. Shush has got that one bit of utility left on the ramp. He uses Molly. Smoke now gone as well. Just trying to buy time on this A site. It's been double ramp setups most of these rounds for Mibr, and this will be no exception with the mid-man making the lurk happen. Cadian, oh, he's not turning, but the Deagle will spot him. Cadian needs to trade. He gets it 4-on-3, and now Refresh even following up bit by bit. Mibr drip dry again. It's just so many of these contact ramp plays, and it's not catching Heroic off guard. You're not surprising these players. Yes, this rifle is very deep in the bomb site, but Heroic have the cross covered. Enazan crossing in with a good flash, but there's the trade. An exit coming through the smoke is dead as well. Heroic, they knew how important winning that round was. They were willing to risk it all with the force buy, and it works out. Now they can keep steamrolling Mibr on the CT side. And honestly, Harry, the more we get into the current meta, the more it seems that this game is getting even more CT-sided. It feels like we're getting even more dominant halves. 12 threes, 11 fours. They're not, you know, they are commonplace. They're happening so often, even in 50-50 matchups. So, yeah, Heroic are surely poised to get out of control here in this first half.
Oh, dude, there's a push coming in through lower. Stound might be hot on the heels of this B play. He's running up the stairs, coming in on the backstab. Right now, Mibr, they're screwed, man. They're pinched in. Up in the apartments, there shouldn't be a way out of this one. Oh, the nade even doing extra damage. Stound has got them trapped right where he wants them. Jota going back has at least got a little bit of room here.
Faked
but
out.
it's quick to get removed. Stound with a very big round there. And so Heroic, big lead now getting locked in. And Hugo, you know, it all links back into what you're saying. Do we think we're going to have one of these ludicrously strong CT sides?
Absolutely.
Really felt like commonplace.
Yeah, Stound ran down the stairs and then walked back up. Like, Jota got fully duped there in the 1-on-5. Nothing for free. No Molly in the window, but they've been smoking every round they want to go mid, so Katie's just going to get locked out of information early. Good grenade. It's not Inferno anymore, but you wouldn't believe it, the damage being done. Another one will put Cello low. Will Stound make some sound, and smoke spam is almost there. Cello dodges death for now. And so Mibr actually get mid-control for free. They're all the way towards the bench area. I say free, they've taken some health out of the round, but otherwise, good position. And a solo B again. Heroic have seen nothing but A splits. They're convinced once more they could be onto something. But up cat goes the bomb. And the A player leaves.
Right now, I mean, there is a golden opportunity to be split. There really is. Like, one man here rotates so far away. Do not give this fight to Cadian in window. Oh, the timing on that, man. Jota just gets out of there. And they're going to start to lean back into the B bomb site right as Mibr move in. This entire round, there has been one man in B. Right up until Mibr look to take the site. Now there's three, and there's one again. Blinking, you missed it. Whoa! Cadian, that's quick. What? That's the thing of beauty right there.
How on earth?
Surely, though, surely you don't attempt a round. Cello's even coming in on this backstab. It's a flashy shot, but it's all going to lead to a save. Cello would love to remove a gun, but it's wishful thinking. A 3v3.
Move.
However, Heroic are not destined to go for this round. It will just sail on by.
Dude, this young guy, Enazan, he is fast. It doesn't feel like he's consistent. He's still finding his footing. But, man, when he hits a kill with the AWP, he hits it quick. He hits it real quick. He's got flicks on him. Yeah, definitely someone to keep your eyes on. Been putting up some massive rounds for MIBR, but there's just one and many more needed, Harry. That's the game.
Yeah. That's pretty, that's true, man. That's deep. You know, the last round you get might be... Oh, no, wait. The first round you get might be the last round you get. There you go. Think about that.
Yeah, you never know when you're going to have your last breakfast.
Wow, that's
but one day it will happen.
No, yeah, that's
you won't
true.
know it at the time.
One day, here's the thought. One day, you put your Nintendo DS down, only to have never touched it again since, and you were never aware that was going to happen.
Yeah, I mean,
but everyone's got one, just sat in a drawer somewhere.
I relate to that. Deeply.
You know,
yeah.
And you weren't sat there that night going, "I think I'm done with this forever."
Yeah,
you just went, "Wow, that was a fun night of Nintendo DSing. I'll just switch that off, put it away," and
this is really sad and introspective now. And then you pick up Counter-Strike, and luckily you never put that away. You always keep coming back. You can try and disappear. You can try and stop playing. You can try. I'll see you next weekend. 6-2. Cadian got the big green. So, to MIBR. They take mid, but Cadian's right there in under, causing commotion, knowing this middle is getting taken a lot. With a double setup, his back is covered. Refresh stops Jota from getting any con control this time, and even smoke and flash for the exit. Talking of which, tucked up on chair right now. Does Refresh? No, it doesn't look like it. No guarantee. But Exit has a chance to perform here as they block their way back through. Connie hits one. Cadian legged him though, and Shush will finish it off. 4-on-2. Desperate B pop right now, and Tessus is here. Same angle every damn day, baby.
Yeah, he loves this one, man. Your head's kind of obscured by the boxes. But this AWP that you've highlighted is quick, is flashy. Gonna open up into the B site. Turtle now dropping in. Trying to just make it through this CT defense. He's been fortunate on all these timings so far, but eventually his luck is set to run out. The bomb dropped up in the apartments and now getting walked on, not just through short, but also out of market as well. It's a rough spot for Turtle, and there's the closer. Heroic 7-2. Still building into this CT side. Come on, cast the fish rod, man. Like, come on. That's Exist back there. Pay some respect. You know, you really going to do Exist like that?
Nah, at least he lets him know, you know, the shoulder tap.
I like that. You know, he didn't just like, you know, hope he picked up on it.
I mean, it's clear Exist just, that shoulder tap, I don't know, buddy. That's, he could be communicating some secret intentions there, Harry. You never know. I mean, gotta keep our eye on Exist right now. All jokes, all fun, all games.
Yeah, also, it was an attack pause as well. So, like, you know.
He's even allowed to, yeah. Well, I don't know, Exist. Likely story. I still got my
Plus,
eyes on
I think that the better way to communicate in attack pause is probably
verbally
using your mouth. But Exist just stood there, like, letting Katie do all the talking, just full faith. Yep, flick that back up. Didn't use it once,
Good chat. Oh, poor guy. Poor guy. Well, nothing to say. Keep it up, guys. Proud of you. 7-2, and a far better go at things here for Heroic than was the beginning of Inferno. Cello through the smoke, and it works. I don't know how. Shush is looking at the ground to dodge a flashbang, but he still dies to it. Stowners across, and oh, what do you know? MIBR going to try and cross on the A site with no smokes down? Oh, is that going to not work? That's shocking. I haven't watched the first 9 rounds of this map yet, though, so I wouldn't know. Hey, Jacob, lobbing in the molly. That was a joke about how MIBR love contacting A. Luckily enough, they found the gap. Jota is in the B bomb site, but they know.
Tessus gonna win that one. Jota thought he had some big old mega brain timing, but he does not. You know where Tessus is trying to go, don't you? Yeah, I'll give you 3 guesses, but you only need 1. Go on, crawl back into your little gross hole.
It's called the womb, Harry.
Here he is. The Womb Raiders on their way. MIBR. Just kind of cut down, really.
Yeah.
You know, like an umbilical cord almost. This one is severed. And there's Tesses with the backstab. Heroic 8-2. This is more like it from the Danes.
Graphic. Very graphic scenes, and not just on the casting desk. This is clean.
I mean, you're the one who took it there. I couldn't leave it hanging. You know?
Yeah, you had to cut the cord eventually. Otherwise, you get trapped in the bus door.
Has anyone ever done that?
I don't know enough about this topic to even feel comfortable approaching that
fair
one.
enough. Let's just move on, actually.
Yeah.
I think, as it stands, Heroic are in the lead, if I'm not wrong.
8-2, you are not incorrect, and that would make you arguably correct. Fast top mid take, this is more like it. Danish S and Danish Delight as Refresh doubles up. Lovely spray on that second one as well. Recovered what was a difficult kill initially. And yeah, MIBR, as soon as they finally go back to a slower default round, they just get run at. Heroic, love that. Throwing it in on round 11 when everything has worked so far. And now MIBR slink back into their default and Heroic go cold. Even Stown pushing the ramp smoke has cleared out a lot of the A attack, but if he goes too early, he'll catch or be caught by Exit holding on. Instead, he's hit the perfect timing. He's had his cake and he's eaten it. He is all the way behind these T players coming up through apps, and that smoke is only going to buy him more time, as MIBR have to respect it. They have no choice. Smokes aren't walls, but this one is as good as one. Stan will flank short, so he will miss that, but he can at least confirm that there's no cat split on this B approach. That's if it doesn't just get hung out to dry by the double hold of Cadian and Refresh.
Yeah, not going to miss one of those, is he? Oh, well missed it the second time around, but that's where Refresh is here, is the fail safe. Cadian and him just ping-pong off of one another.
Whoa, ping-pong's a joke, Harry. It's all about table tennis. Well, come on, you've been going on about it all day.
I have. And, you know, officially, it's like, actually, ping-pong is just like one that the British own the rights to. It's the one that's also called Whiff-Waff.
Ping-pong!
Colloquially, it's called Whiff-Waff in the UK.
Okay, I no longer like it.
No, it's terrible, isn't it? Whiff-Waff? Bro, what are you talking about?
Sounds like a drive-by fart or something. Yeah. And, damn it. I have a really good one, but I forgot the name of the guy. What's the guy who can't say is ours? Warwy the Racing Car. Jonathan something.
Jonathan Was.
Jonathan Was. Yeah, Whiff-Waff. Not for this Whiff-Waff, chaps.
Right, here we go. Out for the ramp. Turtles dead to a nade. MIBR, they can feel it. They can feel this one getting out of hand, getting out of control. It's all getting a little bit wild. The scenes here on Mirage, unprecedented as Heroic press ahead. Cello is low, and they're getting wrapped by Refresh. Nades go in. Man, only nades have gotten killed so far for Heroic in this round, and it's so quickly getting out of hand. Okay, MIBR right back in the swing of things. Cadian's left in the 1v3. Gonna have to give us a vintage Casper the Friendly Ghost moment. Here he is. There's the first. Cadian on the board now. Oh, but Exit's going to decimate him.
That's more like it, MIBR. Who needs smokes? Just walk out A. Eventually it does work. It took them 12 rounds to figure it out, but some beautiful grenade work. And even dealing with that flank, what a quick check. Why were they so ready for Refresh being in T-spawn after 20 seconds? Maybe off the back of that top mid push in the previous round, but great check to be at a Zan. And MIBR find a third. That's going to immediately force a double AWP out of Heroic, looking to lay down the law. No window smoke this time. There is a top mid one, just to keep Heroic guessing. But there's one of the first quick picks for Cadian. Oh, meanwhile, Stown gets flashed out at B. He has got Tess's up close. That smoke is going to help Stown, you think, but Tess's jumping for the 5-7 kill. Meanwhile, Shush gone. Over in window, trying to get Curious in middle. Look at the gap that Jota will take as a result. Unfortunately, there's a rifle here in time, and the timing as he jumps up on the board, he's caught by Refresh, who leans back to that A site to join this very aggressive angle from Cadian. What a spot.
There's aggressive, and then there's this. Like, and Cadian don't miss these. There we go. There's the first.
Whopping.
And it's just the first. Cello's going to trade it. Now armed with an orb. Scoped up, waiting for a peek at jungle that isn't going to get given to him. Instead, double grouping in CT. It's a really nice decision for Heroic.
The first contact on this A site is going to be Stown on short. How painful is that? You can't even fight an A player until you get past this orb. They don't even know about the orb. It's just locking it down from the B side. He looks away. Oh, the timing. No, Stown, this couldn't have gone worse.
Oh,
he will
hang on.
hear the cross.
Okay,
yeah, the bomb's made it through, and he should have it now. 15 seconds. Now Heroic can run out of CT if they really want. They can go absolutely balls to the wall. Crazy, but Stown will deliver
never even knew
without.
about the A players.
Yeah.
Like, that's insane, man.
I love that setup for Heroic. Perfect. Full faith in their teammates, as is always the case.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for existing games like this, where Heroic are just like winning.
Come on, guys.
Don't actually have to, like, whenever MIBR call a tag force, he just flips the headset down.
Lose some rounds. Give me something to do.
Show us existing, and I want to see him pull down his little tusk and, and then just lift him back up. Oh.
Yeah, it's a quick day in the office for Heroic. Past those first, 10 rounds of Inferno. Everything else has gone pretty much to plan. And MIBR, I mean, they got a very hard draw at this event. They got big coming off of an underwhelming major performance. Yeah, sure, they did fine. They went straight to Legends from the RMR, but I think we wanted more. But even so, Big, who they themselves wanted more, I guess you could say. That's their first matchup, not easy. And then you face Heroic, who shouldn't even be in a lower bracket match anyway. Like, of course MIBR were going to get 0-2. That's a really rough draw for them. Let's see if they can find some pity rounds on this T side, try and give them something to work with, or if the CT dominance continues for Heroic. Broken by 2 guns.
The slow mid take in this one. Oh, there was a golden opportunity for Cello. Cadian not only gets out with a man advantage, even drops a smoke to keep Refresh in this position at ladder, who will just get fed a kill onto a flying turtle there. And like, this is another round where the bomb is in a position where if it dies, the round is probably over. I don't love how many of these rounds have kind of moments like this. It's somewhat getting navigated as they group up on the short side, but no, they've just dropped back in the middle again. So they are going to try and go A. However, the bomb is in window, and it's still like just problematic. Okay, I like this from Joe. Going back in the mid, now he's at least with the rest of the team. They can group, they can try to fight for this. Is that going to make it any easier? They are getting top mid split. They're also on short. They're actually completely surrounded. Oh my god, that's so quick. But 20 seconds, he's going to be even faster now. And top mid, Tessez is there, holds the line, holds on to it. Heroic up to 11. And you know, man, I've got to say, for MIBR, it's a shame because of the draw that they had. But I've seen some promise out of this latest edition, man.
Yeah.
I've actually, you know, it was kind of rough in the first game, I guess, versus Big for him. But here, I think he's trying to be a pretty flashy AWP player. You know, probably needs to work on the consistency, but I think that comes with the territory when you're adapting to a role.
Yeah. He's looked good. He's looked really good. And I hope MIBR stay in Europe and continue to get good practice on. That has been one of the large reasons we've seen them do so well. And not, okay, maybe it's hard to rise up in the tier 2 of Europe, but at least when they went back to the Americas RMR, they smashed everybody they played. They looked solid. So that's reassuring at least. The level is definitely improving for this team. But right now, it's just it's a different tier, to be honest. Right? Making quick work of these MIBR boys. 4 left up in this round. Last of the half, looking for a 12-3. Double orb still reigning supreme for Heroic. Refresh back into middle. He's very cheeky. His underpick wasn't enough. He wants a second, and he might even stomp on the head of Biera, who gets stuck in the smoke. Refresh, got support, Tessus is there, flicking back, and there's one more man, but it won't last long. A swift death ensuing as Heroic flood middle together.
Oh my god, that is a full 5-man face in the 5v1 in middle to find Heroic at 12th. Yeah, it's pretty dominant, and at this point for MIBR, if they don't win this CT pistol, they can probably kiss the dream of going any further in the Pinnacle Cup goodbye. I think that's fair enough to say.
That's an apt breakdown of the very scary position that they are in. But
also, if Heroic do just dominate them here on Mirage, and I'm saying it because it looks super likely, if that does happen, kind of reassuring, right? For like considering how they started, it was really good from MIBR, and also Heroic kind of came into it like super slow. I mean, Cadian was 0-10. You know, like I think that speaks volumes. Not really used to seeing him start like that.
8-1.
And you know they were able to pull back Inferno, but it was still pretty laboured. It still took a hell of a big effort from guys like Stown to make it happen. And you were hoping that it would be pretty dominant to like give you full faith in Heroic. So you know, this is them trying to right their wrongs, as it were. And with Refresh already opening up here, okay, something that was kind of cool here was like MIBR played a double spawn setup from the get-go. They just rotate these two players to wherever contact is made. And so now at least they have a 3-man stack in B very, very quickly. However, Heroic are always tricky. They're always little tricksters.
Look at this.
You know, they've got the bomb still in middle. They're in the B site with MIBR. They're next-door neighbors and they don't even know.
Oh, come to the barbecue. John's making a cracking rack of ribs. But, yeah, Cello going to stop him from getting any deeper in the B bomb site. Meanwhile, Heroic notice the stack. They go back elsewhere to the garden party that is a freshly mowed lawn. And the spam through the smoke won't connect. MIBR shredding out of CT right now, trying to run down these blocks. P250 tapping for Stown. Exit trades though, and Refresh follows up. Suddenly it's doable, winnable, favored in fact, with the bomb down for them. A man wrapping middle and no kit. Good spot, but a headshot for Cadian. Runs Exit off the bomb, and there's no way to win this round, Exit. You've got to accept the inevitable. 1v2, just playing with him is Cadian. And dinner is served. Dessert 2. Exit will have to desert the round. 12, now 13 for Heroic, as the pistol should poise them for a 2-0.
And man, for MIBR, it's such a shame. You know, I feel like that kind of double up in spawn pistol setup where you fast rotate would work versus like almost any other team but Heroic. Like, these guys are the little evil tricksters of Counter-Strike. You know, nothing is as it ever seems with this squad, and you never quite know where they're looking to end up. They're very mobile. They love to play with rotations. They love to get in your head. The moment they made contact at B, you know, they were already taking middle. They were already moving through lower, and already they'd stopped looking at that B bomb site so favorably. Yeah, really, really nice scenes there for Heroic to turn that pistol round back in their favor. And he doesn't quite know where he's getting shot from, but eventually the kills come in. Cello with his USP, 2 kills from it in mid.
Nice.
That's not going to be enough to save the round.
Oh my goodness.
Good God, man, these USPs are clean.
Whoa, that's a throw.
That was also like the bomb going in the window.
That's a throw.
They were willing to risk it all.
I love it. Yeah, I mean, that's the mindset of Heroic right now. 14-3, you're jumping through a window with a bomb. Also, you know, he knew he was up against Mac 10. Refresh very favored, but that's like the only way you lose that round, basically, is by doing that and missing the shot. But Refresh, very importantly, doesn't miss the shot.
Yeah.
14-3.
I will say, though, like, if anyone knows how a little fun peek versus a weak gun can quickly get out of hand, it's Refresh.
Oh, hey, sometimes it's the lack of peek, Harry. Sometimes you got to peek.
Yeah, that's true.
It can be either which way.
You know, what was responsible for losing that clutch? Was it the first peek or was it the no peek?
It's never the first peek. You can never blame the 5-on-1 peeker. Fallen wasn't his fault. Was not. No. I think he got 2 that round.
Yeah, he did.
He did all he could, mate.
Yeah. But, you know, we don't have to dissect that one.
I mean, we can.
It was some time ago now. Heroic grouping for an A play.
Double lamp flash. Again, hey, they They read MIBR's strat book. No smokes are down. They're just contact, but just with how this game's going, it's probably going to be nice and clean.
Hello, Joker.
The ramp
That's
flank
the ball.
with a knife out. Stown still pulls the gun in time to take down Jota. And now, as far as MIBR are aware, they're running back. Cadian's running in to B. He dies to Turtle, and now Heroic just have to commit. More smokes than MIBR ever threw on the A site. 2.
Oh, some of them just go, who's here? Who's tucked into this little corner? Tessez, how have you made it to this position, bro?
Wow.
Oh my god! Oh. Tessez, 2 in the round, and it's all left on to Turtle. I don't know how he's just managed to navigate the smokes like that, but working his way into a little murderous rage in the corner. And he still wants more, will get silenced eventually. It's a snapping Turtle to respond. A 1v2, the order of the day if MIBR want to stay afloat any longer, and they can't stop the Titans of Heroic just soldiering on, running away with this Mirage. It's not even a question. It's nothing like Inferno. It's not up in the air. It's not up for debate. Unequivocally, Heroic have come into this one and looked lights out. MIBR, they might have given them a run for their money on Inferno, but it felt like you kind of missed the boat with not being able to lock in that map. And now, you know, the true beast of Heroic has woke up, and it's hungry for dinner.
Oh, it's shooting fire right out of the gullet. MIBR Brazilian barbecue right now, 15-3. Cadians come out of under. No one's even looking at middle. MIBR have taken ramp, they've taken apps, they've got good space, but they're lacking the info. And this spot from Ticket is all they have towards middle. He's already been tagged up, pushed off of the angle. In fact, that smoke, Cadian does not need to respect it. He's going to dodge it and go right through. No sound cue, no idea have MIBR as to how deep the in-game leader of Heroic has found himself. He can go wherever he wants, but there might not be players left to kill. His team are just fragging out right now. Oh, Cello almost holds down the B-bomb site, and the rotation cut off by Cadian, who wanted the knife. He considered it. Exit left alone in spawn, and this is it, folks. This is, unfortunately, the elimination of MIBR from the Pinnacle Cup Championship. Heroic, a bit of a slow start to the day, and even to this series, but they have come in with the goods on Mirage, and they've done what they needed to. A quick 2-0 to eliminate MIBR and go into that last chance to fight out of the group.
Yeah, you know, for MIBR, it's sad. It's a little saddening that it's so dominant, but for Heroic, they rise to the occasion. They kind of, you know, have those worries from Inferno subside. They show us the team that they truly are, and things look good here for the squad that everyone's saying are destined to make a run at this event. So that's all from this series. We've got to say goodbye to MIBR while Heroic will keep on fighting. Let's throw this one back over to the desk to break that down.
Thank you, Harry and Hugo. Fantastic cast from you guys as always. The first map was a lot closer, 16-11 on Inferno, but Mirage, wow, what a performance by the heroes on Heroic. 16-3. We did pick them as our favourites, and they delivered on all fronts. I want to say that I hope the MIBR guys aren't too disappointed, but they probably are, Golden and Dinko. That's a long way to travel to just get booted out on the first day.
Yeah, it's been rough. It's been a rough couple of weeks here for MIBR in terms of their tournament results, but a lot to work on. I think coming into this for MIBR, last event they had to play with their coach. They've just got a new player in. They've switched the IGL. It is going to be a growing period for MIBR, and I think these events came a little bit too early for them to really get much done.
Yeah, they're in a phase finding themselves, like as a team and individuals. I feel like they're a lot of situations they were out of place. They didn't know what to do, and they just crumbled to the pressure of Heroic.
Well, the CT side was really the strongest point for, I think, Heroic coming into this. You know, you crumble under what is just absolute dominance on the CT side throughout that. We were talking about this, Gold, and the fact that it's just so difficult to play against them. You know, you're quickly in mid, and then suddenly those 3 CTs are now in connector pushing up into A. How difficult? It's just so difficult. How do you even counter that?
Yeah, it's a nightmare. I remember when I was playing against them, like, you kinda had to know what was going on, but you, at the same time when playing, you didn't actually know what was going on because they were moving so much. And yeah, I mean, they were... I don't have a recipe for it more than just, you know, if they're gonna play like this, then you should play chaotically back.
Yeah, Mirage is a map that obviously the pick didn't really work out for the MIBR side of things, but you know, you look at it statistically, yeah, okay, it's one of the lowest maps for Heroic statistically, but you look a little bit more in depth and you can see why. The only teams they've lost to are ENCE and Na'Vi, two teams that are quite proficient on this map, some of the best in the world of those two, and so you look at that and those stats start to look a little nicer. Yeah, you start to see that no one wants to pick the map into Heroic because they're damn strong on it. 58% of their rounds come on the CT side, and unfortunately for MIBR, they started on the CT side, 12 rounds posted.
Golden, I wanted to ask you about Cadian. He's been loud the entire day, and even at the end there, when he got that flank and then scored a kill around CT spawn, he was going, oh, well, I don't want to imitate it, but he was doing like some sort of war cry. As a player, as someone that's been up against that type of thing from him and other players, is it really frustrating and difficult to deal with? Does it get in your head?
No, I think when it gets into your head, when you start doing it yourself back to the enemy team that did it to you, so it's like counterproductive, I would say. When you're that loud and you lose a round, then you're tilting and you get quieter. So doing like your energy level is going up and down, then you never find a consistency neither in your gameplay or like outside. You're playing inconsistent, in my opinion. Shouting is not always good, and you should only shout when you know you have been already won.
Well, I guess that is exactly what Cadian did at the end, and we have TechGoal standing by with the man himself to get some words and maybe some more war cries.
I mean, Paolo wants you to do another war cry, but what I want to ask is, do you do that to get into the opposition's head, or is it more just the adrenaline?
You mean the huddle or in the middle of the game?
In the middle of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I always like some shouting back and forth, and this was a typical LAN game in a studio like anyone else, but I mean, I think they were specifically shouting a lot at me, and I mean, I love Brazil, but I'm not sure I'm too big of a fan of just screaming specifically at one guy, and I also think I'm the wrong guy to do that against, because it's not going to go well for you, so yeah.
I mean, they did lose, so 100% didn't go well for them, but it hasn't gone all that well for you today. Coming in as the favorites, losing to Fnatic. That particular lineup, I think, have played together for less than 24 hours. What happened there?
Yeah, I mean, we saw that we drew Fnatic and we thought it was going to be fucking easy. But then they brought in Forrest, like, that's just not okay. You know, like, bring in a legend of the game like that and he made moves. What can I say, you know? I mean, at the end of the day, it's the best of one. And I also think, I mean, it's my personal opinion, but the groups are a little bit screwed. Like, if you look at the seeds, us and Big are the two highest on the HLTV world ranking. Fnatic, I mean, they don't have a rank, but obviously when you look at the player names, this is players who's done a lot compared to some of the other teams in the other group. So it's a tougher position to meet in the best of one, especially when you have zero preparation on their map pool, their positions, their tendencies and stuff like this. But I also think they played well, you know. So yeah, I mean, I'm not ashamed of losing a best of one to those guys.
So you didn't lose, you did just win this game, but at the start against MIBR, it looked a little bit rough. What was going on there?
That's a good question. I mean, our Inferno has been really good, on LAN especially. Beat Na'Vi twice at the major qualification and at the major. So surprised us a little bit to get so much trouble, you know, in a map that we feel so comfortable on. But then again, you know, we show that it's just about getting the momentum rolling, getting a few rounds, and on the CT side, I feel like we definitely showed we were the better team.
One of the things that I got a chance to see is that after that loss to Fnatic, the entire team went straight outside. We are at a sports stadium, there's a football field outside, and you all went and played football. Yeah. What was that about?
We do that at every tournament and at every boot camp as well, back in Copenhagen. I think it's good for us who sit in front of the screen and in a chair for so many hours to go out and exercise a little bit. And it's something that always brings the mood up, you know. So we've done it for a long time. We played in crazy places, you know, like in the middle of like streets where there's like a lot of people, you know. Not like that they are the audience or anything, just because where else could we play if there's too far for a garden or a park and stuff like this. So it's part of our routine. And it brings the mood up, and we do it if you win or lose, you know, it's part of the plan.
Final question from me to end off the day, a little bit of a cheeky one. There is a lot of talk that maybe Heroic, when it comes down to it, when it comes down to crunch time, that finish, you just can't get there. What do you have to say that to people that are saying that?
I think you can look at the statistics for how many overtimes we win, and you'll see that when crunch time is there, we always deliver. I think against Fnatic, you know, we had some trouble and we were behind, and then we took the lead back at 14-13, and we should have closed out that game. Some small mistakes, misunderstandings and stuff like this, but it is what it is, you know. All I can say is if people have that feeling, it's about proving them wrong, you know, so we'll have to do better at the crunch time next time.
I know I said final question, production's going to shout at me, but this is a yes or no one. Are you going to win this tournament?
Huh?
Are you going to win this tournament?
There's some problem with the audio right now. I'm not really sure.
Ah, that's cheeky. Okay, there we go. Let's go back to the desk. We're done here.
Thank you, Tech Girl and Cadian. That wasn't the only thing that he was being cheeky about, by the way. He was responding to the question, whoa, hey, who is that guy? What, that's not okay.
They just stole our pineapples.
Yeah, he stole our pineapples. It's not cool. Anyway, going back to what I was saying, yeah, Cadian was responding to the question about playing football and stuff. Look, just for any of you at home that aren't at these events, it's not like they're off playing five-a-side with their coach and they're sweating out. Mate, they get a ball, they stand outside the hotel in the parking lot, and they'll just kind of like kick it to each other a few times and be like, oh yeah, good work, guys.
I could just imagine.
I left the hotel yesterday in full gym gear with my like heeled weightlifting shoes on, and they're like, what are you doing, loser? Yeah. And I'm like, I'm going to the gym, guys. And they're like, whatever. They kicked the ball a couple more times, and then they went in the hotel, probably ate some burgers and went to bed.
I could just imagine them hopping into someone's garden, you know, just someone's garden sitting there. We're just gonna play keepy-ups in the garden now.
So when he's giving the whole spiel about, yeah, you know, Tech Girl, we're outside, you know, sweating,
there's crowds, there's thousands of people gathering to watch it.
Sweating it out before to get in the mental zone. That's what they're actually doing, guys. All right, but nonetheless, congratulations to Cadian and Heroic. A big win in terms of scoreline, maybe not a big win in terms of the competition that they toppled, but positive moving forward, Golden.
I just want to mention one thing before you move on.
Of course.
He said that you should never shout against someone personally, right? Well, that's what he did. Towards Nico, I think after he retweeted, and that's what he shouted. So I just want to, you know, point out the wrongs. But yeah, positive things. Heroics is still in the tournament, and they've been looking good.
I actually wrote a note about that on my notepad as well. And by the way, everybody, I'm good friends with Cadian and Casper. It's nothing personal. But that was another cheeky one that was coming out from me. He's like, look, you know, I'm the victim here. If you shout me, I shout back. I don't start it. Cadian. No, that's not true, buddy. All right, let's take a look at our Pinnacle MVP. I'm not sure who it is until it flashes up on the screen. Congratulations to Stavn, 23 kills. Across that, no, that's going to be one of the stats from one of his maps. Across the series, he had 44 frags, 25 deaths, an average of 105.2 ADR across both maps. So that's insane. And yeah, just to clarify, those stats on screen would be for Inferno.
Yeah, coming in from Inferno, another good performance from Stavn was integral to a lot of the rounds they picked up over on Inferno, and then coming into Mirage as well. You know, he's just one of those players that is elite. I feel he's got a massive amount of skill, untapped potential as well, given his age, right? There's a lot more he can do. And the more experience he picks up, the more he'll be able to perform in the bigger games. This is an event where I'm hoping Stavn could even pick up an MVP for the entire competition, you know, looking at the field we've got here. So, yeah, Stavn should be MVP a couple of times, I think, coming through this event.
Yeah, for sure. He is one of the players I, like, just... It's not like, how do I say it? It's so good.
He's got you speechless.
Yeah, he got me
speechless.
Because when I look at him, he's playing these roles, right?
Yeah.
They're not easy to play, and he does it so well, and he can have all these other qualities because he's so fucking skilled.
Yeah.
And I swear it again. Sorry about that.
Hey, it's your first time on the English broadcast.
We got a swear jar right here.
Is going to mind. Let's take a look at where groups A and B stand as of the end of day one here at the Pinnacle Cup Championship. So we can see that, yeah, Fnatic with that surprising 1-0 victory put them in a bracket against Big, who overcame Mibr, but luckily for Heroic in that elimination matchup we just saw against Mibr, best of 3, Heroic were triumphant.
Yeah.
Take a look at Group B now. I'm not sure how that's panned out, because that's on the B stream. Don't forget, When we have simultaneous matches happening, we have a second stream going on too. Yeah, Astralis started off strong against EG, then up against Imperial because Imperial beat Finest. And it's Finest that won that elimination best of 3, putting them deeper in the lower bracket. Evil Genius's party astronauts are
gone.
Out.
Unfortunate. Long trip here. At least like positive out of this is they're in Europe now and they can practice.
Hopefully they can get some practice in. Again, just like Mibr, long way to travel to go out on the first day. Wish them the best. On screen now, we have our schedule for tomorrow. So these are all best of 3s now. Fnatic versus Big at 11 AM, Astralis versus Imperial at the same time. I'm not sure which stream the respective games will be on. Take a look on Pinnacle's Twitter or HLTV, etc. to find that out, unless my producer tells me in my ear. And then we have Heroic versus undecided yet at 4 PM, and we also have Finest. Okay, so Heroic will be playing the loser of Fnatic Big, and Finest will be playing the loser of Astralis versus Imperial. I think it's Fnatic Big that is going to be on the A stream, and Astralis Imperial on the B stream.
Lots of exciting matchups tomorrow.
Lots, yes, and some great teams getting through. I mean, I guess at this point, with Evil Genius's PA dropping out and Mibr sort of expected.
The Americas aren't doing well here, Paul. That's what you're trying to say.
I don't want to put it on them, but at this point, Golden and Dinko, I do think we're in the expected position with the team still remain. Do you agree or disagree?
I would agree.
Yeah. I just, sorry, I didn't get the question. What did you say again?
No, I was saying at this point with Mibr and Evil Genius's PA going out, it's kind of what we expected.
Yes and no. I expect a little more of Mibr, but Evil Genius is not so much. Just because they haven't been to many lands, so to say.
Yeah, I think coming into today, Mibr, the fact that Heroic lost their opening doesn't help their chances of staying in the competition, right? Because you have to play them in the elimination game. You have to play the best team in the competition on day 1 in the best of 3 to go home. So that's not helpful. Fnatic did very well. I think that's probably really the only upset you would say today. So that's exciting. Fnatic doing very well and Heroic dropping the ball but recovering the best of 3. And for the Evil Genius Party Astronauts, I feel like they probably thought that Finest game was a winnable one. A little unfortunate for them. So Finest staying alive to fight another day. At least some Swedes are left.
Yes, absolutely. And that will be it from us today. Firstly, I would like to thank our sponsor, of course, our presenting partner being Pinnacle, the namesake of the Pinnacle Cup Championship. And then we have our head partners of Asus ROG, Intel and Bitskins. Guys, it's been a pleasure to be here. Any final words? It doesn't even have to be Counter-Strike. You can just say anything you want. Golden, what's your first day on English broadcast been like, mate? We hope we've made you feel comfortable.
Yeah, it's been good, yeah. My final will be pineapple.
Okay.
Stolen by you, Byron.
Not going to go with a swear word, or we're going to try and work with that tomorrow.
Switching it around to fruits
Okay,
now,
Dinko,
so.
anything from yourself?
Yeah, it's just been a great time here. The whole setup looks incredible. I'm looking forward to the rest of the action this week.
Wicked. Don't forget, tomorrow our games kick off at 11 AM. We'll be live on the desk shortly before then, probably around 10:30 CET or so. Thank you very much for tuning in. This has been day 1 of the Pinnacle Cup Championship, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Hey buddy, let me show you how to fix that. Bitskins.com. Buy and sell skins instantly. Deposit and withdraw funds instantly with crypto or directly to your Visa card. Bitskins.com, the best skin marketplace.
all you got? Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Cause I'm kinda hot. No, I'm spitting my rhymes cause I'm moving so fine. Can you take it? Can you take it? Can you take me high? I got your number down. This ain't your side of town. I'm ready, so bring it on. You better watch out cause I bring it on strong.
Ooh, I'm gonna dance tonight. Keep my dreams alive. So look into my eyes and hold me. Ooh, I'm gonna dance tonight. Keep my dreams alive. So look into my eyes and hold me.
Face deep rhythm, I'm so alive. We're hitting overdrive. Face to face, I'm so alive. We're living overdrive. Bring it, bring it, bring it on. 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 We're living overdrive. We're living overdrive.
There couldn't be